You know how her behaviour has been today? Clementine asked Helen. According to Holly's adorable, kind of dippy kindergarten teacher, Miss Trent, Holly had been having occasional difficulties with her self-regulation at school, and as a result wasn't always making the right choices. Certainly her behaviour at home hadn't been wonderful. She was going through a naughty, whiny stage and had recently perfected a brand new seagull-like squawk that she used instead of saying no. It set Clementine's teeth on edge. "Not too bad, apparently," said Helen cautiously. "The rain isn't helping. All the children have turned feral. So have we, actually. They say we've got at least another week of this weather. Can you believe it?" Clementine looked at the wedding ceremony taking place in the park. The bride and the groom were facing each other, holding hands, while other people held umbrellas over their heads. The bride was laughing so hard she could barely stand, and the groom was supporting her, laughing too. They didn't seem to care that their string quartet had vanished. She and Sam had laughed a lot during their wedding ceremony. "I've never seen a bride and groom laugh so much," their celebrant had said acerbically, as though they weren't taking their wedding seriously enough. Sam couldn't stop laughing at Clementine's Morticia hair, which had made her laugh too, and made it not matter. But you couldn't laugh your way out of everything. They'd had 8 years of laughter. A good run. They'd vowed to be true to each other in good times and bad, but they'd laughed as they said it because everything was just so funny to them. They thought a bad hairstyle was as bad as life got. The celebrant was right to be annoyed. She should have grabbed them by their shirt fronts and cried, "This is serious. Life gets serious, and you two aren't concentrating." "I'm minutes away," she said to Helen. Chapter 35. The Day of the Barbecue. "Vid already knew me because he'd seen me perform," said Tiffany to Clementine. "Mummy," called out Holly from the egg chair, "come and see this." "Just a minute," called back Clementine, without taking her eyes off Tiffany. "So you were a performer?" "A performer, like you, Clementine," said Vid delightedly. "Not quite like Clementine," corrected Tiffany with a snort. "Mummy!" shouted Ruby. "Just a minute," called back Clementine. She looked at Tiffany. "Are you a musician?" No. Tiffany began stacking plates. "I was a dancer." "She was a famous dancer," said Vid. "I wasn't famous," said Tiffany, although she had been kind of famous in certain circles. "Were you a famous limbo dancer?" asked Sam, with a glint in his eye. "No, but there was sometimes a pole involved." Tiffany glinted right back at him. There was silence around the table. Vid beamed. "Do you mean you were a pole dancer?" Clementine lowered her voice. Like a stripper?" "Clementine, of course she wasn't a stripper," said Erica. "Well," said Tiffany. There was a pause. "Oh," said Erica, "sorry, I didn't mean—" "You certainly got the body for it," said Clementine. "Well," said Tiffany again. This was where it got tricky. She couldn't say, "Yeah, too right I do, girlfriend." You weren't allowed to be proud of your body. Women expected humility on this topic. "When I was 19, I did." Did you enjoy it? Sam asked Tiffany. Clementine gave him a look. What? Sam lifted his hands. I'm just asking if she enjoyed a previous occupation. That's a valid question. I loved it, said Tiffany. For the most part. It was like any job, good parts and bad parts, but I mostly enjoyed it. Good money? Continued Sam. Great money, said Tiffany. That's why I did it. I was doing my degree, and I could earn so much more money doing that than being a checkout chick. I was a checkout chick, said Clementine. I didn't especially love it, by the way, if anyone is interested. Such a pity. You would have made a wonderful stripper, darling, said Sam. Thank you, sweetheart, said Clementine evenly. You could have made your cello faces as you spun around the pole. That would have got you some good tips. Sam threw back his head, closed his eyes, and made his eyebrows go up and down, presumably in imitation of Clementine's face as she played the cello. Clementine looked down at the table and pressed her fingertips to her forehead. Her whole body shook. Tiffany stared. Was she crying? She's laughing, said Erica dismissively. You won't be able to get any sense out of her for the next few minutes. Oliver cleared his throat. I read an article recently about a move to make pole dancing an Olympic sport, he said. Apparently it's very athletic. You need good core strength. Tiffany had to smile at the poor fellow doing his level best to manoeuvre the conversation back into safe, middle-class dinner party conversation territory. Oh, yes, Oliver. It's very athletic, said Vid meaningfully. One eyebrow lifted, and Clementine dissolved again. Tiffany thought how much simpler the world would be if everyone shared Vid's almost childlike approach to all things sexual. Vid liked sex in the same way he liked classical music and blue cheese and fast cars. To him, it was all the same, the good stuff of life. It was just naked, pretty dancing girls in a club. What was the big deal? Erica turned pointedly in her seat to look over her shoulder towards the kids. So, does your daughter, she said to Tiffany. Dakota knows I was a dancer. Tiffany lifted her chin. Don't you freaking well question my parenting choices. I'll wait till she's older to give her more details than that. Vid's older daughters and ex-wife didn't know either. Oh, God, the judgment that would come her way from his daughters, who dressed like Kardashians but behaved around Tiffany as if they had the moral high ground normally reserved for nuns. If they ever found out, they would leap on that secret like rabid dogs. Right, said Erica. Of course. Right. Clementine lifted her head and ran her fingertips beneath her eyes. Her voice still trembled with laughter. So, forgive me because I guess I've led a very, vanilla life, she said. I don't know about that, said Sam. What are you implying? I read 50 Shades of Grey. I studied it. I tried to set up the study as the Red Room of Pain. Clementine elbowed him. I'm just fascinated. Did you find it... Well, I don't know. Where to start? Weren't the men watching you kind of sleazy? Of course, some of them were, but most of them were just ordinary blokes. I wasn't sleazy, said Vid. Oh, well, maybe I was a little bit sleazy. In a good way, sleazy. So, did you go to those places often? Clementine asked him, and Tiffany could hear the effort she was making to keep her tone clear of judgment. This was what Vid never understood, and Tiffany always forgot. People had such complicated feelings when they heard that she'd been a dancer. It was all mixed up with their feelings about sex, which sadly, for most people, were always inextricably linked with shame and class and morality. Some people thought she was confessing to an illegal act. And for the women, there were issues relating to body image and jealousy and insecurity, and the men didn't want to look too interested, even though they were generally very interested. And some men got that angry, defensive look, as if she were trying to trick them into revealing a weakness. And most people, men and women, wanted to giggle like teenagers but didn't know if they should. It was a freaking minefield. Never again, Vid, never again. Sure, I went lots, said Vid easily. When my marriage broke up, my friends wanted to take me out, and, my friends didn't go to symphonies or whatever. They went to clubs. And when I saw this woman dance, well, she blew my mind. She just blew my mind. He put a pretend gun to his head, pulled a pretend trigger, and made his fingertips explode. That's why I recognized her straight away at that auction, even though she had her clothes on. Vid slapped his knee and roared with laughter. Clementine and Sam chuckled in a kind of horrified way, while Erica frowned and poor Oliver blushed. Anyway, said Tiffany, that's probably enough of that. There was a sudden, discordant shriek. Money! Chapter 36. It was raining so hard, Clementine didn't hear the front door open. She jumped when she saw Sam materialise in the doorway to Holly's room. His blue and white pinstriped shirt so wet it was transparent. You scared the life out of me, she said, her hand to her chest. Why are you home so early? She knew it sounded like an accusation. She should have said maybe, this is a nice surprise, and then said, conversationally, gently, why so early, honey? She'd never called him honey in her life. Sam plucked at the saturated fabric of his shirt. What are you doing? He said. Looking for something, she said, as usual. She was sitting on Holly's bed with a pile of clothes in front of her, searching for Holly's strawberry top, a white, long-sleeved top with a giant strawberry on the front that Holly needed right now if she was to ever feel happiness again, and which, of course, was nowhere to be found. She felt strangely self-conscious. Would she normally have jumped to her feet at the sight of Sam and kissed him hello? She couldn't remember. It was so strange that she would even consider this the correct etiquette for greeting her husband. She didn't particularly want to hug him when he was once again soaked. Nobody in Sydney could be surprised by rain anymore. You were an idiot if you found yourself caught in the rain. It was all anyone could talk about. Umbrella sales had gone up by 40%. But ever since the rain had started, Sam left every day for the ferry without an umbrella or raincoat. She watched him each morning from the kitchen window, bolting along the footpath through the rain, his briefcase held over his head, and the sight of his bobbing body disappearing into the distance made her want to laugh and cry. Maybe it was a form of masochism. He thought he didn't deserve an umbrella. He probably thought she didn't deserve one either. Why are you home so early? She said again. Well, I got your message. Sam's face was a mask of anxiety with a hint of aggressive defensiveness. So I left work early. My message that said Holly was perfectly fine, said Clementine. My message that said there was nothing to worry about. This is the second time she's had this stomach thing, said Sam. I assume you saw her in the living room, said Clementine, happily playing on the iPad without a care in the world. I think we need to get her checked out. It could be her appendix or something. It could come and go. Yeah, it comes when she's at school, and it goes when she's playing on the iPad. She's playing us, said Clementine. As soon as I got her in the car, she was fine. She talked the whole way home about her party. She wants to invite Dakota, by the way. She said the last part quickly, without looking at him. Dakota, said Sam. He straightened as if sensing danger. That Dakota? Yes, that Dakota. She can't invite her, said Sam. Obviously. Jesus! I told her that Dakota was probably too big for a 6th birthday party, and she had a meltdown. She said that we told her she could invite whoever she wanted. And we did say that. We made kind of a big deal of it. Yeah, well, we met anyone except Dakota, said Sam. She was inconsolable. She doesn't even know Dakota, said Sam. He pulled his shirt out of the waistband of his trousers and went to wring it with his hands, and then reconsidered. She met her one time. Like you said, she's too old. She wouldn't want to come to Holly's party. Well, anyway, I gave in, said Clementine. She was becoming hysterical. It was kind of frightening. You just said yourself that she was putting it on about the stomach thing, said Sam. So she's putting it on about Dakota too. She played you, Clementine. He said this mockingly. Before, he'd always teased, but he'd never mocked. I don't think so, said Clementine. Look, Holly wants to invite her, and it's her party, and she's obviously going through a bad stage at the moment, which is maybe not unexpected. So if she wants to have Dakota at her party, she's having Dakota at her party. It's not that big a deal. Sam clenched his jaw. She's not coming. Clementine threw her hands up. She is coming. They stared at each other. How did they get out of this? How did a couple resolve something like this, where there was no possibility of compromise, where one person had to give in? What happened if no one gave in? I called Erica today, she said, to change the subject. I told her that I'd donate my eggs. Right, said Sam. He began to take his shirt off. Clementine found herself not quite, but almost averting her eyes in the polite way you did when someone else's husband took off their shirt. She was funny about it, said Clementine. I think she definitely overheard what I said that day when we were upstairs. Those horrible things I said. I need to get changed, said Sam distractedly, as if she were boring him. So you're fine with me donating my eggs? Asked Clementine, without making eye contact, as if it were an inconsequential question. It's your decision, said Sam. She's your friend. Nothing to do with me. His disinterest felt almost exquisitely painful, as if it were a pain she needed, a boil she needed lanced. So you definitely don't want another baby? She said. There it was again, like at dinner the other night at the restaurant. The desire to push him, to shove him off this ledge where they were stranded. Another baby, said Sam. He hung his wet shirt on the handle of Holly's door. Us? Have another baby? You're not serious. Oh. Right, said Clementine. She piled clothes on top of each other. You haven't seen Holly's strawberry top, have you? It's vanished. She looked around her in frustration and tried not to cry. Ugh, I can't stand it. Why do things keep vanishing? Chapter 37. The Day of the Barbecue. Mummy! It was only Holly calling for her mother's attention. Holly, sighed Clementine, you gave me a fright. You don't need to call out as if it's a matter of life or death each time. She stood up and left the table, carefully avoiding Sam's eyes. She couldn't wait to be alone with him in the car to go over the night's events. They'd be dining out on the story of this night forever. It was getting curiouser and curiouser. They'd gone down the rabbit hole. Erica, who had never wanted children, now wanted babies. Oliver wanted Clementine's eggs. Their hostess used to be a stripper. Have you ever heard of the boy who called Wolf? She said to Holly. I don't know anyone called Wolf. I've been calling you 1,000,000,000,000,000 times. Holly looked up at her accusingly from her spot in the swinging chair next to Dakota. Sorry, said Clementine. What is it? Why is your face all red? Asked Holly. I don't know, said Clementine. She pressed cold fingertips to her hot face. The air was getting cooler. Are you girls warm enough? Yes, said Holly. Look at this game Dakota showed us. It's so awesome. She pointed at some colourful animated game on the screen of the iPad in Dakota's hand. Wow, said Clementine, staring at the game without seeing it. Awesome. Thank you for taking care of them like this, said Clementine to Dakota. You let me know when you've had enough, okay? When you get bored? Ruby and I are not boring, protested Holly. Dakota smiled conspiratorially up at Clementine. She seemed like such a serious, good little girl. It was hard to believe she was the daughter of such colourful people as Vid and Tiffany. All okay here? You girls being good? Sam stood next to her. Clementine glanced up and met his eyes. There was a spark there. A spark she hadn't seen for a while. Maybe they'd have good sex tonight. Proper, good sex. The kind that used to be a given. Not that weirdly uncomfortable let's get this over with sex they'd been having for the last couple of years. Something had gone wrong with their sex life after Ruby was born, or it had for Clementine. Sometimes she felt a sense of loss, of actual grief over the loss of their sex life. And other times she wondered if it was all in her head, if she was being typically melodramatic about something natural and inevitable. It happened to everyone. It was called getting stale. It was called marriage. She sometimes felt a terrible sense of inappropriateness during sex, almost an incestuous feeling. It was like she and Sam were old, beloved friends who, for some reason, a religious or legal or medical reason, were obligated to have sex every few weeks in front of a small panel of impartial observers. And it wasn't exactly unpleasant to have sex with an attractive old friend, but it was awkward and a relief for all concerned when it was done. She'd never spoken about it to Sam. How could she put that into words? Sometimes our sex life feels incestuous and religious and ever so slightly yucky, Sam, don't you think? Any suggestions? There were no words available to her, and besides, she loathed talking about sex. It made her think of her mother and, strangely enough, of Erica. All that open talk in the car about contraception and self-respect. She knew that part of the problem was that the girls were such unsettled sleepers. It meant that both Clementine and Sam were on edge the whole time, listening for that inevitable cry that could break the spell at any moment. With limited time, you couldn't linger. They had to get down to business, to the old tried and tested moves and positions, because otherwise it would be yet another case of mission abort. It meant there was always a certain move-it-along tension to the proceedings. Sometimes she even caught herself thinking, "Hurry, hurry!" It also meant that they never stopped being Mummy and Daddy. And there was something so frumpy and ordinary and unglamorous about Mummy and Daddy having quick, furtive sex while their children slept. These days, Sam wasn't suggesting sex that often, which made Clementine feel kind of hurt. She assumed he still found her attractive. It would be all too easy to let herself fall into the body-loathing abyss. The world was so eager to give her a shove, but she was standing firm for now. At the same time, she'd often feel relieved when they both rolled over to face different directions because, honestly, who could be bothered? She suspected that he felt exactly the same mixture of hurt and relief. And the thought of him feeling relief about not having to have sex with her hurt her further, even though she felt the same way. And so it went on. But now there was a spark, and she felt a great sense of exhilaration and relief. So this was all they needed. A barbecue with a friendly ex-stripper and a music-appreciating electrician who looked like Tony Soprano. She'd always fancied Tony Soprano. "Why are you laughing, Mummy?" said Holly. "I'm not laughing," said Clementine. "I'm smiling. I'm just happy." She caught Dakota giving her a dubious look, and she tried to pull herself together. "Daddy is all red too," said Holly. "Pink." Ruby removed her thumb from her mouth to comment. "Daddy is pink." "Pink," agreed Holly. "I expect he's a bit hot and bothered," said Clementine. "Why?" said Holly. "Maybe I need a cold shower," said Sam, discreetly pinching the flesh of Clementine's upper arm. "I should stand in the fountain, eh?" "Silly Daddy," said Ruby. Chapter 38. The Day of the Barbecue. "You okay?" said Oliver quietly, his hand on Erica's arm. Erica felt a surge of irritability. "Yes? Why? Do I not look okay?" Was she squinting? It wasn't her fault. The hazy afternoon light was making everything blur. The lack of visibility was affecting her balance, too. She kept finding herself tipping forward or backward and having to anchor herself by grabbing the side of the table. The music in the cabana was up quite loud now, making her head thump. Tiffany was playing November Rain, which was significant in some way, something to do with her sordid past. Erica didn't want to know. "You just seem like you're drinking more than usual," said Oliver. And for a moment, Erica felt outraged because she was always the most sober person at any party. Often, she didn't bother to drink at all. She didn't like the taste of it that much, although the wine tonight seemed very good, very smooth and delicious, probably prohibitively expensive. "Well, I'm not," she said. "Sorry," said Oliver. Her outrage melted away because it wasn't Oliver's fault that his parents were alcoholics. "I'm fine," she said, and she inclined her body toward him with the vague idea that she might hug him, even though they were both sitting in separate chairs. She wanted to hug him for his childhood, for the time when he was 7 and he couldn't wake up his drunk parents to get out of bed to drive him to school. And he had a maths test that morning, and he sat on the end of their bed and cried with frustration. and now his parents told it as a hilarious story. The time Oliver cried because he missed a maths test. Our little accountant in the making. And each time they told it, Oliver obligingly chuckled, except with the saddest eyes you'd ever seen. But as she leaned toward him, Oliver held out his hands as if to catch her from falling, an appalled expression on his face, as if she were about to make a spectacle of herself, and Erica sat back with a little tch sound. She couldn't give her husband a hug, but it was fine for Tiffany, at a family barbecue, to casually mention that she used to be a pole dancer. A stripper, no less. Clementine and Sam were giddy over it. Clementine's face was luminous right now. Clementine had always been susceptible to excitement. As a teenager, she used to get herself worked up when they went to parties together. Certain types of music sent her mad with happiness, as did certain types of cocktails. You could never tell whether the music or the alcohol was making her drunker. More than once, Erica, always the designated driver, had had to peel her off some guy, and sometimes those guys had gotten aggressive, and the next morning Clementine would thank her and say, "Thank God I didn't sleep with him." And Erica would feel a warm glow of satisfaction like a best friend in a movie. But of course they weren't like best friends in a movie, were they? What were the precise words she'd overheard? "It's like she always wants another piece of me." The shame rose like bile, and Erica put down her empty wine glass too hard on the table. Tiffany, predictably, picked up the wine bottle to refill it. She must have done waitressing as well as stripping. Maybe she'd been one of those topless waitresses. Why not? Marvellous. How interesting. What fun. "That's your phone ringing, Vid," said Tiffany as she poured the wine. Vid picked up his phone and his face turned sour when he saw the name. "It's our friend, Harry," he said. "From next door. It will be the music, offending him. It offends him when anyone is happy." "You'd better answer," said Tiffany. "He kicked my dog today," said Vid. "I don't have to answer him. He's always been on the nasty side, but harming an innocent animal? That was my final straw, "Harry didn't really kick the dog, did he?" said Oliver. "We only suspect it," said Tiffany. "No proof." She picked up the phone. "Hello, Harry," she said. "Are we too loud?" "Not loud at all," grumbled Vid. "It's daytime." "Yes," said Tiffany into the phone. "No, that's fine. We'll turn it down. Sorry to disturb you." She gave Vid his phone back and turned down the volume on the music. said Vid. "You should have turned it up." "We probably had it a bit too loud," said Tiffany. "He's an old man. We have to be respectful." "He's not respectful to us," grumbled Vid. He turned to Clementine. It was obvious he was developing quite the crush on her. "So, listen, tell me, do you play your cello at weddings? Because my eldest daughter is getting married this spring, "I play in a string quartet," said Clementine. "We're called Passing Notes. You could book us if you like. Will the food be good?" "Will the food be good?" repeated Vid with extravagant emphasis. "Of course the food will be good. The food will be magnificent." "That's how Clementine and I met," said Sam. "She was playing at my friend's wedding." "Ah, of course," said Vid, as if he'd been there. And you thought, who is that beautiful cellist? Clementine pretended to smooth her hair. Yes, that's right. What was your pickup line? Tiffany asked Sam. Bet you wish you chose the flute, thought Erica gloomily as she drained her glass. She and Oliver might as well go back home and leave these four to it. They were all so busy flirting and finding each other fascinating. I waited until they'd finished playing and they were packing away their instruments. And, Clementine's not tall. The cello is nearly as big as her. So I said, which I thought was pretty brilliant, bet you wish you chose the flute. Genius! Vid slapped his leg. Not really, said Sam. People say it to cellists all the time. It's like the worst possible cliche I could have chosen. Of course it was, said Vid. I would never have said that. But she took pity on me anyway, said Sam. Mummy, I'm cold. Ruby appeared at Clementine's side, whisk under her arm like a teddy bear. Do you want to wear your special new coat Grandma got you? Said Clementine. Clementine's mother had bought the girls beautiful little winter coats she'd seen on special in David Jones. Erica knew this because she'd been shopping with Pam when she found them. Erica liked going shopping with Pam because she rarely, if ever, actually bought anything. This drove Clementine nuts, whereas Erica loved watching Pam frown while she turned a garment inside out to study the quality of the lining, then slowly take her reading glasses out of her handbag so she could confirm the price tag, then hem and haw, and finally say, nope. The cute little woolen coats, with their black toggles and hoods, however, had been impossible for Pam to resist, and Erica had agreed, even though they probably wouldn't get that much wear in Sydney's climate. As Clementine removed Ruby's fairy wings and helped her into her pink coat, Holly's was green, Erica didn't say anything about being there when the coats were purchased. She had learned over the years that although Clementine didn't want to go shopping with her mother, she didn't seem especially pleased to hear that Erica had gone shopping with her. She never said anything. It was just a flicker. A Clementine flicker that said, "Stop stealing my mother. You've got your own." The pink coat, Erica saw with satisfaction, fit Ruby perfectly. She'd told Pam to get the bigger size. "You look like Little Pink Riding Hood," said Oliver, as Ruby twirled around in her coat. Ruby chuckled. She got the joke, the clever little thing. She climbed onto her mother's lap and snuggled up contentedly, as if Clementine were a favourite couch, and stuck her thumb in her mouth. "So, does Whisk ever actually whisk?" Tiffany asked Clementine. "No. When Whisk became Whisk, she wasn't allowed to do anything so menial," said Clementine. Her whisking days were over. Ruby took her thumb out of her mouth. "Shh! Whisk is sleepy." She caressed Whisk as if it were a baby, and everyone laughed, as she knew they would. Ruby stuck her thumb back in her mouth with a satisfied smirk. "I think Ruby and Whisk must be getting tired," said Clementine. "We should be going soon." "But first you must have dessert," said Vid firmly. "I made creme schnitte. It's another old family recipe I got off the internet." "It's a vanilla and custard cream cake," said Tiffany. "To die for." "Well then," said Clementine, "we better not miss that." "We've got those nice chocolate almonds you brought too, Erica," said Tiffany. "I love them. My grandfather used to have them every Christmas. Brings back memories." Erica smiled thinly back at her. Yeah, sure, they bring back memories. Chocolate nuts were really going to stand up well against to die for creme bloody schnitter. Hey, look, said Oliver, suddenly animated. Kids! He pointed up at a tree toward the back of the garden. Is that a possum I spy? Chapter 39. The freaking rain had gotten louder again. It was starting to do Tiffany's head in. Vid and Tiffany, who had both cancelled appointments so they could stay home for the rest of the day, were having coffee in the kitchen while Dakota watched TV in the adjoining room with Barney curled up on the couch next to her. They were keeping her home from school, of course. Give the other kids a chance to catch up, said Vid. Tiffany was still reeling from Dakota's sobbing confession in the back of the car on the side of the road. It was tiny. It was huge. Blind Freddie could have seen it, and yet Tiffany might have missed it forever. If Vid hadn't made his remark about Clementine teaching her the cello, Dakota might never have broken down, and they might never have learned the truth. Tiffany and Vid had both been prepared to sit on either side of Dakota for the whole day, letting her talk, or just being there for her. But Dakota had finally said, guys, don't take this the wrong way, but can I get a bit of space? And she'd made a circular motion with her hands to indicate the space she required around her. She already seemed more like herself, as if that glass bubble she'd encased herself in was already thinning and cracking. It was time to be thinking about dinner, but Tiffany had suddenly developed a craving for chocolate to go with her coffee, and she'd remembered the jar of chocolate almonds sitting in the back of the pantry. Vid grunted as he tried to loosen the lid. What the? His face was red. He'd never been defeated by a lid before. He held it up and examined the label. Where did we get these from, anyway? Erica brought them to the barbecue, said Tiffany. Vid's face shuttered instantly, and Tiffany saw with startled clarity just how affected he still was, even after all these weeks, by what had happened, even though he said he didn't think about it anymore. What a fool she was to have taken his words at face value. Vid was all smoke and mirrors. The more distressed he was, the more he joked. I think this lid is super glued on, said Vid with a final twist. I really do. Damn it, said Tiffany. I had a real craving for one. She took the jar from him and began tapping the lid around the edges with a butter knife, as her mother always did. That won't work, scoffed Vid. Give it back. Let me try again. Has Clementine called you back yet? Said Tiffany. No, said Vid. Do you leave actual messages? Said Tiffany. Or do you just hang up? Hang up, admitted Vid. Why won't she answer? I thought she liked me. They wanted Clementine to talk to Dakota, to set the record straight. She did like you, said Tiffany. She liked you a lot. That's part of the problem. Vid took the jar from Tiffany and began twisting the lid again, grunting and swearing. Fuck it! Open, you fucker! We should all just see each other again. That would make us all feel better, I think. This silence, it makes everything bigger, worse. Oh, to hell with this thing. He gave the lid such a violent wrench, the jar flew from his hands and onto the floor, where it shattered instantly, sending chocolate nuts and glass shards cascading across the tiles. There you go, said Vid morosely. It's open now. Chapter 40. The Day of the Barbecue. Do you see it? Look closely. Oliver stood beneath a tree, just outside the cabana, holding Holly up high, his hands gripping her calves as though she were a little circus performer. There was a rustle of leaves and a flash of surprised, bright round eyes as the possum suddenly emerged. "I see it!" shrieked Holly. "It's a ringtail possum," said Oliver. "See how he's got the white tip on his tail? Little factoid for you, he's got 2 thumbs on each front foot to help him climb. 2 thumbs. Imagine that." Good Lord, Oliver would be a wonderful father, thought Clementine, pressing her lips to Ruby's scalp. Maybe she could do it. Give them her eggs. She donated her blood. Why not her eggs? And then she could just forget that the child was biologically hers. It was a state of mind thing. Be generous, Clementine. Be kind. Not everyone has your good fortune. Clementine thought of the time her mother invited Erica to come away on a beach holiday with them when they were 13. A holiday Clementine had been desperately anticipating because it would be 2 weeks without that shameful, prickly sensation she'd been experiencing every day at school when Erica would hurry up to her each lunchtime and stand far too close, her voice low and intimate. "Let's eat lunch over there, somewhere private." Clementine was only a kid. The necessary negotiations, all conducted within the parameters of her mother's all-important code of kindness, felt amazingly complex. Sometimes she'd promise Erica she'd spend just half of lunchtime with her. Sometimes she'd convince Erica to join her with other kids. But Erica was happiest when it was just the 2 of them. Clementine had other friendships she wanted to cultivate, normal, easy friendships. It felt like Clementine had to make a daily choice, my happiness or her happiness. She'd wanted a holiday with just her big brothers, where she would have been included in their adventures. But instead, it had been a holiday where the boys had gone one way and the girls another. And every single day, Clementine had had to forcibly suppress her rage and disguise her selfishness because poor Erica had never had a family holiday like this, and you had to share what you had. She looked over at Erica, who had sunk down in her chair and was scowling into her wine glass. There was no doubt about it. Erica was tipsy. Was she drinking more than usual because of the awful things she'd overheard? Clementine stretched her arm around Ruby's curved little body to pick up her own wine glass again. Vid and Tiffany stacked plates to take inside. "Let me do it," said Sam to Tiffany. He stood and held out his hands for the plates. "You relax for a bit." "All right," said Tiffany, handing over the plates and sinking back into her chair. "You won't have to ask me twice." "You got the girls?" called Sam to Clementine over his shoulder as he went to follow Vid out of the yard. "Yes, I've got the girls," said Clementine, indicating Ruby on her lap and Holly still with Oliver, checking out the possum. "I think Dakota has gone inside to read a book," said Tiffany, looking around. "Sorry. She does that sometimes, disappears, and you find her lying on her bed reading." "That's no problem," said Clementine. "It was great to have her playing with them for as long as we did." "Dakota is obsessed with reading at the moment," said Tiffany. And Clementine could see by the way she pulled her lips down at the corners that she was trying to conceal her pride. "When I was her age, I was obsessed with makeup and clothes and boys." "Yeah, And I bet the boys were obsessed with you, thought Clementine. Were you obsessed with music? Tiffany pulled at a strand of hair that had got caught on her lip. Literally everything she did was sensual. What would she be like as an old lady? It was impossible to imagine Tiffany elderly, whereas Clementine only had to glance at Erica frowning ferociously off into the distance to see the old lady she would one day be. The lines between her eyes that would become deep furrows, the slight stoop in her back that would become a hunch. Imagining Erica as a grumpy old lady full of complaints and refutations made Clementine feel fondly toward her. Somehow she knew there would be an unspoken truce on their unspoken battle over God knew what when they were old. They could both surrender to their innate grumpiness. It was going to be a lovely relief. I guess it was important to me, said Clementine. Music wasn't her obsession so much as her escape. She didn't have to share that world with Erica, except for when she came to watch her perform, but there was enough space between them then, both literally and figuratively. Were your parents musical? Asked Tiffany. Not in the slightest, said Clementine. She laughed a little. I'm surrounded by the unmusical. Mum and Dad, Sam, my kids. Is that tricky? Asked Tiffany. Tricky? Repeated Clementine. What a funny choice of word. Was it tricky, being surrounded by the unmusical? Nobody could accuse Clementine's parents of being unsupportive. They'd helped her with the money to buy her beautiful Viennese cello. She'd paid back a little over half, and after Ruby was born, her dad told her not to worry about the rest. He'd take it off her inheritance. An instrument that aroused so many conflicting emotions in Clementine, it sometimes felt like a marriage. Her dad was proud of Clementine in a distant, awestruck way. She'd been so touched that time she'd discovered him watching the tennis with a copy of classical music for dummies face down on the couch next to him. But Clementine knew that nothing she played would ever come close to a Johnny Cash song for her dad. Clementine's mother was supportive too, of course she was. After all, she'd been the one to drive Clementine to lessons and auditions and performances without ever a word of complaint. But over the years, Clementine had come to feel that her mother had complicated feelings about her music. It wasn't disapproval. Why would it be? But it often felt like disapproval. She sometimes wondered if Pam saw Clementine's career as flighty or self-indulgent, more like a hobby, especially when compared to Erica's solid, sensible job. When Pam talked to Erica about her work, she nodded along respectfully, whereas Pam seemed to find Clementine's job amusing, a little outlandish. "You're imagining it," Sam always said. He thought it said more about Clementine's resentment toward her mother for making Erica part of her family and thereby forcing a friendship upon her. "You probably felt supplanted by Erica," he'd once said. "No," said Clementine. "I just wanted her to go home." "Exactly," said Sam, as if he'd made his point. And what about Sam? Was it tricky that he wasn't a musician? Sometimes, after a performance, he'd ask her how it had gone, and she'd say good, and he'd say, "That's good," and that would be it. And she'd feel a little wistful, because if he were a fellow musician, she would have had so much more to share with him. She knew lots of couples who worked together in orchestras and talked constantly about work. Ainsley and Hugh, for example, had a pact that they were only allowed to talk about work up until when they crossed the Anzac Bridge, because otherwise it just got too intense. Clementine couldn't imagine that. She and Sam talked about other things. The children, Game of Thrones, their families. They didn't need to talk about music. It didn't matter. Now Erica sat up straight, as though rousing herself. "I was there when Clementine heard the cello for the first time," she said to Tiffany. There was an unmistakable sloppiness to her speech. "One of the boys in our class had a mother who played the cello, and she came in one day and played it for us. I thought it was nice enough, but then I looked over at Clementine, and she looked like she'd found nirvana." Clementine remembered when she'd first heard that luscious sound. She hadn't known a sound like that was possible, and the fact that an ordinary-looking mother had the ability to make it. It was Erica who'd told Clementine she should ask her parents if she could have cello lessons, and Clementine often wondered if it would have occurred to her to have asked. She thought perhaps not. She would have tried to find a way to listen to the cello again, but no one in even her extended family played a stringed instrument. Erica must not remember that she was the one who suggested it, or else she would have found ways to mention it at every opportunity, to take ownership of Clementine's career. "So you two have known each other since you were kids," said Tiffany. "That's great to have a friendship last all these years." "Clementine's mother kind of adopted me," said Erica, "because I didn't have a great home environment." She made air quotes around the words home environment. "It wasn't really Clementine's choice, was it, Clementine?" Chapter 41. "Thank you for fitting me in today." Erica sat in the blue leather recliner across from her psychologist, who sat in a matching lounge chair angled toward her, as though Erica were a guest on a talk show. There was a large round ottoman in between them, with a box of tissues on it, as if the ottoman were a coffee table. A tiny annoyance. Why not get a coffee table? "No problem at all. I've had a lot of cancellations because of the rain. They're advising people to stay off the roads if possible." Erica's psychologist's name was apparently Marilyn. That's how she'd introduced herself, and that's the name that appeared on her stationery. But as far as Erica was concerned, it was a real error of judgment. Marilyn was entirely the wrong name for her. She looked nothing like a Marilyn. She looked like a Pat. Marilyn bore a startling resemblance to a secretary who had worked for Erica for many years and was correctly, appropriately called Pat. That particular type of round, rosy face and the name Pat were therefore linked together forever in Erica's subconscious, and every time she looked at her psychologist, she had to remind herself, not Pat. "This rain really is extraordinary, isn't it?" said Not Pat, looking out the window. There was no way Erica was going to waste a minute of paid time discussing the weather, so she ignored that fatuous remark and launched straight in. "So whenever I get invited to someone's place, I always take a jar of chocolate nuts," she said. "Chocolate almonds." "Yum," said Not Pat cheerily. "I'm not that keen on them myself," said Erica. Not Pat tilted her head. "Why do you take them then?" "Clementine's mother used to take chocolate nuts whenever she went to someone's place," said Erica. "I think she bought them in bulk. She was quite thrifty like that." "She was like a role model for you," suggested Not Pat. "They used to invite me to come with them," said Erica, "to barbecues and things. I always said yes. I was always so happy to get out of my house." "That's understandable," said Not Pat. She was looking at Erica curiously. "I'm doing that thing my mum does when she tells a story," said Erica. "She rambles. She can't stick to the point. I read that it's quite common with hoarders. They can't keep their conversation in order any better than their homes." "Rambling is good," said Not Pat. "Actually, I think you're circling. I think you're coming to something." "Well, you know, chocolate nuts aren't really an appropriate hostess gift anymore," said Erica, "because of allergies. Everyone has allergies these days. Once, Clementine looked at my jar of nuts and said, 'You can tell you don't have kids, Erica.'" "Did that offend you?" "Not especially," said Erica, considering. "You would think it would have, because we'd just that day found out that we'd failed another round of IVF. Clementine didn't know that, of course. She would have felt terrible for saying that if she'd known." Not Pat tilted her head even farther, like a cute little Disney chipmunk listening out for something in the woods. "You went through IVF? Or you're going through IVF?" "I know it's strange that I haven't mentioned it up until now," said Erica defensively. "Not strange," said Not Pat, "but I do find it interesting." "About 8 weeks ago," said Erica, "we had a barbecue at our next-door neighbour's place." "Okay," said Not Pat. "Watch me circle, Not Pat." "Yesterday," said Erica, "my husband found our neighbour's body." She wondered if she was doing this on purpose. This was what her mother did. She threw people off balance for the pleasure of watching them wobble. It was fun. Not Pat definitely wobbled. She was probably regretting right now that she'd agreed to this emergency appointment. The neighbour who had the barbecue?" "No," said Erica. "He was on the other side of them. He was an old man. Not an especially nice man. He didn't have friends or family. Everyone is feeling terrible because his body was there for weeks. Except I'm not feeling terrible." "Why is that, do you think?" "I don't want to feel terrible," said Erica impatiently. "I don't have time to feel terrible. I don't have the space in my head. Look, I don't even know why I mentioned that. It's not relevant. Anyway, we've given up on the IVF because my eggs are rotten, and before the barbecue we asked Clementine if she would donate eggs to me. To us." Not Pat nodded bravely. "How did she react?" "Something happened at the barbecue," said Erica. "What happened?" Poor Not Pat looked like she was about to break out in a sweat. "The thing is, beforehand, I took one of those tablets you prescribed," said Erica. "A whole one. I know you said I should start out with a half, or even a quarter, but I took a whole one because I couldn't break it. And then at the barbecue, I think maybe I drank more than I would normally drink." She saw Clementine running about, trying to catch the frothing champagne. "Oh dear," said Not Pat, with a grimace so exaggerated it was almost comical. "As you may know, there's a big warning label on the front of the packet," said Erica. "It says the tablets can increase the effects of alcohol, but I just thought, well, I never drink much, I'll be fine. But I had a glass of champagne and maybe I drank it too fast. I was feeling a certain level of stress. Anyway, I think I actually got drunk, which is not something I've ever done, and I have gaps in my memory about that night. Black spots. Like blackouts?" "They're probably more like brownouts," said Not Pat. "Alcohol affects your ability to transfer your memories from your short-term memory to your long-term memory." "So you think they're gone forever?" Not Pat shrugged. Erica glared at her. She didn't pay for shrugging. "Something might trigger a memory for you," said Not Pat. "A taste, a smell. Something someone might say that makes you remember. Or sometimes being back in the same place might help. You could return to the scene of the crime, so to speak. She laughed a little at the words, scene of the crime, but Erica didn't smile back. Not Pat's smile vanished. Right, said Erica. She would think about that later. So anyway, I took chocolate nuts to the barbecue, like I always do. Not Pat waited. I guess I was just thinking about all those times that Clementine's mother asked me along to family events, said Erica. Her dad would be driving, her mum would have the jar of nuts on her lap, and I'd be in the back seat with Clementine. Her older brothers were mostly off doing their own thing by then, so it was often just the two of us. I'd be looking out the window, feeling so pleased with myself, so blissful, pretending Clementine and I were sisters and that her parents were my parents. She looked up at Not Pat, surprised to find that this was what she'd been circling. This not exactly shocking little factoid, as Oliver would say. Clementine wasn't blissfully pretending she was my sister. Clementine didn't want me there at all. Ah, said Not Pat. I always knew that, of course. Deep down I knew it. But lately I've been trying to put myself in her place, to be the one looking out the other window, the real daughter, with this imposter always hanging about. Erica looked unseeingly at the plush, padded surface of Not Pat's ottoman. I wonder how that felt. Chapter 42. The Day of the Barbecue. Erica had the dangerous, truculent look of a drunk about to reveal secrets. Clementine's stomach tightened. We're still friends now, aren't we? She said lightly. Erica made a sound that was almost a guffaw. Dear God, revealing the painful complexities of her friendship with Erica felt like a more intimate, socially unacceptable revelation than the news that Tiffany used to be a stripper. Tiffany cleared her throat, and Clementine watched her make a marginal adjustment of the wine bottle so that it was farther away from Erica. Excuse me, said Erica. She stood. She didn't sway, but she had the careful stance of an inexperienced passenger on a boat, someone very aware that the ground could move at any moment. I'll just go inside to the bathroom. She blinked rapidly. For a moment. Ah, there's one right here, said Tiffany, pointing at a door at the back of the cabana. Of course there was. Clementine's whole family could quite happily have moved into that cabana. But Erica was already heading back into the house. She's a bit tipsy, I think, said Clementine apologetically, because Erica's strange behaviour was clearly her responsibility. She thought of their younger years when Erica would take charge, hailing cabs and making coffee when Clementine drank too much. It was strange to be apologising for Erica. Probably my fault for refilling her glass too often, said Tiffany. I'll lose my responsible service of liquor licence. Oh, have you got one? Said Clementine. Maybe that was a requirement for strippers. Tiffany smiled faintly. No, she said, just joking. Clementine's arm ached, so she shifted Ruby's body, trying to get her into a more comfortable position. Judging by how noisily she was sucking her thumb, she was about to fall asleep. But the movement of her arm was enough to stir Ruby, and she suddenly jerked her head. Holly, she said indistinctly, speaking around her thumb. Over there. Clementine pointed at Oliver and Holly, who were still possum hunting. Ruby slid off Clementine's lap. Bye, she said, with a wave of her whisk, and toddled over to them. That little pink coat is adorable on her, said Tiffany, as they both watched Oliver bend down to pick up Ruby. She's probably going to complain she's too hot in a minute, said Clementine. It weighs a ton. Clementine looked back at Tiffany, who was scratching something on the side of her neck, but somehow making even that look erotic. What was it like to have a body like that? Did it automatically make you more sexually adventurous because you just looked in the mirror and felt hot? So you were therefore destined to be a stripper? Or were there librarians with bodies like that? Of course, there were librarians exactly like that in porn movies. She was so intrigued, so titillated by this woman. She had another mouthful of wine and leaned across the table. "Can I ask you a question?" she said. "Sure," said Tiffany. "Obviously, a lot of men who watched you dance would have been married, right?" "We didn't get them to do surveys at the door," said Tiffany. "But yes, probably." "Do you think they were betraying their middle-aged wives at home with the children by, sitting there lusting over a gorgeous 19-year-old? Isn't it effectively infidelity?" "Their middle-aged wives were probably at home reading 50 Shades of Grey," said Tiffany, "or lusting after the lead in a chick flick." "But that's fiction," said Clementine. "I was fiction," said Tiffany. "Right," said Clementine uncertainly. "No, you weren't. But do you—" "Oh!" Hundreds of tiny lights suddenly flickered to life, transforming the backyard into a twinkling magical fairyland. It was like the setting for a stage play. "That's what happens when you're married to a crazy electrician. They're preset to go on at 5:30 at this time of year," explained Tiffany. "We could probably make it even earlier." "Hey, look at your kids." Holly and Ruby had lost their minds. They ran in delirious circles around the backyard, laughing and pointing, their bright little faces transfixed, their hands reaching out, clasping and unclasping, as if to catch the lights like bubbles. Barney ran with them, tail wagging, yapping delightedly. Oliver looked on, his hands shoved in his pockets, smiling fiercely at them. Vid and Sam reappeared in the cabana, laden with trays of food. Tiffany and Clementine both stood to help them. "And then there was light," said Sam. "We should get Vid to come over and do something with our sad old backyard. The girls look like they've never seen electricity before." Oliver came over to the table. "So, is this the dish you mentioned earlier, Vid?" he said in his awkward, earnest way. "What did you say it was called?" "Creme Schnitte," said Vid. "You wait. You just wait." "Have you got plates?" Tiffany asked him. "Erika is bringing out your good blue plates," said Vid. "She's just behind us. And if the little girls don't like my dessert, we have ice creams in the freezer. Although, of course, they will like it." "Tiffany, did I hear you say there was a bathroom through there?" asked Oliver, pointing at the back of the cabana. "Yes, that's it," said Tiffany. Oliver hurried off. It was just the four of them standing around the end of the table. "Also, I have chosen music to go with my dessert," said Vid. He picked up his phone again. "No more of this head-banging stuff my wife likes. Clementine, have you heard of someone called Yo-Yo Ma?" He enunciated the name clearly. "He's pretty good, I think." Clementine smiled at him. He was too adorable. "Yes, Vid, I've heard of Yo-Yo Ma. He is pretty good." "Okay. Well, this is him, right?" And let me tell you, this is the sound of the taste of my creme schnitte. The ineffable sound of Yo-Yo Ma playing the opening movement of Elgar's cello concerto filled the cabana. Clementine shivered. It was glorious. Sam said, "Shall I open these chocolate nuts Erica brought?" "Oh, yes, please," said Tiffany. "Just what I feel like." "Like your nuts, then," said Sam. "I just love sweet-tasting nuts," said Tiffany. "Is that so?" said Sam, his hand on the lid. "Oh, stop it. You two are so rude," said Clementine, and felt a burst of warmth, because she could see already how a fun, flirty friendship between them all was about to unfurl. It would be a friendship involving good food, wine, and music, and there would be a sexual frisson to everything they did. And God knows, her life could do with a bit of sexual frisson. When was the last time she and Sam had even had sex? A week ago? No, 2 weeks ago. Had they crossed the finishing line? No, they had not. Holly had called out for a glass of water, please. Her timing was uncannily and hilariously precise. Instead of the painful little foursome with Erica and Oliver, they'd become an easygoing group of 6. It would be so much easier to like Erica and Oliver with Vid and Tiffany around as a buffer. Vid and Tiffany were edgier and rawer and richer than all their other nice, normal, middle-class friends. Vid and Tiffany opened up possibilities. Possibilities of exactly what? She didn't know. It didn't matter. It was like that non-specific anticipatory feeling of being a teenager. "So I don't see how this creme schnitte could be any better than your strudel," said Clementine to Vid as the music billowed and blossomed around her. He raised an eyebrow. "Ah, Clementine, you know I am not one to blow my own trumpet, as the saying goes." "Yes, I am. I love to blow my own trumpet." "I'd be a good trumpet player because I have outstanding lung capacity." He banged his chest, King Kong style. "You've got the right personality for a trumpeter," said Clementine. "You mean he's full of himself?" said Tiffany. "How many trumpeters does it take to change a light bulb?" said Clementine. "How many?" "5. 1 to change it, and 4 to stand around and say, 'I could do it better.'" "How many electricians does it take to change a light bulb?" said Vid. "How many?" "1, said Vid. "1? Yeah, 1, said Vid. He shrugged. "I'm an electrician." Clementine laughed. "That's not funny." "But you're laughing, you know? Anyway, listen, Clementine, you be the judge," said Vid. He dug a spoon into the decadent dessert and held it close to Clementine's mouth. "Try it." She took a mouthful. It was good. The man cooked like a dream. Clementine pretended to swoon, her hand against her forehead. She let herself fall against his arm, and he steadied her. Vid smelled deliciously of cigarette smoke and alcohol. He smelled like an expensive bar. "Jesus, this lid is on tight," said Sam with gritted teeth, the jar of nuts under one arm like a football. "Come on, muscles," said Tiffany. "Listen," said Vid, his head on one side as the second movement began. "You can't exactly dance to this, though, can you?" said Tiffany. Clementine tried to imagine Tiffany dancing in some dark, smoky club, mirrored disco balls hanging from the ceiling. Where did she get that idea from? She'd never actually been in a strip club. All her knowledge came from TV shows. She looked around. Erica and Oliver weren't there to look disapproving. This was her chance to find out more. She was a tiny bit tipsy, she knew it, but this was fascinating, amusing, and she wanted some fun, low-browed tidbits to share with her high-brow friends. She lowered her voice and leaned toward Tiffany. Did you used to do, what are they called? She knew perfectly well what they were called. Lap dances? Tiffany looked back at her speculatively. Sure, she said. Why? Do you want one? Chapter 43. We can't find stuff because we keep too much stuff, said Sam. We need to have regular throwouts. We need to declutter. He went to Holly's chest of drawers, pulled out an entire drawer, dumped the contents on her bed, and picked up a t-shirt at random. See? She never wears this. She says it's all scratchy. This isn't helping me find her strawberry top, said Clementine, looking at the mound of clothes. It made her think of Erica's mother. You could almost understand how you could lose control of your possessions until it was just so overwhelming you didn't even know where to start. This is just making a mess. Sam tried to pull out another drawer, but it jammed. He pulled harder and swore. The chest of drawers rattled. There was something disturbing about seeing him there in his business pants but no shirt, pulling violently on the little white drawer. His jaw clenched, his muscles flexed. For heaven's sake! Leave it, said Clementine. You're going to break it. He ignored her and yanked again, and this time the drawer finally came free and he dumped another pile of clothes on the bed. You know what I was doing? He said suddenly, standing there with the empty drawer hanging from his hands. Just before it happened? Oh, God. You were trying to open a jar of nuts, said Clementine dully. She knew this. He told her this before. She didn't know why he kept bringing up the jar of nuts. It had nothing to do with anything. I was so desperate to open that fucking jar, said Sam. I had beads of sweat popping on my forehead because I knew Vid would take it off me and he'd just open it with one twist of a meaty hand, and you couldn't take your eyes off him. What? Said Clementine. This was new. Don't pretend you were doing it for me. It was for her. It was to impress Tiffany. Yeah. And what were you doing? Tell me that. What were you doing? He slammed the empty drawer on Holly's bed, stepped towards her, and loomed over her. She felt little flecks of spit land on her face. Hit me, she thought. She lifted her face. It would feel so right. It would begin something. It would end something. Please, please hit me. But he took a sudden step back, hands lifted, like a guy in a pub brawl making it clear he isn't getting involved. We were all doing it, shouted Clementine. All four of us. Chapter 44. The Day of the Barbecue. Why? Do you want one? Tiffany couldn't resist. These people were so freaking cute, so easily shockable. A lap dance? Clementine's eyes shone. Tiffany knew she was just drunk enough and, yes, vanilla enough to be the perfect target. No. Sure. A lap dance. Oh, God, Tiffany had forgotten how much she enjoyed this. It had been so long since she'd felt that rush of sexual power straight to the head, like a line of cocaine. Do we get a discount? Said Sam. No charge, said Tiffany. On the house. Enjoy my wife's lap dance, said Vid to Clementine. He pulled out a chair. I insist. Oh, stop it, giggled Clementine. Anyway, the music is wrong. She can't do a lap dance to a cello concerto. I could give it a shot, said Tiffany. She had no intention of giving her next-door neighbour's friend a lap dance. It was a joke. It was all in good fun. She is very adaptable, said Vid. It's very kind of you, but I really don't want a lap dance, said Clementine. Thank you anyway. Her voice sounded husky. She cleared her throat self-consciously. I think you do, said Sam. Sam? Said Clementine. Tiffany watched Sam and Clementine look at each other, their faces flushed, their pupils dilated. It would be a kindness, a public service. She could see exactly where their sex life was at. They were tired parents of young kids. They thought it was all over, and it wasn't. They didn't need an affair or a midlife crisis. It was all still in them. They were still attracted to each other. They just needed a little electric shock to the system. A little stimulus. Maybe some sex toys. Some good quality soft porn. She could be their good quality soft porn. Tiffany caught Vid's eye. He raised an eyebrow. He was loving this. Of course he was. He moved his chin just subtly. It meant, go on. Blow their nice little suburban minds. Sam stood behind Clementine and pushed her shoulders, so she sat. His eyes locked onto Tiffany's. He was her favourite sort of customer. Appreciative, friendly. He wasn't taking it too seriously, but he was taking it seriously enough. He'd tip generously and gratefully. He really wanted to see his wife get a lap dance. Of course he did. The man was only human. Tiffany looked at Clementine, who was so weak with laughter and desire. Tiffany knew it, even if Clementine didn't. She could barely sit up straight in her chair. Tiffany wasn't going to do it, not properly, not in the backyard with kids around. But as a joke, for the fun of it, she moved, slowly in time to the freaking concerto. Oh, yes, you can do a lap dance to a cello concerto, no problem at all. Almost in parody of herself. Except not quite, because she still had her professional pride, and she'd been one of the best in the business. It was never just about the money. It was about making a connection, a human connection, and playing it with just the right amount of theatricality, reality, poetry. Vid wolf whistled. Clementine smacked her hand over her eyes and peeked between her fingers. There was a tremendous crash of crockery and an extraordinary scream that tore straight through the night. Clementine! Chapter 45. Hope you feel better soon, said the police officer, as Oliver stood at the front door to wave her and her partner off. Thank you, said Oliver, with maybe excessive gratitude, because the police officer flicked him a look as if she'd missed something. It was just that he was genuinely touched by her taking the time to comment upon his health. Did his gratitude seem suspicious? Guilty? He'd never been one of those people who felt guilty when they saw a police car drive by. His conscience was generally clear. Most people drove 10 kilometres over the speed limit, while he made a practice of driving 5 kilometres under. The police had been there following up on Harry's death. They were having trouble tracking down his next of kin. Oliver wished he could be more helpful. He admitted that his conversations with Harry had never crossed over into the personal. They'd chatted about the weather and the garden and that abandoned car in the street. He'd felt, rightly or wrongly, that Harry wouldn't have appreciated personal questions. The police wanted to confirm again when he had last seen Harry, and he was able to give them an exact date, the day before the barbecue. He said that Harry had seemed in good health. He didn't mention anything about Harry complaining about Vid's dog. It didn't seem relevant. He didn't want to paint Harry in a bad light. "You seem very sure about that date," said the nice policewoman. "Well, yes," said Oliver. "It's because the day after that there was an incident next door." She raised her eyebrows, and he gave her the details, briefly, because, to his surprise, he found he got strangely breathless as he talked about it. The policewoman made no comment. Perhaps she already knew. There was a police report on file, after all. Of course, the police would see no connection, no cross-reference between Harry's death and the barbecue. But as Oliver closed the door and went back into the kitchen to boil the jug to make himself a hot lemon and honey drink, he found himself thinking of those 2 minutes. He estimated it had been about 2 minutes. 2 minutes of self-pity. 2 minutes that might have changed everything, because if he'd been out there, he would have seen what was going on. He reckoned there was a good chance he would have seen. Come on now, that was a stretch. Melodramatic? Putting himself centre stage? "You're not responsible for the whole world, Oliver," his mother had once said to him in a moment of sobriety or drunkenness. It had always been hard to tell the difference. Oliver switched on the electric kettle. But it was not a stretch, because what had happened at the barbecue had crashed like a meteorite through their lives, and if he hadn't been so distracted, if life had continued in its normal, predictable way, surely he would have noticed much sooner that Harry hadn't been around, and he might have banged on his door weeks earlier. Harry would probably still be dead, but he wouldn't have been dead for quite so unforgivably, tragically long. Or he might have even saved him. The kettle bubbled and hissed, and Oliver remembered how he'd stood in that luxurious little bathroom at the back of the cabana, letting the hot water run and run pointlessly over his hands, while he stared at his own sad, stupid face. Chapter 46. The day of the barbecue. Oliver stood in the cabana bathroom, washing his hands. It was a fancy, soft-lit, scented bathroom. The light fitting was an imitation chandelier, all glittery glimmer. If his mother were here at this barbecue and at the nasty stage of her inexorable progress toward inebriation, she would whisper, "So tacky," loudly in Oliver's ear, loud enough that he'd be terrified someone would overhear. He let the water run needlessly over his hands. He was delaying the moment when he'd have to go back outside again. Frankly, he'd had enough. He liked everyone here well enough. It was just that socializing was a mental and physical effort that left him exhausted and drained, and it wasn't a good sort of tiredness, like when the lactic acid built up in his muscles after a solid workout. He heard laughing outside. Vid's big booming laugh. Oliver pasted a smile on his face in preparation, ready to share the joke. Ha ha ha. Good one. Whatever it was. He probably wouldn't really find it funny. Erica was drunk. He wanted to take Erica home and put her to bed like a child and wait for the morning when she would be his beloved wife again. He'd never seen her slur her words before or look at him with glassy, unfocused eyes. It was nothing to get himself worked up about. She wasn't falling over or dropping things or vomiting in the garden. It was just regular drunkenness. Some people did it every weekend. Clementine was a little merry too. Hectic spots of colour on each cheek, but he didn't care what Clementine did. When he was a kid, it used to feel like his parents disappeared when they got drunk. As the levels of their glasses went down, he could sense them pulling away from him, as if they were together on the same boat, slowly pulling away from the shore where Oliver was left stranded. Still himself, still boring, sensible Oliver. And he'd think, please don't go, stay here with me, because his real mother was funny, and his real father was smart. But they always went. First his dad got stupid and his mum got giggly. And then his mum got nasty and his dad got angry. And so it went, until there was no point staying, and Oliver went to his room to watch movies. He'd had his own VCR in his bedroom. He'd had a privileged upbringing, had never wanted for anything. He met his own eyes in the mirror. Come on. Pull yourself together. Go back out. Today was not meant to have been the day when Erica got drunk for the first time in their marriage. Today was the day when they were meant to have put their proposal to Clementine, and Oliver had hoped. He knew it was unrealistic, but he had really hoped that she might. He heard Erica scream, "Clementine!" He didn't stop to turn off the tap. Chapter 47. The day of the barbecue. The air rushed from Clementine's lungs. Afterwards, everyone would say, it happened so fast. And it did happen fast, but at the same time, it slowed down, every second a freeze frame in unforgettable full colour lit by golden fairy lights. Clementine leapt to her feet so fast her chair fell over. What? Where? Who? Her first thought was that one of the girls had hurt themselves. Very badly. Blood. There would be blood. She couldn't stand blood. Maybe they'd need stitches. Or a broken bone sticking out of the skin. Teeth. Chipped teeth. Holly or Ruby? Probably Holly. The backyard spun around her in a whirl of colour. She couldn't hear crying. Where was the crying? They both had such loud cries. Holly was enraged when she hurt herself. Ruby wanted to ensure she communicated the need for an urgent parental response. She saw Holly first, standing in the gazebo with her little blue sequined bag, perfectly fine, looking impassively at... what? Erica running. She was looking at Erica running. Erica was running toward the fountain. Vid's Travy fountain. What was she doing? She looked like she was going to dive in. Erica had lost her mind. She was having a nervous breakdown, some sort of psychotic episode. Clementine knew she wasn't right tonight. She never got drunk, and she'd been behaving so strangely. It was Clementine's fault. Erica leapt up and over the side of the fountain in one swift, athletic move. She was waist-deep in water. She slipped, almost fell, righted herself, and waded toward the middle. What in the world was she doing? Clementine was mortified for her. And now Oliver was running from the cabana toward the fountain to drag Erica away, to stop her embarrassing herself. He didn't even stop when he reached the side of the fountain. He crashed straight over the side. He and Erica waded, slipped and slid from opposite sides of the fountain together, like two lovers in a movie rushing to embrace after a long absence. But they didn't embrace. They lifted Ruby's tiny, lifeless body high up between them. Chapter 48. The day of the barbecue. Ruby's head sagged sideways. Water streamed from her. Her little pink coat was heavy and sodden with water. Her arms dangled uselessly like a rag doll's. Clementine thought, cold. She'll be so cold. Ruby hated the cold. Her teeth chattered like a wind-up toy when she got too cold. The water at swimming lessons was never warm enough for her, even in the middle of summer. Cold! Cold! She'd cry. Clementine ran to snatch Ruby from Oliver, to snuggle her close to her chest and warm her up. She could already feel how her wet body would soak her clothes. She got to the side of the fountain and held out her hands, but Oliver ignored Clementine as he climbed out of the fountain with Ruby cradled in his arms. "Me," said Clementine stupidly. She meant, "Give her to me." Oliver placed Ruby flat on her back on the hard, uncomfortable terracotta tiles next to the fountain. "Ruby!" said Oliver loudly, as if Ruby were in trouble. He shook Ruby's little shoulder, much too roughly. "Ruby! Wake up, Ruby!" He sounded angry. He never sounded angry. Clementine fell hard on her knees on the tiles next to them. "Give her to me," she said desperately, but she couldn't get close to her. Oliver and Erica were taking up the space. Ruby's skin was white. Her lips were violet. Her head lolled. Her eyes were open but stared straight ahead. Her teeth weren't chattering. Oliver put one hand under Ruby's neck and the other hand on her forehead and tipped back her head as if to stare at the sky. He put his thumb on her chin, pulled open her mouth, and then he stuck in 2 fingers as if he were trying to fish something out. "Oliver, give her to me," demanded Clementine. She just needed to get her into her arms so she could fix her. Oliver bent his head down close to Ruby's face and turned his ear to her mouth, as if to listen to her whisper something. He looked at Erica and shook his head. A tiny shake that said, "No." He unbuttoned the black toggles of her pink coat. Understanding exploded through Clementine's body at the same moment as the music stopped abruptly. There was a moment of complete, eerie silence in the backyard before Sam began to shout as if he were in a violent argument with someone. "We need an ambulance!" He ran back and forth idiotically, dementedly, patting his pockets. "I can't find my phone. Where's my phone? My phone!" Vid said calmly, "I'm calling an ambulance, Sam." He lifted his phone from his ear to prove it. "It's ringing. It's ringing right now." "Tell them she's not breathing," said Erica. She and Oliver were moving themselves into position side by side next to Ruby. "It's important they know she's not breathing." "What's wrong with Ruby?" said Holly. She came and stood next to Clementine and plucked at her sleeve. Clementine tried to answer, but her chest was so tightly constricted she couldn't speak. "Does she want whisk?" said Holly. "Here's whisk. Mummy, quickly, give Ruby whisk. That will make her feel better." Clementine took whisk. She curled her fingers around the cold wires. "Come here with me, Holly." Tiffany took Holly by the hand and pulled her back. Oliver said to Erica, 15 and 2, right? His face was dead white. There were droplets of water on his glasses like rain, and beads of water sliding down his face like sweat. His eyes were fixed on Erica, as if they were the only 2 people there. "Yes, 15 and 2, said Erica. She pushed her wet hair out of her eyes. Oliver laced his fingers, locked his elbows, and put his big hands over Ruby's chest. "Oh, God," said Sam. He clutched his hands behind the back of his neck and dropped his head as if he were protecting himself from a blow and walked around in circles. "Oh, dear God!" Oliver began to rock back and forth, counting out loud as he rhythmically compressed Ruby's chest. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. "Oliver is hurting Ruby!" wailed Holly. "No," said Tiffany, "he's not hurting her. He's helping her. He and Erica are doing exactly the right thing. They're helping her." Her voice trembled. 12 and 13 and 14 and 15. And 1 and 2. On the count of 15, Erica pinched Ruby's nose and bent her face toward Ruby's, her mouth open, as if to kiss her like a lover, in a move so sensual and intimate, so terrifying and wrong, so familiar and shocking. This is what you do. Everyone knew this is what you did to save a life. But you didn't see it happen, not in real life, not in someone's backyard, not with your own child, who had just moments before been running about trying to catch the lights. Nothing happened. Erica breathed once more into Ruby's mouth, while Oliver continued to rock and chant. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Clementine felt herself rocking in time with him, muttering over and over, "Please, please, 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 please." So this is how it happens, a part of her thought as she rocked and begged. This is what it feels like. You don't change. There is no special protection when you cross that invisible line from your ordinary life to that parallel world where tragedies happen. It happens just like this. You don't become someone else. You're still exactly the same. Everything around you still smells and looks and feels exactly the same. She could still taste Vid's dessert. She could still smell the roast meat from the barbecue. She could hear the dog yapping endlessly, and she could feel a thin line of blood trickling down her shin from where her knees had smacked hard against the pavers. "Oh, dear God! Please, God!" Sam moaned. And he sounded so weak and desperate, and he didn't believe in God. He was an atheist. And his horror was her horror, but she didn't want to know about it. And Clementine thought savagely, "Shut up, Sam, just shut up." She could hear Vid saying, "We have a very little girl here who is not breathing. Do you understand me? She is not breathing. We need you right now. Please send an ambulance right now." Clementine felt an immense animosity toward him for saying that, as if he was saying something awful about Ruby, as if by saying she wasn't breathing, he was making it so. "We must be at the top of your list. We must be top priority. If we need to pay extra, that is no problem. We will pay anything." Did he honestly think he could pay for a faster ambulance? That rich people could arrange for a VIP ambulance service? And 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 and 15. Erica bent her head once more. Sam crouched down next to Clementine and took her hand. She grabbed onto it as if he could pull her back to before, as if he could pull her back to just minutes earlier. Hadn't that only just happened? Just then? Just that moment before this moment? Surely she'd only looked away for a minute. It couldn't have been more than a minute. "The ambulance is on its way," said Vid. "I'll go wait on the street, so they know where to go." "We'll come too," said Tiffany. "You come and help us look out for the ambulance, Holly." Holly went, without resisting, without looking back, her hand trustingly held in Tiffany's, as if they were going to see another pet. Of course, a minute was enough. Never take your eyes off them. Never look away. It happens so fast. It happens without a sound. All those stories in the news, all those parents, all those mistakes she'd read about. Backyard drownings, unfenced pools, children unsupervised in the bath. Children with stupid, foolish, neglectful parents. Children who died surrounded by so-called responsible adults. And each time she would pretend to be non-judgmental, but really, deep down she was thinking, not me. That could never really happen to me. Erica lifted her head from her second breath, and her eyes met Clementine's with a look of unutterable despair. Tiny beads of water clung to her eyelashes. Her lips, the lips that had been pressed against Ruby's, were chapped. Oliver's voice didn't change. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Chapter 49. The Day of the Barbecue. And 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. Erica listened to Oliver count, waiting for her cue. The number 15. Her shirt stuck to her. Her jeans were so cold and clammy against her thighs. Clementine's face looked like a skull. It was like the skin was pulled back too tight. She was an alien version of Clementine, staring at Erica as if she were begging for clemency. Ruby wasn't responding. It wasn't working, even though they were doing it exactly right. 2 rescue breaths after every 15 compressions, but do not stop the compressions. They'd changed the rules since the last time they'd done a first aid course. Now you did non-stop compressions. She knew that was right. She and Oliver had done a refresher first aid course back in March. It was a free course offered through Oliver's work. The managing partner at Oliver's new accounting firm was a passionate advocate for first aid education. He liked to interrupt meetings by pointing at someone and saying, "Sanjeev is having a heart attack." And then, while Sanjeev obligingly pretended to grab his chest, the managing partner would spin in his chair to point out someone else, often an unsuspecting intern. "You there! What do? Save Sanjeev!" And then he'd count down the time before Sanjeev was dead, and it was too late. The course had been fun. Oliver and Erica were the star students. They'd both done first aid courses before this. Of course they had. They had their bronze medallions, their rescue diving certificates. They were the sort of people who believed in first aid courses, and anyway, no matter the subject, Oliver and Erica had always been star students. Even when the subject wasn't a matter of life and death, they took it as seriously as if it were. Erica could see their teacher now. Paul was a ruddy-faced, heavy-breathing man who looked like a potential heart attack victim himself. "Got it in 1, Paul kept saying to Erica and Oliver with an approving click of his fingers each time they got something right. 15 compressions and 2 rescue breaths. They were doing it right. They were doing it exactly right. They were following the rules, Paul. So why was Ruby just lying there? Why wasn't she responding, Paul? You hateful, stupid, red-faced, finger-clicking man? 13 and 14 and 15 and 1. "Where is the ambulance?" said Sam. "I can't hear a siren. Why can't I hear a siren?" Erica pinched Ruby's nostrils together again, bent her head, and exhaled a silent scream of fury into Ruby's body. "You do as I say, Ruby. You breathe." It was her mother's voice. Her mother at her most manic and vicious and terrifying. Her mother when she caught Erica trying to throw something out. "You breathe right this instant, Ruby. How dare you ignore me? You breathe now, right now." Erica lifted her head. Ruby's chest jolted. Water spewed up from her mouth. Oliver made a high, startled sound of surprise like a dog's whimper and lifted his hands. "Got it in one," said Paul in Erica's head with a click of his fingers. And Erica turned Ruby's head to the side, just like they'd done with the rubbery-tasting plastic mannequin, and Ruby vomited more water, over and over, while Clementine sobbed and heaved as if she were being sick too. The long, thin wail of an ambulance pierced Erica's consciousness, as if it had been there all along, and together she and Oliver turned Ruby onto her side into the recovery position, as they'd been taught. "Good girl," thought Erica, and she ran her hand gently over Ruby's head, brushing the wet strands of hair from her eyes as she continued to vomit water. Good girl. Chapter 50. Erica? Erica fidgeted and focused on the rain falling outside Not Pat's window. Was it easing, perhaps? For the first time ever, she was longing for her session with Not Pat to end. Normally she found therapy such a soothing process, like getting a massage, a lovely self-validating massage of her ego. But today, Not Pat was just annoying her. She'd latched onto the subject of Erica's friendship with Clementine like a little rat terrier with a bone. Each time Not Pat said Clementine's name, Erica felt like she was being pinched. Very hard. Look, she was paying for this. She didn't have to put up with it. "I don't want to talk about Clementine anymore," she snapped. "All righty," said Not Pat in her folksy way, and she wrote something down on her notepad. Erica had to restrain herself from reaching over and grabbing the notebook from her lap. Did she have a legal right to demand access to Not Pat's notes? She would find out. In the meantime, she distracted Not Pat by telling her the story of Ruby's accident. "Oh, my goodness me!" Not Pat's hand rushed to her mouth. When Erica had finished, Not Pat said, "You know, Erica, it's perfectly understandable if your memory of that afternoon feels disjointed. You suffered a shock. It would have been a traumatic event." "I would have thought that would have made my memory clearer," said Erica. And in fact, there were some parts of her memory that were frighteningly vivid. She could feel the shock of the water around her legs as she leapt into the fountain, the plumes of water drenching her like rain. "Why do you think you're so concerned about your memory of that afternoon?" asked Not Pat. "I have this feeling there's something important I've forgotten," said Erica. "It almost feels like there's something I've forgotten to do, like when people talk about how they start to get this niggling worry they've left the iron on when they leave the house." "I know that feeling," said Not Pat, with a wry smile. "But that's my point. I do not know that feeling," said Erica. "I'm not that sort of person. I have perfect recall. I never forget anything like that." She never worried that she'd left the iron on because she knew she'd never do such a thing. Once, Clementine had left her house with 2 hot plates on at full strength. "The house didn't burn down," she'd said happily, as if it had been a fascinating experiment. "Nothing burned at all." Another time, she'd gone out with the front door wide open. "An open invitation to the neighbourhood burglars," said Sam. "Come on in, boys, and help yourself to my $300,000 cello. It's just lying here on the bed for you. Great place for it." Clementine's excuse had been that she was deep in thought. "About your music?" asked Oliver, respectful of her talent. And Clementine had said, "No, I was trying to work out why caramello koalas don't taste as good as they once did. I was thinking, has the chocolate changed, or have I changed?" Then she and Sam had got into a discussion about caramello koalas, as if it mattered. There had been no consequences for Clementine's negligence. There had never been a consequence for Clementine's negligence until that Sunday afternoon, and Erica had never wished for that. Just a financial penalty, maybe. Sunburn. A hangover. Clementine never even got hangovers. "I just need to get it clear in my head," she said to Not Pat. "Well, as I said earlier, you could try going back to your next-door neighbour's backyard, if you haven't already done so, and some relaxation exercises might help. You could try some of those self-meditation exercises I've given you in the past. But honestly, Erica, you might be fighting a losing battle when you consider the medication you took that afternoon combined with the alcohol. It's possible you've remembered as much as you ever will remember. It may even be that you're subconsciously protecting yourself, that part of you doesn't want to remember." "You mean I'm repressing it?" Erica had said disdainfully. "There are actually no empirical studies on the validity of memory repression. In fact, I can send you some links to articles about false memory syndrome if you like." But at that point, the little timer on Not Pat's desk gave its smug little click to indicate the session was over. Not Pat jumped up like a jack-in-the-box. She wasn't normally so fast to get to her feet. Maybe she hadn't enjoyed this session much either. Erica hurried out to her car parked in the quiet street outside Not Pat's home office and sat for a few minutes with the ignition on, listening to the thunderous rain on her roof and watching her windscreen wipers work feverishly. "Calm down," she said to the windscreen wipers. Their manic rhythm reminded her of her mother when she got herself into a state over something inconsequential. She didn't want to go back to her mother's house. She'd taken the whole day off work to help her mother, but she didn't think she had the fortitude to manage going there twice in one day. That was too much. Like asking someone to get back into a freezing cold swimming pool and swim 100 laps after they'd already done 100 laps that morning, and now they'd had a shower and were all warm and dry again. She closed her eyes and tried some of the breathing exercises that Not Pat had taught her in a previous session. Inhale, hold, exhale. Inhale, hold, exhale. She let the memories spin through her head. The fairy lights in the trees, the smell of cooked marinated meat, the sour taste of too much wine. She saw that face again, that ghastly, featureless face she'd seen in her office yesterday, like a ghoul. She thought suddenly, Harry! It's Harry's face. Grumpy old Harry. Was there something important she needed to do for Harry? No, because of Harry. Something to do with Harry. Don't chase the memory or it will disappear. She'd learned this. Relax. Breathe. Harry's neatly combed white hair. No, that wasn't a memory. That was an image Oliver had put in her mind. Harry's hair, still neatly combed in death. Harry at the letterbox, muttering to himself as he studied an envelope. Barney streaking across the yard. Vid coming out his front door. An obligation, a request, a responsibility, something that Harry needed from her. Shards of broken blue crockery on terracotta tiles. Look up. Look up! She opened her eyes in the fogged-up car and looked up. Nothing to see, except rain. For heaven's sake, she was only thinking about Harry because he'd died. It was a casebook example of false memory syndrome. If Erica had a weaker personality, a more malleable mind, then an overeager therapist could help her fabricate an entire memory about the barbecue and Harry. Next thing, she'd be convinced that Harry had been there at the barbecue, molesting Ruby, or some such nonsense. She turned the keys in the ignition, indicated, and looked over her shoulder at the traffic. She would try, not Pat's idea of returning to the scene of the crime. When she got home, she would ask Vid and Tiffany if she could stand alone in their backyard in the rain for a while. That wouldn't sound odd at all. No. The best thing would be if she went over when she knew they were out. It probably wouldn't help, but it couldn't hurt. Chapter 51. The day of the barbecue. The two blue-uniformed paramedics came into the backyard with the absolute authority of conductors walking onto a stage. They didn't run, but they moved fast, with a rigid calmness. It was as though the rest of them weren't grown-ups anymore. It was as though they'd all been playing a game where they'd pretended to be in control of their lives, a game where they'd pretended they had interesting professions and healthy bank accounts and families and backyard barbecues. But now a curtain had been pulled briskly aside and the grown-ups had marched in because rules had been broken. Rules had been very badly broken. The circle of people surrounding Ruby parted automatically so the paramedics could get to her. Ruby mumbled incoherently, terrifyingly. She seemed drowsy and drugged, as if she were coming out of anesthesia. The paramedics moved as if in a choreographed dance they'd done many times before. As they examined Ruby with plastic-gloved hands, the older man asked rapid questions without looking up, confident that the answers would be provided. He spoke in a voice that was fractionally louder and slower than a normal speaking voice, as if he were speaking to children. What happened here? What's her name? And how old is Ruby? When was Ruby last seen? So no one saw her fall? You don't know if she hit her head? Did she have a pulse when she was pulled from the fountain? Are you the parents? He looked briefly up as he asked the last question at Erica and Oliver. A reasonable assumption. They were the ones in wet clothes. No, said Sam, we are. He indicated Clementine. They rescued her, said Clementine. It seemed important to get this on the record. Our friends. They did CPR. They got her breathing. How long did you perform CPR for? Said the paramedic. It would have been about 5 minutes, said Oliver. He looked at Erica to confirm. At the most, said Erica. We did 2 rescue breaths for every 15 compressions, said Oliver anxiously. 5 minutes? It wasn't possible, thought Clementine. It had been an unbearably long stretch of time. There was something in Ruby's mouth, a tube in her nose, a mask over her face. She'd been turned into a generic patient, not their wicked, funny little Ruby. Have you got any towels? Asked the younger paramedic. He was using a pair of large serrated scissors to cut a straight line through Ruby's clothes, her tutu, her long-sleeved t-shirt, unpeeling the layers of clothing to reveal Ruby's tiny white chest. "Of course." Vid hurried inside and returned with a stack of beautifully folded white fluffy towels. "What are you doing?" asked Sam sharply as the paramedic dried Ruby's body firmly and pressed 2 sticky pads to her chest. "These are defibrillator pads," said the paramedic, "in case she arrests again. We're just preparing for the worst-case scenario. It can also give us useful information." Ruby's little arms flailed about. "We're going to sedate her," said the older paramedic. "Are there any allergies I need to know about?" "None," said Sam. "Is she on any medication? What's her medical history?" "She's never even had antibiotics," said Clementine. The paramedic tapped the side of a needle. Clementine saw white dots in front of her eyes. "Watch her," said the paramedic sharply, and Clementine realised he meant her only when Sam took her arm. Sam had always been the one to take the girls for their injections. Clementine couldn't bear needles. "Head between your knees," said the paramedic. "I'm okay," said Clementine, breathing deeply. "Why are the police here?" asked Sam. Clementine looked up and saw Vid talking to a very young-looking policewoman with a pert ponytail. She took notes as Vid spoke. What was he saying? The mother wasn't watching. She was talking to me. She was telling jokes. Clementine saw that Erica had gotten up from her position by the fountain next to Ruby without Clementine noticing and moved inside the cabana. She had 2 white towels draped over her shoulders and another on her lap, where Holly now sat, her back to Clementine, her head resting on Erica's shoulder. "It's standard for an event like this," said the paramedic as he continued to treat Ruby. "They'll just ask some questions to clarify what happened. We'll also need them to help block off the street for the rescue helicopter." "A helicopter?" said Sam. "They're sending a helicopter? Where are they going to land it?" "Basically outside the front door," said the paramedic. He bent over Ruby's arm. Clementine looked away. "You're kidding," said Sam. "They land on highways, backyards, tennis courts. This place is perfect. Nice wide cul-de-sac. Underground power lines. They do it all the time." "Huh," said Sam. "Yeah, the blades are shorter than on a normal helicopter." For God's sake, were they having a chatty, masculine conversation about helicopters? Except that Clementine could see that even though Sam sounded like himself, he wasn't really, because he was opening and shutting his fists, rapidly and obsessively, over and over, as if he were freezing cold or mad. "But why do they need a helicopter?" said Clementine. The panic, which had receded a little when she'd seen Ruby's chest move, and even more so when the paramedics arrived, skyrocketed again. "She's okay now, isn't she? She's going to be okay. She's breathing now. Isn't she breathing?" She looked at Sam and saw the dread in his eyes. He was always a step ahead of her when it came to recognising danger ahead. Glass half empty, she called it. Alert, he called it. 2 crass, ugly words came into her head for the first time. Brain damage. "It's pretty standard procedure for a serious paediatric event. There'll be a doctor on board. I expect they'll intubate her and make sure she is stabilised before she goes on the helicopter," said the paramedic. He looked up at her. His skin had the roughened look of someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. There was a kind of professional weariness in his eyes, like a war veteran who has seen things a civilian could never understand. "Your friends did everything right." Chapter 52. We were all doing it. Clementine's words hung in the air while she and Sam looked at each other over the mound of Holly's clothes, breathing heavily. Clementine heard the rain lashing Holly's window and wondered if their little house could withstand this weather for much longer. Perhaps the walls would finally soften and sag and collapse. I know we were all doing it, said Sam, all four of us, acting like idiots, like teenagers. Our behaviour was disgusting. It makes me want to vomit when I think of it. The extreme violence of his words made Clementine want to leap to their defence. They'd been people at a barbecue having a laugh, flirting, being silly. It had meant nothing. If the girls had kept chasing the fairy lights, then nothing more would have come of it. They would have looked back on that day with laughter, not shame. It was bad luck, she said. It was very bad luck. It was not, exploded Sam. It was negligence. Our negligence. I should have been watching the girls. I should have known that I couldn't depend on you. What? Clementine felt a crazy, almost exhilarated feeling of rage and injustice blow straight through her body like a white-hot flame, making her feel as if she could lift off the ground. Finally, after all these weeks, they were going to fight. It was the one time, he said coldly, the one time I let my attention slip. Yes, maybe I thought I could sit back and relax, said Clementine. Her face shook with fury. Because the better parent was there. Because Mr. Fucking Perfect was on duty. Sam gave a bitter half-laugh. Fine then. It was all my fault. Oh, for God's sake, don't be such a martyr, said Clementine. We were both there. We were both equally responsible. This is silly. They looked at each other with flat dislike. Their different parenting styles had always been a teasing point of contention, a hairline fracture in an otherwise solid marriage. But now that tiny fracture had become a chasm. I think I'm done, said Sam. It's a pointless conversation, agreed Clementine. No, said Sam, I think maybe I'm done with us. Done with us, repeated Clementine slowly. Was this what gunshot victims meant when they said they initially felt no pain? You're done with us? I think we should consider separating, said Sam. Possibly. I don't know. Don't you think? Chapter 53. The day of the barbecue. Tiffany stood in her backyard being interviewed by a young police officer. She looked over her shoulder at the paramedics next to the tiny form of Ruby. Sam and Clementine were talking to the paramedics, and they looked like entirely different people from the ones who had been sitting around the table only minutes earlier. Their faces had collapsed, like popped balloons. What happened here? The policewoman said to Tiffany. She pointed with her foot at the broken crockery on the pathway leading from the back door. There were dangerous-looking shards and chunks of broken blue china everywhere. Tiffany had loved those blue plates. Oh, said Tiffany. She tried to imagine this scene through the policewoman's eyes. Did it look like a crime scene? Did she think there had been a fight? Or that they had all been drunk? The policewoman had already spoken to Vid, so presumably she already knew exactly what had happened. She was double-checking their stories, making sure everything matched up. It made Tiffany nervous. Our guest, Erica, our next-door neighbour, she was carrying plates from inside, and I think that's when she realised that Ruby was in the fountain. Tiffany's voice broke. She thought of Ruby's squat little toddler body, her blonde curls. And then I think she dropped them because she ran to pull her out. What had Tiffany been doing? She'd been distracting Ruby's parents. She'd made them forget they were parents. It happened so fast, she told the policewoman. Unfortunately, it's not an unusual scenario, said the policewoman. Children drown in plain sight, surrounded by people. It's silent. It's fast. Lack of parental supervision is the most common cause of drownings. Yes, said Tiffany. She wanted to say, no, you don't understand. We're not those kind of people. We were supervising them. Just not then, just not at that moment. It was silent. It was fast. For one moment, they all looked away. Tiffany thought of her older sisters. She could never tell them about this. For fuck's sake, Tiffany, they would say, because the Collins girls took pride in their down-to-earth practicality, their common sense. They were from the western suburbs and proud of it. They didn't make mistakes like that. They'd be distressed that something like this could happen at their own little sister's house. They'd relate it to money, to her bloated bank account. They wouldn't pull their punches. If they ever learned that she'd been pretending to give the child's mother a lap dance at the time it happened, they would be united in their horror. Tiffany's dancing career still mystified and shamed them. Just thinking about you in that trashy club makes me sick to my stomach. Her sister Emma, the dramatic one of the family, liked to say all these years later. And she wasn't actually being dramatic. She meant it. It really did make her sick to her stomach. She was a disgrace to the sisterhood, agreed Louise, who had recently discovered feminism. And she meant it too. But their words had slid straight off Tiffany as if she were made of Teflon. Their words would stick now, even if her intentions had never been more innocent, because the safety of a child trumped everything, as it should. Tiffany looked up as the frantic, dramatic sound of chopping helicopter blades suddenly filled the air. Is that helicopter for us? Yep, that's for us. The policewoman looked up too and took a radio out of her trouser pocket. Excuse me. She hurried off. Where is it going to land? Said Tiffany to herself. The helicopter hovered over them like a giant bird, and the sound intensified. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw poor Barney streak across the yard to escape the loud noise. Mum? Dakota appeared by her side in the backyard, her eyes big and wide. She held her book in her hand, her finger still marking the page. What happened? Why is there a helicopter here? I heard the ambulance before, but I didn't think it was for us. Tiffany put her arm around her and pulled her close, wanting to feel her skinny little body for a moment. She had forgotten all about her up until now. Ruby fell in the fountain. She nearly drowned. Dakota immediately pulled away from her hug and grabbed Tiffany's arm. She said something, but Tiffany couldn't hear her over the increasing volume of the helicopter. She saw Vid at the end of the path that led down to the side of the house, gesturing for her to come out the front. He had yet another policeman with him. He wouldn't like that. Vid had a police phobia. One of his greatest, genuine but amusing fears was going to jail for a crime he didn't commit. Innocent people go to jail every day, he often told Tiffany, completely straight-faced, as if it were more likely than not that this could happen to him. It made him excessively law-abiding. He'd paid far too much tax until Tiffany had taken over his financial affairs. He still wanted to throw extra money at the taxman, just in case. "Daddy needs me. Go and wait in the house," she yelled at Dakota. "Everything is fine." Dakota grabbed at Tiffany's arm again, pinching the flesh too hard. Tiffany shook her off. "Later!" she yelled. "Go!" Dakota ran off, shoulders rounded, her face in her hands. And Tiffany thought impatiently, "Geez Louise, Dakota, I don't have time for this. It's not about you." Chapter 54. Tiffany and Vid listened to the rain and stared dully at the crash site on the kitchen floor, created by the dropped jar of chocolate nuts. "You wouldn't think there'd have been that much glass in that jar," said Vid. "Or that many nuts," agreed Tiffany. "We're okay, Dakota," she called out, "just in case you're wondering. Your dad dropped a jar." There was silence. Tiffany could just make out the hum of the television beneath the rain. "Nobody is hurt," called out Vid. "We don't need any help." There was a pause. "Okay," called back Dakota in a magnificently dismissive tone. Tiffany and Vid smiled at each other. "I should have guessed why she was behaving so strangely," said Tiffany. "It's so obvious to me now that she would blame herself." "You kept telling me there was something wrong," said Vid. "But why didn't she just tell us how she felt before today?" He lowered his voice, although there was no chance that Dakota could overhear. "Why keep it all bottled up like that? That's not good." "It sounds like she was worried that we blamed her too. She seemed to think we were angry with her." "Crazy!" said Vid angrily. "I know. Well, we were upset, obviously, and distracted, and that's what children do. They assume they're to blame for everything. So everything we did, she misinterpreted. But she wasn't even there when it happened. That's the point." Tiffany tried not to show her impatience. Vid had been there too when Dakota had sobbingly explained exactly why she thought everyone blamed her for Ruby's accident. But he was so busy throwing up his hands in disbelief, he hadn't listened properly to a word she'd said. She got it into her head that Clementine believed Dakota was in charge of the kids. I mean, we did keep telling her she was such a good babysitter. "Yes, but—" "I know," said Tiffany. "Of course Clementine and Sam wouldn't blame her. No one blames her. She's 10 years old, for God's sake. We all knew she'd gone inside to read her book. If anyone was to blame in this family, it was me. I was the one offering lap dances to our guests." "Stop that," said Vid quickly, predictably. He'd shut down every conversation like this since the barbecue. "It was a terrible accident." Yeah. Talk about keeping things bottled up. No wonder Dakota thought that what had happened at the barbecue was a shameful secret. They'd never said a word to her about it. That must have seemed so strange and freaky to the poor kid. Of course she thought it was about her. She remembered how the week directly after the barbecue she'd been so preoccupied with work. That bloody townhouse that had been nothing but trouble from the start had got passed in at auction, and the Land and Environment Court decision hadn't gone her way. It had been a shit week all round, and beneath all that stress was the absolute horror of what had happened. She hadn't given Dakota a thought. Not a single thought. Dakota had just been another job to cross off her list. As long as she had her uniform and lunch and was safely deposited at school, then the job was done. Vid had been the same. It had been a shit week for him too. He'd lost that government contract, which had turned out to be a blessing in disguise, but he hadn't known that then. By the time Vid and Tiffany had emerged from their fogs and started talking properly to Dakota again, the damage was done. The poor kid interpreted their re-emergence as her parents forgiving her. Forgiving her? "I'll get the dustpan," said Vid. "Don't move. You have bare feet." He went to get the dustpan and broom. Tiffany watched Vid's massive shoulders as he crouched down, carefully sweeping up the glass and nuts. She thought about secrets and the damage they did. "I recognised one of the parents at the school today," she said. "Oh yeah? Who was it?" Vid kept sweeping. "From my dancing days," said Tiffany. Vid looked up. "Is that right, huh?" "One of my regulars," said Tiffany. "Sort of a friend, really. A nice guy." "Good tipper?" asked Vid. "Great tipper," said Tiffany. "Excellent," said Vid. "He booked a lot of private shows," said Tiffany carefully. "Good for him," said Vid. "The man had great taste." He studied the floor carefully and continued sweeping up the tiny fragments of glass. "Vid," said Tiffany, "come on. It's a bit uncomfortable, isn't it, standing on the netball courts next to a guy who saw your wife strip?" "Why should I be uncomfortable?" He looked up at her from the floor. "I'm proud of you. I probably wouldn't want to see his wife strip. Did you sleep with him?" "I never slept with any of them," said Tiffany. "You know that." Vid studied her thoughtfully. "Well then, so what is the big deal?" he finally said. "You weren't a hooker." "But it's a prestigious private school. To some of those women, there's probably not much difference between a dancer and a hooker. If word gets out, if he tells his wife..." "He's not going to tell his wife," said Vid. He stood up and moved to another corner of the floor where the nuts had rolled. "He might tell his wife, and then all the girls will find out, and Dakota will get bullied, and that will lead to depression, and that will lead to drug addiction." "That drug, ice. Now, that's a terrible drug," said Vid. "Let's tell her to stick to the nice drugs, the ones that make you feel mellow, not like you want to claw off your skin." "Vid, he's not going to tell his wife," said Vid. "I would bet you $1,000,000 he doesn't tell his wife. And so what if he does? All the girls will say is, 'Oh, Dakota, you're so lucky. Your mom is very talented, very beautiful, very flexible.' Vid, you did nothing wrong. Did you rob a bank? No, you did not. And if this thing you're worried about happens, and it won't happen, but if it does happen, that Dakota is unhappy, we pull her out of that school. Easy. We send her somewhere else. Come on now. Not every man in Sydney saw you dance. We'll find another school where no one knows you." "Things aren't that simple," said Tiffany. "They are, if we want them to be," said Vid. He swept up the final shards of glass and stood. "You're getting yourself all worked up over nothing. You're finding catastrophes. It's like with grumpy old Harry next door." "That's not nothing," said Tiffany. "Our next-door neighbour dies and we didn't even know. That's not nothing." Vid shrugged. "Okay. So, what did Dakota say in the car today?" "We feel regret." "Yes, we do. Sure, we do. We feel regret over Harry. We should have visited him more, even when he slammed the door in our face. And if you want, you can feel regret over your dancing, even though you were good at it and you liked it and you didn't hurt anyone and you made a lot of money, you know? So I think good for you. But okay, if you want, you feel regret. Just like we feel regret over little Ruby. You know, of course we do. We all feel terrible. We all wish that things had been different. We wish that very much. I wish I'd never invited those people in the first place, and I wish I'd kept a better eye on those little girls, so that every time I walk into my own backyard, I don't have to remember. He stopped. His mouth worked as if he were chewing on a tough piece of steak. "I'll never forget her little white face," said Vid finally. He'd got control of his voice, but his eyes were very bright. He held the little blue dustpan full of chocolate nuts and glass tightly in his hand. Her blue lips. The whole time I was calling the ambulance, I was thinking to myself, it's too late. It's too late. She's gone. He turned away, and Tiffany closed her eyes briefly. A speeding ticket had arrived last week, and she'd recognised the date immediately. A camera must have picked her up going over the limit when she'd driven Clementine to the hospital. She would never forget that drive. It was like a nightmare that stayed with you forever. She and Clementine had experienced that together. It was not right that Tiffany and her family be cut cleanly from Clementine's life. She thought of Dakota and how she'd buried her groundless remorse so deep she'd become an eerie ghost of herself. "Right," she said. She felt suddenly very, very angry. "Where are the keys? We're going out." Chapter 55. The day of the barbecue. Tiffany registered the sudden eerie whisper quietness of her neighbourhood. The police and the paramedics and the helicopter had all left. Sunday night in the suburbs. Time for homework and ironing and 60 minutes. It was dark now. The streetlights were on. They stood in the front yard. Tiffany was about to drive Clementine to the hospital. She had her car keys ready in the palm of her hand. Only one parent had been allowed to go in the helicopter with Ruby, and Sam had gone, which meant Clementine had to get to the hospital on her own. "I'll drive myself," said Clementine now. She must have been running fingers through her hair because it stood out in a mad halo around her head, like she'd had an electric shock. "No, you won't. You're probably over the limit anyway," said Tiffany. "Haven't you been drinking?" said Clementine. "I only had one light beer," said Tiffany. "Oh," said Clementine. She chewed her lip, and Tiffany saw that she'd drawn blood. "Right. The plan was for Oliver and Erica to take care of Holly. Well, just Oliver, really, because Erica was clearly not quite right, although she'd finally stopped shaking. "I'll get these two ladies onto the couch with a DVD and some popcorn," said Oliver. The poor man was still in wet clothes himself. Clementine suddenly threw her arms so violently around Oliver she nearly knocked him off balance. "I haven't even said thank you," she said into his chest. "I haven't even thanked you both." Her voice was so full of raw emotion, it was almost painful to hear. She reached an arm out to Erica to hug her too, but Erica stepped away. "Fix your hair, Clementine," she said. She smoothed down the strands of hair around Clementine's face with both hands. "You'll scare Ruby. You look like a witch." "Thanks," said Clementine with a shaky breath. "Right." She bent down to Holly's height. "You be a good girl for Erica and Oliver, okay? And, you might get to stay with Grandma tonight." "Hooray!" said Holly. She stopped. "And Ruby, too?" "I think it will be just you tonight, Holly," said Clementine. She looked up at the sky where the helicopter had just disappeared and pulled her cardigan tighter around her. Holly stared up at her mother, and her lower lip trembled. "Let's go, Holly," said Oliver, taking her hand. He looked at Tiffany. Thank you for your hospitality, Tiffany." "Vid." Vid slapped him on the shoulder. "Mate." Oliver hurried Holly off down the driveway, telling her about the movie they were about to see. "You'll call us?" Erica put her hand on Clementine's arm, and Tiffany could see that this was her version of a hug. Her sister Karen was exactly the same. "I can't believe she's in that helicopter right now." Clementine stared at the sky. "I should have been the one to go with her, not Sam. I don't know why I let him go. What if... "Snap out of it," said Erica. "Who cares who went in the helicopter? She's sedated. She won't even remember it. Off you go. Do I need to slap you across the face?" "What?" Clementine blinked. "No?" "So, call us, okay?" said Erica. "Of course I'll call you," said Clementine snippily. They really were like sisters. As Erica followed Oliver and Holly down the driveway, in bare feet, her wet shoes in her hand, Vid came from inside with Tiffany's wallet, followed by Dakota. "Well, so we hope little Ruby is all good, back to her little monkey self in no time." "I'm sure she will be," said Vid to Clementine. "You have private health coverage, right? Tell them you want the best doctors. No trainees." Poor Vid. He didn't shine at times like these. Tiffany could see the tension in his shoulders, as if he was squaring up for a fight. It was like his entire body resisted negative emotion. Clementine studied Vid. Her face twisted with some unreadable emotion. "Yes," she said formally. "Thank you." She looked at Tiffany. "Can we?" "Of course," said Tiffany. She pointed the remote on her keyring at the garage door to open it. And as she did, she saw Dakota bravely open her mouth and start to say something to Clementine. But Clementine walked straight past Dakota, her eyes on the car, clearly desperate to get to the hospital as fast as she could. Chapter 56. "I'm just going to pop over next door for a moment," said Erica to Oliver when she got home. "My psychologist thinks the best way to get my memory back is to return to the scene of the crime, so to speak." "There was no crime," said Oliver thickly. He was up and dressed and sucking on a cough lolly. "It's a figure of speech," said Erica. "That's why I said, so to speak." "I don't think Vid and Tiffany are home at the moment," said Oliver. "I saw their car leave as you were coming in." "I know. I saw it too. I'd actually rather go over when they're not there," said Erica. "Less distracting." "What? You can't go over while they're not home," said Oliver. "That's trespassing." "Oh, for heaven's sake, Vid and Tiffany wouldn't care," said Erica. I'd just explain what I was doing." It would be awkward, but it would be worth it. She wanted to get some return on the money she'd invested in Not Pat's session. "And it's raining," pointed out Oliver. Now he was crunching the cough lolly between his teeth. "There's no point going over in the rain. It wasn't raining that day." He suddenly swallowed the lolly in one gulp and gave her a hard look. "You're not going to remember anything by standing in their backyard. You were drunk, that's all. I've told you before. Drunk people forget stuff. It's perfectly normal." "And I've told you before I got drunk because of the medication," said Erica. "Don't take your childhood issues out on me." "It's not relevant how or why you got drunk. I'm just saying," said Oliver. "It's not going to help." "Come on, it's a crazy idea. Stay here. Tell me about your mother's place. How bad was it?" "This won't take a minute," said Erica as she walked to the front door. "I'll be back in a moment. I'll tell you about Mum then." "I've made chicken curry for dinner." Oliver kept talking as he walked behind her. He held the door as she opened it. "I started to feel a bit better this afternoon, and I wasn't sure if we had any coconut milk, but we did. Oh, and I nearly forgot, the police came today. About Harry. They're having trouble finding—" "Hold all those thoughts." Erica picked up her umbrella. Oliver wasn't normally so loquacious, but a sick day at home alone always left him banked up with conversation. Also, she had a feeling those cold and flu tablets he took made him a little hyper. Not that she would ever tell him that, due to his horror of ever being affected by drugs and alcohol. It was cute how chatty he got. She hurried out in the rain, over the front yard, and up Vid and Tiffany's driveway. She rang the doorbell first, for form's sake, just in case someone was home, or someone somewhere was secretly observing her, although the only neighbour who could possibly have done that was Harry, and he was dead. She waited a good minute, and then she headed around into the backyard. As she went down the path at the side of the house, security lights switched on automatically, turning the rain to gold. She hoped she wouldn't trip some alarm. All the fairy lights in the backyard were on, and she remembered how Tiffany had said they were on some sort of automatic timer. Just the sight of the fairy lights created a deluge of sensory memory from that afternoon. She could smell Vid's caramelised onions that Clementine had fussed over. She could feel the way the ground had gently rocked beneath her feet. The woolly sensation in her head. This was working. Not Pat was a genius, worth every cent. Don't get distracted, she reminded herself. Focus, except don't focus too much. Relax, and remember. She had walked down this footpath from the back door. She was carrying the blue and white plates. She was looking at the plates. She liked the plates. She coveted the plates. My God, she hadn't taken the plates, had she? No, she'd dropped the plates. She remembered that. The music. There was music, and beneath the music, or above the music, there was a sound, an urgent sound, and the sound was related in some way to Harry. Oh, why did she keep coming back to Harry? What did that mean? Just because of his phone call earlier about turning down the music? She walked a little farther down the footpath. She couldn't see the fountain from here. She needed to see the fountain. Her heart thudded in rhythm with the rain pelleting her umbrella. She stopped, confused. Where was the fountain? She turned to the left. She turned to the right. She let the umbrella fall back behind her head and squinted through the rain. The fountain was gone. There was nothing but an ugly slab of empty concrete where it had once stood. And Erica's memories were dissolving, disappearing, being washed away like a chalk drawing on pavement in the rain. And all she felt right now was cold and wet and foolish. Chapter 57. Clementine followed Sam into their bedroom, where he pulled a t-shirt from a drawer and shrugged it on. He took off his work pants and pulled on a pair of jeans. His movements were jerky, like a twitchy junkie in need of a fix. He avoided meeting her eye. She said, "Do you mean it? Are you serious? About separating?" "Probably not," he said with a lift of his shoulders, as if the state of their marriage was neither here nor there to him. She was so agitated she couldn't sort out her breathing. It was like she couldn't remember the process. She kept holding her breath and then taking sudden gasps of air. She said, "For God's sake, you can't just say things like that. We've never... She meant that they'd never used words like separation and divorce, even in their worst screaming matches. They yelled things like, "You're infuriating. You don't think. You are the most annoying woman in the history of annoying women. I hate you. I hate you more." And they always used the word always, even though Clementine's mother had said you should never use that word in an argument with your spouse, as in, for example, "You always forget to refill the water jug." But Sam did always forget. It was accurate. But they'd never allowed for the possibility of their marriage ending. They could stomp and yell and sulk, safe in the knowledge that the scaffolding of their lives was rock solid. Paradoxically, it gave them permission to yell louder, to scream stupider, sillier, more irrational things, to just let their feelings swirl freely through them, because it was going to be fine in the morning. "Sorry," said Sam. "I shouldn't have said that." He looked at her, and an expression of pure exhaustion crossed his face, and for a moment it was him again, not that cold, peculiar stranger. "I was just upset about the idea of Dakota coming to Holly's party. I don't want Holly having anything to do with that family." "They're not bad people," said Clementine, momentarily distracted from the point at hand by the loathing in Sam's tone. Clementine didn't want to see Vid and Tiffany because they were a reminder of the worst day of her life. Just thinking about them made her shudder, the way you shuddered at the thought of some food or drink in which you had overindulged until it made you sick. But she didn't loathe them. "Look, they're just not our type of people," said Sam. "To be frank, I don't want my child associating with people like them." "What? Because she used to be a dancer?" said Clementine. "She used to be a stripper," said Sam, with such disgust It made Clementine feel instantly defensive on Tiffany's behalf. It would be too easy to put Tiffany into a particular box for a certain kind of person, and to decide that the powerful shot of desire Clementine had felt when Tiffany offered her a lap dance was merely a cheap trick of her body, an involuntary response, like using a vibrator. It would be easy to decide that Clementine's behaviour was disgusting and Tiffany was disgusting and what had happened was all just so disgusting. But that was a cop-out. That was like saying that what had happened to Ruby could never have happened if they'd been at a barbecue with the right sort of people. Of course it could still have happened if they'd been distracted by a conversation about philosophy or politics or prize-winning literature. Tiffany is nice, really nice. They're nice people, she said. She thought about Vid and Tiffany and the warmth and friendliness they'd showed them that night. They were both so unabashedly themselves. There was no subterfuge, no obfuscation. They're kind of sweet people, really. Sweet? Exploded Sam. Are you out of your mind? You've got no idea what you're talking about. I've been to those strip clubs. Have you ever been to one? No, but so what? They're revolting, depressing places. They're not glamorous. They're not sexy. You've got no grip on reality, seriously. It was just another version of the ongoing argument of their marriage. Sam had reality gripped. Apparently, Clementine did not. Sam wanted to get to the airport early. Clementine wanted to be the last one to board. Sam wanted to book ahead. Clementine wanted to wing it. It used to balance out. It used to be a joke. Seriously. She imitated his tone mockingly under her breath. Seriously, he said. No one wants to be there at those places. Not the girls, not the punters. Oh, right. No one wants to be there, repeated Clementine. The word punters irked her. Conservative old man word. Or was it just that everything about him irked her now? So I guess you and the other punters were just forced to go along. In most cases, it's a drunk group of blokes and someone says, let's do this for a lark, and you go along and it's funny, but then you see all those hard-faced women gyrating about and you realise it's seedy, it's disgusting. Yeah, that's right, Sam, because he seemed really disgusted by Tiffany that night, said Clementine. This was insane. This was historical revisionism at its best. And hadn't Sam always specialised in that? Hadn't she always said she wished she had a permanent film rolling of their life so she could go back and prove that, yes, he did so say that thing he now denied? You were laughing. You were encouraging her. You liked her. Don't pretend you didn't like her. I know you did. She regretted it as soon as she said it, because she knew him so well she could see how her words flayed him. You're right. And that's what I have to live with, he said. I have to live with that forever. But it doesn't mean I want to socialise with her. You know she was probably a hooker, right? She wasn't. Dancing was just a job. It was just a fun job. How would you know? Said Sam. We talked about it when she drove me to the hospital. Sam stopped. So you had a fun chat about Tiffany's stripping days on the way to the hospital while Ruby... His voice cracked. He took a breath, and when he spoke again, he had regained control of his voice. How nice. How very innocent. The rage felt as powerful and unconsenting and extraordinary as a contraction. It took her a moment to catch her breath. He was questioning her love for Ruby. He was implying she'd somehow betrayed Ruby, that she didn't care, that her love was inferior to his. And in fact, now that she thought about it, hadn't that always been his implication? That he loved the children more than she did because he worried more, he hovered more? You have no idea what that drive to the hospital was like, she said carefully. She could hear the anger she was trying to contain rippling through her speech so that each word sounded offbeat. It was the worst. Sam held up his hand like a stop sign. I have no interest in hearing about this. Clementine lifted both her own hands in frustration and then let them drop. Their relationship was becoming so twisted and tangled, it was like they were lost in the overgrown forest of a fairy tale, and she couldn't see how to hack their way back through to the place she knew was still there, the place where surely they still loved each other. Chapter 58. The Day of the Barbecue. Tiffany drove towards Westmead Children's Hospital as fast as she dared, while Clementine phoned her parents and in-laws. They were brief but terrible phone calls to hear. As soon as Clementine heard her mother's voice, she burst into tears. Tiffany could hear the poor woman shouting through the phone, "What is it? What happened? For the love of God, Clementine, stop crying and tell me." After the phone calls, they drove in silence, while Clementine sniffed noisily, her phone in her lap and her face turned toward the window. Finally, Tiffany spoke. "I'm so sorry," she began. "It's not your fault," said Clementine. "It's our fault. My fault." Tiffany was silent, her eyes on the road ahead. What if a little girl died because Tiffany still liked to be admired? Because she knew Vid liked it? Because she thought she was so freaking edgy? "I was distracting you," she said. She wanted it on the record before someone accused her. "I started it," said Clementine dully. She turned and looked out the window. "My child. My responsibility." Tiffany didn't know what to say. It wasn't like arguing over a dinner bill. "No, I insist. Let me take this one." "I was watching both girls all afternoon," said Clementine. "I knew exactly where they both were all the time. Except for then. Sam thinks I'm not as careful as him, but I was watching them. I was." "Of course you were. I know you were," said Tiffany. "She must have been so scared," said Clementine. "When the water—" Tiffany looked over and saw Clementine rocking, the seatbelt pulling tight against her chest, her fist pressed to her mouth. "She would have been swallowing all that water and panicking and—" Tiffany strained to make out the words as she pulled up at a traffic light. Clementine bent forward and rested her arms against the dashboard as if she were in the brace position for an airplane accident. Then she sat back again and pressed her hands hard against her lower abdomen and moaned, making Tiffany think of a woman in labour. "Deep breaths," said Tiffany. "In through the nose, out the mouth. Make a whoosh sound, like this." Clementine obeyed. "I do yoga sometimes," said Tiffany. Distract her, that's all she could do. "Do you do yoga?" "I keep meaning to," said Clementine. "I took Vid once," said Tiffany. "It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen." "What's that ahead?" said Clementine. "Please tell me that's not a traffic jam." "I'm sure it's not," said Tiffany. She looked at the line of twinkling red brake lights in front of her, and her heart sank. Not at this time of night. Surely not. Clementine couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was like the universe was playing with her, laughing at her, punishing her. "You're kidding," she said as they pulled up behind a stopped car. She twisted around in her seat. There were cars pulling up behind them, one after another, all of them coming to a complete stop. The lane next to them came to a standstill too. They were trapped in a sea of metal. "If there's a side street coming up," Tiffany jabbed her finger at the car's built-in satellite navigator, "we could duck down and find a back way, but I can't seem to see." "I should have gone with Ruby," said Clementine. She and Sam hadn't even discussed it when the doctor had said only one parent could go in the helicopter. "I'll go," Sam had said, without even looking at Clementine. Surely it was normally the mother who went. Children needed their mothers when they were sick. Just because Sam took the girls for their injections didn't give him first place in line during medical emergencies. They called out "Mummy" if they were sick in the night, and Clementine was the one who would go and sit and cuddle them while Sam went to measure out the medicine. Why had she just passively stood aside and let him go? She was the mother. Clementine should have gone. She loathed herself for not insisting. She loathed Sam for not giving her the option. "Oh, God," she said out loud. Her stomach cramped violently. "We're not moving at all." The brake lights on the car in front went off, and Tiffany hunched hopefully over the steering wheel. They inched forward and stopped immediately. From behind them, a car horn tooted, and another one responded with a furious, ludicrous scream. "Oh, fuck it," moaned Clementine. "Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it." She couldn't sit still. She plucked at the diagonal strap of her seatbelt. It felt like she was being physically restrained from seeing Ruby. The need to be there with her right now was overwhelming. She wanted to scream with it. She could feel her arms straining with the desire to hold her. "She's in good hands," said Tiffany. "My niece was in intensive care once at Westmead, and my sister said they were amazing. She was so impressed and—" She fell silent. Clementine looked out the window and then opened it to let in some air. She imagined herself throwing open the door and running. No footpath. She'd just run along the highway, past all those stupid, horrible metal cars, screaming, "Get out of my way!" "I'll see if we can find a traffic report." Tiffany switched on the radio. She pushed buttons, flicking past fragments of sound before finally settling on what sounded like a news report. "Come on," said Tiffany to the radio. Finally, they heard it. "A 3-car pile-up," said Vince, the roving traffic reporter, cheerily from his viewpoint in a helicopter. Someone else in a helicopter. "Traffic at a standstill. It's unbelievable. This is not your average Sunday evening. It looks like a peak-hour gridlock on a Monday morning." Tiffany switched off the radio. "So that confirms we're in a traffic jam," she said. They sat in silence. The car in front of them moved and then stopped almost immediately. "I can't. I have to." Clementine undid her seatbelt. The roof of the car was so close to her head. "I have to get out of here. I can't just sit here." "Well, there's nowhere to go." Tiffany looked panicky. "We're moving. Look, we're moving. It will clear." "Did you see how white she was?" said Clementine. Her face was so white. She normally has these pink little cheeks. She could feel her self-control slipping, like a foot sliding on gravel. She looked at Tiffany. "Talk to me about something else. Anything else." Okay," said Tiffany. Clementine couldn't bear it. "I've got an audition coming up. A very important audition. It was the biggest thing in my life this morning." "Did you have to audition to be a dancer?" She pressed her hands over her face and spoke through her fingers. "What if she stops breathing again?" "I don't think she can stop breathing because she's intubated," said Tiffany. "To help her breathe." The line of traffic moved again, stopped. "Fuck this!" Clementine slammed her closed fist on the dashboard. "I did have to audition," said Tiffany quickly, "for my job at the club. I went with my friend Erin. Otherwise, I might have chickened out." She stopped. "Go on," said Clementine. "Keep talking. Please, keep talking." "So, we turned up at the club, and I thought we might have trouble taking it seriously. But there was this woman in charge of the auditions. Her name was Emerald Blaze." I know, it sounds comical, but honestly, she was formidable. As soon as we saw her, we took it dead seriously. She was an amazing dancer. She moved in slow motion. It made me think of silk. Slippery silk. Almost too sexy. Like you were seeing something you shouldn't see. She said, "Girls, it's not about fancy pole tricks. It's about the tease." That advice earned me a lot of money. So the first thing we had to do was just walk up on stage, walk around the pole, and walk off. It doesn't sound like much, but it was terrifying, knowing all the girls were watching and judging you, and of course, we weren't used to the high heels yet. I thought I was going to fall. And what else? I remember Emerald had this whole thing about not being yourself. You had to come up with a stage name and invent your own backstory. Should I stop? What? Clementine kneaded her stomach with her fists. The traffic inched forward. "No, please don't stop. Keep talking. What was your stage name?" "Barbie." "Kind of embarrassing. I used to love my Barbie dolls." "Please keep talking," she said. And so Tiffany talked. She talked about the deep bass beat of the music, and the haze of cigarette smoke, and the drugs, and the girls, and the rules, and how she got pretty good on the pole. She could do lots of spinning tricks and hold herself out perpendicular to the pole, although it hurt her shoulders afterwards. But she'd done gymnastics at a competitive level as a kid, so Clementine thought of Holly's gymnastic classes. Maybe it was time for her to learn the violin instead. The car inched forward. "Go on," she said. Tiffany went on. She talked about the one time she had to push the panic button doing a private show, but that was honestly the only time she didn't feel safe. And the barrister who wanted to just sit there and tenderly hold her feet, and how she saw him a few weeks later being interviewed about a case on TV, and the scruffy-looking guy in a faded polo shirt who turned out to be mega rich and handed over stacks of tipping dollars, not like the bankers in expensive suits who teased you with a single token. It was worth $2 for God's sake. And the young country boys who kept on going back to the ATM for more cash and booking her again until finally she said, "Fellas, this is it. I've got nothing more to show you." And the B-grade celebrity who used to book her and Erin for shower shows and say, "Bravo, bravo," as if he were at the opera. Or the symphony? Tiffany looked sideways at Clementine. "Shower shows?" said Clementine. "Yeah, so you'd have a shower, while your customer sat on a couch and watched you loofah up or soap each other up if there were two of you. I liked the shower shows. The club got really hot and sticky. It was a relief to cool off. Right, said Clementine. God almighty, shower shows. She wondered if she was going to be sick. There was a very good chance she was going to be sick. Should I stop talking now? Said Tiffany. No, said Clementine. She closed her eyes, saw Ruby, and opened them again. Keep talking, she said in a louder voice. And so for the next 20 surreal minutes, while Clementine fixed her eyes on the brake lights of the car in front and willed them to vanish, Tiffany talked and talked, and the words flowed over Clementine, and she kept losing track, hearing only fragments. The podiums in the private rooms were really hard, so you carried this small fluffy rug. Some girls needed to drink to work, but competitive. This one night I thought, to hell with it. Until finally they came to the traffic cones and the bright white flashing lights and a tow truck slowly lifting a small mangled red car up by its bumper bar at an unnatural angle and a policeman waving them on, and Tiffany said in a suddenly very different tone of voice, "Right then," and put her foot down hard on the accelerator. And neither of them said another word until they drove into the hospital car park. Chapter 59. So, did it work? Did you remember anything more? Said Oliver. They were sitting at the dining room table, eating the chicken curry he'd made. Outside, the rain eased to a drizzle, as if it were thinking about stopping, but Erica wasn't falling for that. There was nothing else on the polished expanse of mahogany except what they needed. Shining cutlery, placemats, unsmudged glasses of iced water on coasters. Sitting down to eat at a table like this was something neither of them ever took for granted. Before they ate, their eyes always met in brief acknowledgement, an unspoken moment of gratitude for space and order. No, said Erica, the fountain is gone. It's all concreted over. The backyard looks scarred. It was kind of sad. I guess they didn't want the memory, said Oliver. Whereas I did want the memory, said Erica. She carefully put down her knife and fork. Stop waving your cutlery about, Pam used to tell Clementine and her brothers. Erica was the only one who listened. Clementine still liked to emphasize a point with her fork. Yes, said Oliver. I know. I've written it down, you know, everything I do and don't remember. In fact, she'd typed it up in a Word document, saved as memory doc, in the hope that treating it like a professional problem would bring about a professional solution. Good idea, said Oliver. He was listening to her, but she could tell he was also listening to the gurgling sound of rainwater cascading from their overflowing gutters onto their back deck. He was worried about the timber starting to rot. I remember coming out of the house, holding the plates, said Erica. Her memories were like the rapid flashes of a strobe light. On, off, on, off. And then, next thing, I'm in the fountain, and you're there, and together we're lifting up Ruby between us. But I can't remember anything in between. It's completely blank. I don't remember seeing Ruby or getting to the fountain. Suddenly, I'm just in there. You dropped the plates and you ran, said Oliver. You screamed for Clementine and then you ran. I saw you running. Yes, but why can't I remember that? said Erica. "Why can't I remember thinking, oh my God, Ruby is in the fountain? How could I forget that?" "The shock, the alcohol, the medication, all those things," said Oliver. "Honestly, I think you have to let it go." "Yes," sighed Erica. She picked up her cutlery again. "I know. You're right." She should tell him now that Clementine had agreed to be their egg donor. It was cruel to withhold information that would make him so happy. "How bad was your mother's place today?" asked Oliver. "The worst it's been in a while." "I'm sorry," said Oliver, "and I'm sorry you had to go on your own." "It's fine. I didn't do much. I kind of gave up. The bad news is that the woman next door is selling." "Okay," said Oliver, carefully chewing. "So that's a problem." She watched him weighing it all up. "She was nice about it," said Erica. "We'll just have to work with her," said Oliver. "Find out exactly when she's listing. The open for inspection times." "I feel like Mum might deliberately sabotage her," said Erica, "just to be malicious." "Possibly," said Oliver. He'd grown up with purposeless malice too, but he accepted it like the weather, whereas Erica still resisted it, resented it, tried to find meaning behind it. She thought of her mother's laugh when the rubbish bag had split. Why would she laugh? How was that funny? "We'll work it out," said Oliver. "We forget about the inside and focus on the outside. That's all that matters until the neighbour sells." He'd always been so gloriously calm when it came to the problem of Sylvia. When he realised how distressed Erica got whenever she visited her mother's house, which used to be a couple of times a week, he had initially insisted that she simply refuse to ever go there. But Erica's sense of responsibility for her mother couldn't let her do that. She needed to ensure her mother's living conditions hadn't become a fire or health hazard. So Oliver developed a plan, with a spreadsheet of course, setting out a schedule of visits. The idea was that Erica would go to her mother's place only 6 times a year, together with Oliver, and each time they went, they would have at least 6 hours blocked out, and they would be armed and ready for battle, with gloves and masks and rubbish bags. There would be no more going over for dinner, as if Sylvia were a normal mother. What a sick joke those dinner invitations had always been. Sylvia would promise to make some meal from Erica's childhood. Long, long ago, before the kitchen disappeared, she'd been a good cook. But the meal had never, ever materialised. And yet each time, part of Erica had believed that it would happen, even though she knew perfectly well that Sylvia's kitchen was no longer usable. "I was a little tired," Sylvia would say. "Shall we just get takeaway?" Those nights had always ended in a screaming match over the state of the house. Now Erica no longer begged her mother to seek professional help. Oliver had helped her see that Sylvia was never going to change. She would never be cured. Oliver said to Erica, "You get professional help. You can't change her, but you can change how you react to her." So that's what she'd done. He would be the most wonderful, calm, wise father. She imagined him explaining the world to a son, a little boy with Ruby and Holly's startling blue eyes, sitting at the table with them, with his own placemat and his own glass of water. Their child would never have to eat a meal sitting on his or her bed because the dining room table had disappeared beneath piles of junk. Their child's friends could come over to play anytime, even for dinner. They would have extra placemats. That was the plan, That was the dream, to give a child the precious gift of an ordinary childhood. It was just that she could see Oliver in the dream so much more clearly than she could see herself. Tell him, she told herself. Just tell him. He deserves it. Clementine called again today, she said, a tiny white lie, while I was at Mum's place. Oliver lifted his head and she saw the hope, so naked and raw, it made her feel sick. She's happy to do it, she said, to donate her eggs. Let her do it. They'd saved Ruby's life. A life for a life. Clementine owed them. Let her do it. Oliver carefully put down his knife and fork on either side of his plate. His eyes were shining. Do you think, he began, are you worried she's offering for the wrong reasons? Because of Ruby? Erica shrugged. The movement of her shoulders felt unnatural. She wasn't going to tell him what she'd overheard. It would only upset him, and it shamed her. She didn't want Oliver to know that her closest friend didn't really care for her. She says it's nothing to do with that, but I guess we'll never really know, will we? Anyway, it's a fair exchange. We saved Ruby. She gives us a baby. Are you joking? Said Oliver. I don't know if I'm joking, said Erica reflectively. I might be serious. We did save Ruby's life. That's a fact. Why shouldn't they repay us by doing something in return? And what does it matter what her motivations are? Oliver considered. Yes, it matters, he said. Doesn't it? If she doesn't really feel comfortable with it, if she wouldn't have done it otherwise? Well, she has to see the counsellor at the clinic anyway, said Erica, before it all goes ahead. Surely it's up to the counsellor to talk to her about all that sort of thing. Her motivations, her psychological state. Oliver's brow cleared. There was a procedure to follow. Experts who would decide. You're right, he said happily. He picked up his cutlery. That's great news, amazing news, a step in the right direction. We'll get there. We'll be parents, one way or another. Yes, said Erica. Yes, we will. He put down his knife and fork again and wiped the side of his mouth. Can I ask you something that might sound strange? Erica stiffened. Sure. The day of the barbecue, Clementine said that you'd always told her you didn't want children. You're not just doing all of this for me, are you? His glasses slipped forward a fraction as he frowned. All that you've had to go through over the last few years. It hasn't been that bad, said Erica. IVF had been a well-ordered process. She appreciated the rigour of it, the rules and the science. She especially enjoyed the sterility, the gowns that went straight into a basket after you wore them only once, the booties you put on over your shoes, the blue paper hairnets. And it had been nice spending time with Oliver, working on this important secret project together. She remembered each retrieval and transfer, breathing in that beautiful antiseptic fragrance, holding Oliver's hand, nothing to do except submit to the process. Oliver had taken on the responsibility of all the medication. He had done all her injections, tenderly, professionally. Never left a single bruise. She didn't mind the early morning blood tests, the dizzy rush to the head. Yes, that is correct. That is my name, she'd say, as the nurse held up the neatly labelled test tube of blood in a blue-gloved hand for her to check. Clementine would hate those needles. Clementine's terror in return for Oliver's joy. It was an equitable deal, wasn't it? Yes, but you do want a baby too, don't you? Said Oliver. For yourself. Not just for me. Of course I do, said Erica. It had always been for him. Always. That acquisitive desire she'd felt for a little Holly or Ruby of her own was gone now. She wasn't sure exactly why. Probably because of what she'd overheard, and maybe because of something else. Murky feelings related to those lost moments from her memory. But none of that mattered. She ate her chicken curry and let her eyes roam around their beautiful, uncluttered room. "What's that?" she said suddenly. She stood up and went to the bookshelf. There was a sparkle of blue in between the spines of two books. Oliver turned to watch her. "Oh," he said as she pulled out Holly's little blue sequined bag. "That." Erica opened the bag full of Holly's rocks. "She must have left it here," she said, lifting out a small, white, polished pebble. "The night of the barbecue," said Oliver. "I'll give it back to Clementine," said Erica. "Holly doesn't want it back," said Oliver. He opened his mouth as if he were about to say something else, but then he changed his mind and instead took a sip of water and replaced the glass carefully on the coaster. "Really? I thought she loved—" "We might be pregnant by Christmas," said Oliver dreamily. "Imagine that." "Imagine that," agreed Erica. And she dropped the stone back into the bag. Chapter 60. The Day of the Barbecue. "Is Ruby dead?" asked Holly, playing with the handle of her little blue sequined handbag full of rocks, which she held with both hands on her lap. "No," said Erica, "she's not dead. She went in the helicopter with your daddy to the hospital. She'll be there by now and the doctors will make her better." They were sitting under a duvet on the couch while Oliver made them hot chocolate. Madagascar was on TV. Erica had taken out her contact lenses, so all she could see were flashes of colour on the television. She had a feeling of impending sleep, like a huge black wave about to crash over her. Except she couldn't fall asleep, not while Holly was here. And it was only, around 6 or 7 p.m. It felt much later. It felt like the middle of the night. "She might die." Holly stared at the television. "I don't think she will, but she's very sick. It's very serious." "Yes, she might." "Erica," said Oliver as he walked into the room carrying the tray with the hot chocolates. "What? Weren't you meant to be as truthful as possible with children?" No one knew how long Ruby had been submerged before they'd pulled her out. There were no guarantees. She could have significant brain damage, hypothermia. She might not make it through the night. Why did Erica feel as if she should know exactly how long Ruby had been under the water for? Why did she feel strangely responsible, as if she'd failed in some way? She'd got to Ruby first. She'd been the first one to act. She wasn't Ruby's parent. But there was something she'd done or not done. "There you go," said Oliver. He was still in his wet clothes. He'd get sick. He handed Holly the mug of hot chocolate. I didn't make it too hot, but just take a little sip in case, okay? Thank you, said Holly loudly. Good manners, Holly, said Oliver. Get changed, said Erica as she took the hot chocolate from him. You'll catch a cold. Are you okay? Asked Oliver. Why? Do I not look okay? She took a sip of her hot chocolate and somehow missed her mouth. She wiped her finger across her chin. No, said Oliver, you don't. Manners, said Holly to Erica. What are you talking about? Snapped Erica. The child wasn't making sense. It occurred to her that she'd just snapped at Holly in exactly the same way that Sylvia used to do when Erica was a child. The moment Erica started telling her mother something, she would snap, "What are you talking about?" And Erica would think, "Let me finish, and then you'll know what I'm talking about." You forgot to say thank you, said Holly. She looked frightened. To Oliver. Oh, said Erica, of course, you're right. I'm sorry, Holly. I didn't mean to snap at you. Erica watched 2 giant teardrops quiver on the bottom eyelashes of Holly's big blue eyes. It was more than just her snapping. Holly wasn't that sensitive. Holly, she said. Holly, sweetie, it's fine. Everything is fine. Give me a cuddle. There. Although I actually think I might. I'm sorry. She couldn't hold on. Holly needed her comfort right now, but she couldn't give it to her. She handed back the cup to Oliver, and he reached out with surprise to take it just in time before it slipped from her hands. I'm just so sleepy. She let that big black pool of nothingness take her, drag her under. She could hear a phone ringing, but it was too late. She couldn't get back now. It was much too big and powerful to resist. Oliver looked at his comatose wife with a dull, sick sense of recognition. She'd passed out. Drunk. It meant she'd effectively left. Gone. Not back until the morning. He'd never ever looked at his wife with dislike before, but as he studied her drooping head and gaping mouth, he felt his face distort with resentment. They didn't even know yet if Ruby was going to be okay. How could she sleep? But, of course, drunks could always sleep. She's not a drunk, he reminded himself. She's just drunk. For the first time since you've known her. She must be exhausted, said Holly, looking at Erica with fascination. Oliver smiled at Holly's use of the word exhausted. I think you're right, he said. She's exhausted. How's your drink? Not too hot? No, it's not too hot, said Holly. She took a very careful, tentative sip. There was a little moustache of milk on her upper lip. Oliver, said Holly quietly. She held up her little blue handbag, and her eyes filled with more tears. Did you want me to put that somewhere safe? Oliver held out his hand. Oliver, she said again, but much more quietly this time. What is it, darling? Oliver crouched down in front of her. His clothes were still wet and filthy from the fountain. Holly leaned forward and began to whisper urgently in his ear. Chapter 61. The Day of the Barbecue. The 4 grandparents arrived at the hospital at the same time. Clementine had come out of the ICU to make a quick phone call to Erica to update her on Ruby's progress and to make sure that Holly could stay with them for a little longer until they sorted out where she would spend the night. To her surprise, Oliver had answered Erica's phone. Holly was fine, he said. She was on the couch under a blanket with Erica watching a DVD. He said that Erica was asleep, and he sounded embarrassed about that or bewildered, but apart from that, he spoke exactly as Oliver always did, with polite, throat-clearing reticence, as if it had been an ordinary night, as if he and Erica hadn't just saved Ruby's life. From where Clementine stood on the first-floor landing, she could see the ground floor of the hospital and the sliding doors at the entrance. She recognised Sam's parents first as they hurried in, their agitation clear in the way they half ran, half walked. They would have been caught in the same traffic jam as she and Tiffany had, and they would have felt that same demented frustration. Sam's dad had grown up in the country and abhorred traffic lights. She watched as the 4 of them grabbed at each other like the survivors of a natural disaster running into each other at a refugee camp. Her father, dressed in his around-the-house clothes, jeans and a misshapen jumper that would never normally be seen in public, hugged Sam's tiny mother, and she put her arms up and clung to his back in a way that was almost frightening to see because it was so out of character. Clementine saw Sam's dad put his hand on Clementine's mother's arm, and they both turned around, their faces lifted, studying the hospital signs for clues about where to go. Clementine's mother caught sight of Clementine first, and she pointed at the same time as Clementine raised her hand, and then they all hurried up the long, wide walkway toward her. Clementine walked down to meet them halfway. Her mother was first, followed by Sam's parents, with her dad at the back. He'd had a knee operation after a skiing accident a few months back. The expressions on their faces were painful to see. They each looked terrified and sick, and as if they were labouring to breathe, as if the walkway were a mountain Clementine had forced them to climb. These were 4 fit, trim grandparents enjoying their retirement, but now they appeared much older. For the first time, they looked elderly. Ruby and Holly were the only grandchildren on both sides of the family. They were adored and spoiled, and Sam and Clementine lapped up the adoration with such casual vanity, for hadn't they created these exquisite little angels? Why, yes, they had. So they deserved their pick of free babysitters, and they deserved to sit back and be fed homemade treats when they went to visit. For look what they offered in return, these glorious grandchildren. "She's okay," she said. By okay, she meant alive. She wanted them to know that Ruby was still alive. But she spoke too soon, before they could properly hear, and she could see all 4 of them straining to understand, in a panic to get to her faster, and Sam's mother grabbed for the banister as if it were bad news. "Ruby is okay," she called again, louder. And then they were all around her, asking questions, creating a roadblock for people trying to get up the walkway. "They have her sedated," said Clementine, "and she's still intubated." She tripped on the terrifying word and thought of Ruby's white little face and the huge tube extending from her mouth. It looked like it was choking her, not helping her breathe. "They've done a CT scan and there's no sign of swelling or brain injury. Everything looks fine," said Clementine. Swelling or brain injury. She tried to make the medical words feel meaningless, like a foreign language, just sounds coming out of her mouth, because she couldn't risk letting herself feel their full significance. They've done a chest x-ray and there is some fluid in the lungs, but that's to be expected. They're not too concerned. They've started her on a course of antibiotics. Her ribs are okay, no fractures. Why wouldn't her ribs be okay? Asked her father. Clementine cursed herself. She was trying to tell them anything positive she could, but there was no need to tell them all the things that could have gone wrong, but didn't. Or sometimes the force of the compressions, the CPR, but it's fine. It didn't. She heard Oliver counting out loud, and for a moment she couldn't speak. In the morning they'll reduce the medication, wake her up, and get her breathing on her own. Can we see her? Said Clementine's mother. I don't know, said Clementine. I'll ask. She shouldn't have let them come to the hospital. It would have been more sensible to tell them to wait at home, better for their elderly hearts. She hadn't thought. She just expected them to come, as though she was still a child and she needed the grown-ups. Once, she and Sam had been out at dinner with Erica and Oliver, and they'd got into a conversation about whether they felt like grown-ups. She and Sam had said they didn't. Not really. Erica and Oliver had looked perplexed and kind of appalled. Of course I feel like a grown-up, said Erica. I'm free. I'm in charge. Oliver had said, I couldn't wait to be a grown-up. So then, said Clementine's mother, breathing heavily. Was she having a heart attack? Suddenly she lunged at Clementine. Why weren't you watching her? She was so close, Clementine could smell the spicy scent on her breath of whatever she'd been eating for dinner. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off her, not for a single second. Not around water, for God's sake. Pam, said Clementine's father. He went to take his wife's arm, and she shook it off. A young pregnant woman squeezed her way past them and stared curiously. You're smarter than that. You know better, continued Pam, her eyes fixed on Clementine with such intensity it was as though Clementine were a stranger to her, as though she were trying to work out who this person was who had harmed her granddaughter. Were you drunk? How could you? How could you be so stupid? Her face crumpled into a million lines before she covered it with both hands. Clementine hadn't even told her yet that it was Erica who had saved Ruby. Erica, the better daughter, the grateful daughter, the daughter who would never have made a mistake like this. Clementine's father put his arm around his wife. It's okay, he mouthed over her head. He led her up the walkway. Let's go and sit down. It's the shock, said Sam's mother, Joy. She was a woman who never left the house without her face, but tonight it was bare of makeup. Clementine had never seen her without lipstick before. Maybe no one had. It looked like her lips were missing. She must have been having her nightly read in the bath when she got the call. Clementine imagined her panic, the throwing on of clothes before she was even properly dry. Come on, darling, said Joy. Chin up. Clementine could barely stand for shame. Chapter 62. The morning after the barbecue. Clementine? What? She must have dozed off. She didn't think she'd closed her eyes all night, but Sam was leaning over her, shaking her shoulder where she sat in the green leather chair next to Ruby's bed. There were purple shadows under Sam's red-rimmed eyes, black stubble along his jaw, and a thin line of white spittle around his lips. He had refused to sit at all. "Darl, you're not helping your daughter by standing for the whole night," the nurse had told him. But Sam seemed psychopathically determined to stand, as if Ruby's life depended on it, as if he were guarding her from harm. And eventually the nurse gave up, although every now and then she shot Sam a look as if she were just itching to stick a needle in his arm and knock him out. The nurse's name was Kylie. She was a New Zealander, and she spoke slowly and simply to them, saying everything twice, as if English were their second language. Probably all parents were dull-witted with shock. Kylie explained that in intensive care, every patient got their own nurse. "I've only got one job tonight, and that's Ruby." She told them there was a room available on the same floor where they could sleep, and she gave them little toiletry bags with toothbrushes and combs, of the style you might receive on an overnight premium economy flight. She advised them to try to get some sleep because Ruby was sedated and she wasn't going to know if they were there or not. But they'd already let Ruby down once. They weren't leaving her again. Sam spent the night watching Ruby and the screens monitoring Ruby's heart rhythm, her temperature, her breathing rate, and her oxygen levels, as if he knew what they meant, and indeed he had asked Kylie to explain. So maybe he really did understand. Clementine hadn't listened to the explanations. She spent the night with her eyes travelling back and forth between Ruby and Kylie's face. She felt that Kylie's face would tell her if there was anything to be concerned about, although she was wrong, because during the night Ruby's oxygen levels dropped, and Kylie's face remained exactly the same while the doctor on duty was called, and Sam moved quietly to the corner of the room with a clenched fist pressed hard against his cheek, as if he were poised to knock himself out. Ruby's oxygen levels went back up to an acceptable level again, but the adrenaline buzzed through Clementine for the next few hours. It was a reminder that they could not, should not relax, even for a moment. "The doctor is here," said Sam now, as Clementine rubbed her eyes and swallowed, her mouth dry and sour. "They're going to extubate. Wake her up." "Good morning," said a pale-haired, pale-skinned doctor. "Let's see if we can wake up this little sleeping beauty, shall we?" It was fast. The tubes came out. The mask was removed. After 20 minutes, Ruby frowned heavily. Her eyelids twitched. "Ruby?" said Sam, as if he were begging for his life. Ruby's eyes finally fluttered open. She stared at the cannula in her arm with an expression of pure disgust. Thankfully, her thumb-sucking hand was free, and she jammed her thumb in her mouth. She looked up, found her parents, and looked angrier still. "Whisk!" she demanded hoarsely. The relief Clementine experienced as she rushed to deliver Whisk was exquisite, glorious, like the cessation of an agonising pain, like a gasp of air when you'd been forced to hold your breath. She looked for Sam with the vague expectation that something would now happen between them, something important and climactic. They would grab hands, for example. Their fingers would lock together in mutual joy, and they would smile down at Ruby while tears rained down their faces. But it didn't happen. They looked at each other, and yes, they did smile, and yes, their eyes were full of tears. But something wasn't quite right. She didn't know who looked away first. She didn't know if it was her coldness or his coldness, if she was blaming him or he was blaming her. But then Ruby began to cry, distressed by her sore throat from the tube, and the doctor started talking, And it was all too late. It was another moment they'd never get back to do right. Chapter 63. "Dinner is ready," called Sam, and he sounded perfectly normal, not at all like the stranger who, less than 1 hour ago, had discussed separating. "I think I'm done with us." Now he sounded just like Daddy, like Sam, like himself. The smell of Sam's signature dish, shepherd's pie, filled the house. Clementine loved his shepherd's pie, but the girls hated it, which was annoying because it seemed like the sort of nutritious, kid-friendly food they should like. So every week they kept deluding themselves and trying again. "When will it ever stop raining?" asked Holly as she turned off her iPad with all the technological insouciance of a millennium kid. "It is actually driving me crazy." "Me too," said Clementine. "Ruby, come on. Dinner time." Ruby looked up from where she was sitting in the middle of a circle of dolls and plush toys. She had placed them around her in imitation of Story Circle at daycare and had been pretending to read them a Curious George book, holding it up in the same way that her teacher obviously did at daycare, and carefully licking her finger each time she turned the page. "It's nap time," said Ruby cheerfully, and knocked the toys into sleeping positions with a casual backhand. Hopefully she hadn't learned that at daycare too. "What's for dinner?" Holly ran to the table and sat herself up. She grabbed her knife and fork with ominous enthusiasm. "Pasta? It's pasta, right?" "It's shepherd's pie," said Sam, as Clementine strapped Ruby into the big girl booster seat she now used instead of a high chair. "What?" Holly slumped, as if to news of a great injustice. "Shepherd's pie? Again? We had it last night." "You did not have it last night," said Sam evenly, putting the plate in front of her. "You had pasta with Grandma last night, while Mummy and Daddy went out to dinner." "There's some still in the fridge," said Holly excitedly. "I remember we didn't eat it all, and Grandma said that—" "There's none left in the fridge," said Clementine. "I ate it last night." "What?" cried Holly. Life was a series of travesties. "But you went to a restaurant." "It wasn't a very good restaurant, so we came home early," said Clementine. Mummy and Daddy can no longer stand to go out to dinner together. Mummy and Daddy no longer like each other very much. Mummy and Daddy might be separating. "What?" "Sit up straight, Holly," said Clementine mechanically. Holly squawked. "Please don't make that sound," said Clementine. "Please." Holly made the sound again, but softer. "Holly!" "Yuck," said Ruby. She picked up her spoon and held it limply between her fingertips over the plate. She let it swing back and forth. "No, thank you." "I'll give you no thank you," said Sam. "Come on, girls. Just a little bit." Delicious," said Clementine, taking a mouthful. "Good work, Daddy." "Well, I'm not eating any of it," said Holly. She folded her arms and pressed her lips together. "I have too many taste buds." "What do you mean you have too many taste buds?" said Sam, as he determinedly shoveled food into his own mouth. "Kids have more taste buds than grown-ups. That's why it tastes yucky," said Holly. "She saw it on that TV show," said Clementine. "Remember? The one with the, I don't care how many taste buds you've got," said Sam. "You can try a mouthful." "Bleh," said Holly. "Let's see some good manners," said Clementine. Sam didn't look at her. It was as though he'd just been waiting all these years for the perfect excuse to hate her, and finally he'd gotten it. Her throat filled. The shepherd's pie wasn't as good as it normally was. Too heavy on the Worcestershire sauce. She put down her fork and had a mouthful of water. "I've got a sore tummy," moaned Holly. "No, you don't," said Clementine. Clementine's mother thought their marriage was a problem that could be fixed with a good dose of common sense and elbow grease. Marriages were hard work. But what could they say to a counsellor? They weren't fighting over money or sex or housework. There were no knotty issues to untangle. Everything was the same as before the barbecue. It's just that nothing felt the same. She looked at Ruby, who sat in front of her in perfect, pink-cheeked, giggling, naughty health, and remembered how strange it had felt when Ruby was transferred out of the hushed, important environment of ICU and into an ordinary ward with ordinary patients and busy, distracted nurses. No lovely Kylie just for them. It was like going from a 5-star hotel to a youth hostel. Then, after 2 nights in the ordinary ward, an extraordinarily young, tired doctor flipped through Ruby's paperwork and said, "You should be able to take her home tomorrow." Her chest was clear. She hadn't needed physio. The antibiotics had successfully fought off the chest infection before it took hold of her. Of course, there would be neurological checkups, outpatient care. She'd be monitored. But she was fine. First world medical care meant they didn't have to pay for their first world negligence. They'd brought her home to a stack of presents and an overly loving big sister who at intervals would try to pick her up and cuddle her, something she'd never done much of before, and would inevitably squeeze too hard, and Ruby would shriek and Holly would get yelled at. No one behaved normally except for Ruby, who clearly wanted the fuss over. She did not want to sleep in the big bed with either of her parents. She wanted her own cot, and she did not want a parent sleeping on the floor of her bedroom. She would stagger to her feet on the cot, her thumb in her mouth, and point whisk at the offending parent. "Go away," she would say. So they went. Ruby seemed to sense if anyone became too clingy or sappy. Clementine sometimes sat holding her, quietly crying, and if Ruby noticed, she would look up angrily and say, "Stop that!" She did not want to be cherished, thank you very much, unless it involved an extra biscuit. They should have been like lottery winners. They'd got a reprieve, a last-minute pardon. They were allowed to return to their ordinary lives and their ordinary worries, to arguments over shepherd's pie. So why were they not living their lives in a permanent state of joy and relief? "I am not going to eat one single bit of this," said Holly. She folded her arms dramatically. "Not one single bit." "Well, in that case, I'm not going to let you have 1 single minute on my iPad," said Sam. "Not 1 single minute." "What?" cried Holly, predictably shocked and enraged, as if this were a brand new threat, not one she heard virtually every day of her life. "No fair!" "Just 1 mouthful," said Sam to Holly. "You too, Ruby." "Did you play with Isabel at Honeybees today?" said Clementine to Ruby. Yes," said Ruby. She lifted her eyes and tapped her fingers to her mouth, trying to remember. "I mean, no." They said she was fine at daycare. Not traumatized or affected in any way as far as they could see, just happy to be back. In that first month after the accident, Clementine had decided, and she truly meant it at the time, that she would give up her career and become a stay-at-home mother. She had even allowed for the fact that they wouldn't be able to afford the mortgage repayments. They would sell the house, sell the cello, and rent a modest flat, where Clementine would spend her days grating vegetables, doing craft, and never removing her eyes from her children. She had said to Ruby, "Would you like to give up honeybees and stay at home with Mummy every day?" Ruby had looked at her as if she'd asked for a treat and been offered a raw carrot. "No, thank you," she enunciated very clearly. So that was the end of that, as a means of atonement. "Fine then, I'll have one mouthful." Holly picked up her fork and took the teeniest, tiniest possible mouthful. Her face contorted into a paroxysm of disgust. "Oh, for God's sake!" Sam thumped the palm of his hand flat on the tabletop so hard all their plates rattled and everyone jumped. He stood, grabbed both the girls' plates and walked into the kitchen, where he dropped them into the sink with a loud clatter. There was silence. Holly and Ruby looked flabbergasted. This was never part of the shepherd's pie routine. It wasn't meant to be serious. They weren't a family who yelled and thumped tables. Ruby's lip trembled. Her eyes swam with tears. "It's okay, Ruby," said Clementine. Ruby ducked her head and covered her face with her hands as if she were trying to hide. "Oh, God, Ruby, I'm so sorry, sweetheart," said Sam from the kitchen. He sounded close to tears. "I just got frustrated. I'm very sorry. Very, very sorry." Ruby lifted her tear-stained face and sucked noisily and deliberately on her thumb. "That was actually a very loud voice, Daddy," said Holly shakily. "It hurt my ears." "I know. I'm sorry." "Who wants ice cream?" said Sam. "Lots of ice cream." "What? They can't have ice cream for dinner?" Clementine, whose chair faced away from the kitchen, turned around to look at him. "Sure they can," said Sam feverishly. "Why not?" He went to the freezer. "They should at least have a bread roll first," said Clementine. "I want ice cream!" howled Ruby, suddenly recovered and furious, waving her pink, waterlogged thumb in the air for emphasis. "Me too," said Holly. "Bloody hell, Sam," said Clementine. "They're not having ice cream for dinner." Their parenting these days was all over the place. They veered from excessive leniency to excessive strictness and back again. "They're having ice cream," said Sam. He put the tub of ice cream on the bench and pulled off the lid. He was frenzied, agitated. It was like he was on drugs. Who cares if they have ice cream for dinner? Seize the day. Live for the moment. Life is short. Dance like no one is watching, or whatever that crap is. Clementine stared at him. "Why are you being so—" "Where's the ice cream scoop?" said Sam, his head down as he looked through the cutlery drawer. "The one with the polar bear—" "It's lost!" shouted Clementine. "Like everything else!" Chapter 64. The morning after the barbecue. Dakota felt her unhappiness before she opened her eyes. It was like her whole body felt different, flatter, heavier and yet emptier, as if something had been sucked out of her. Yesterday she had done something terrible, disgusting and irresponsible. She had played with a beautiful little girl like she was a doll, and then she'd just tossed her aside when she'd got bored with her and gone to play with something else, and the little girl had nearly drowned. She thought about the lady on the corner who was having a baby. Dakota and her mum had run into her at the shops just last week. And Dakota's mum had suggested that Dakota could babysit one day when she was older, and the lady had been all, "That would be great." And everyone had been all smiley, not knowing that Dakota was so irresponsible she could never ever be a babysitter. She would let the baby electrocute itself, or get burned by an iron, or pull a saucepan of hot, bubbling soup over itself, or bang! Dakota jumped. There was an awful banging, crashing, smashing sound coming from the backyard. She threw off her covers and ran to her bedroom window. She got up on her knees on the window seat and pulled back the blind. Her dad was standing in the fountain, except all the water was gone, so there was nothing but ugly, muddy ground. He was swinging a big metal bar like a baseball bat at the giant monument in the middle of the fountain. Dakota was reminded of some old footage she'd seen on TV once from a war or a revolution or something, where hundreds of people were using ropes to pull down a giant statue of a man, and they all cheered as it slowly toppled. Except in this case, it was just one person, her dad. And she'd never seen him look or act like this, angry and silent and violent, as if he wanted to kill someone or something. She watched the marble head of an angel baby go flying through the air, and then she couldn't stand to watch anymore. She ran back to her bed and hid under the covers like a little kid, trying to hide from a thunderstorm. Chapter 65. "Where are we going, Mum?" said Dakota for the third time from the back of the car. "Maybe that new Japanese restaurant I was telling you about this morning," said Vid hopefully from the passenger seat. "That's over this way, isn't it? Best tempura in Sydney, apparently. Did you make a reservation?" "I bet you made a reservation, eh? As a surprise." "We're not going to a restaurant," said Tiffany, as she drove through a roundabout, keeping an eye out for road signs. She knew exactly where she was going because she'd renovated a few properties around here. She'd done nicely with them too. It was so easy to give the hipsters what they wanted. Their little hipster hearts reliably exploded over an original-looking decorative ceiling. "We're just going to make a quick visit," said Tiffany. "We're going to just drop by." "People don't really do that anymore," said Vid gloomily. He'd love it if people still dropped by. He sighed. "You know, if we're going where I think we're going, it's not a good idea. Are we going where I think we're going?" "Yep," said Tiffany. She glanced at him, and he shrugged. He avoided confrontation. He just wanted everyone to be happy. The conflicted expression on Vid's face at a wake — he had a big extended family, people died regularly — was always priceless. "I'm not allowed to look happy even though I'm at a party with all these great people." "Where are we going, Dad?" Dakota leaned forward and pushed her face in between the two seats. "We're going out to dinner." Vid pulled out his phone. "I'm going to make us a reservation right now." "This is it," said Tiffany triumphantly. She drove slowly down a narrow, car-lined street. That was the problem with these cool inner-city locations. It was all very funky, but you could never get a freaking parking spot. "You'll never get a park," said Vid to her. He had his phone to his ear. "Forget it. It's not a good idea. Yes? Hello? I hear you have the best tempura in Sydney. Is that right?" "It is, right?" "Great. Well, can we try some tonight?" No, come on now. Are you sure you can't squeeze us in a corner somewhere? We are only 3 small people. Where are we? Said Dakota. We're going to drop by at Clementine and Sam's place, said Tiffany with cheery bravado. The earlier conviction she'd felt suddenly wavered. She had their address only because Erica had given it to her so they could send Ruby a get-well present, for which they'd received a polite but standoffish thank you card by return mail. The thank you card had made it clear, "We don't want to see you ever again." "What?" said Dakota. "Why?" "Is that a spot? Can I do it?" said Tiffany as she reverse parked the Lexus in between 2 hybrids. "Of course I can do it. I am the champion." "Got us a reservation." Vid waved his mobile triumphantly. He looked around. "So, you found a spot?" "I'll just go knock on the door," said Tiffany. "Make sure they're home." "Yeah, we'll stay here," said Vid. "You check if they're in the mood." "Do they know we're coming?" said Dakota. "No," said Tiffany. "It's a surprise visit. I'll tell them we were in the area." Vid snorted. Tiffany got out of the car, popped her umbrella open, and slung her bag over her shoulder. She'd put one of Vid's strudels from the freezer into her bag before they left. She stopped. The rain fell softly in a resigned, bored fashion, like it was sick of itself too. Tiffany paused. Was this the right thing to do? Eventually they would all forget, move on with their lives. "Mum?" Tiffany turned. Dakota had wound down her window and was poking her head out. She looked flushed and breathless. "If Holly and Ruby are there, and if they, do want to see me, I'll, come inside." "Me too." Vid leaned over the seat. "I'll, come inside, too." It was the right thing to do. She drew herself upright and walked toward the house. She thought randomly of the night she'd auditioned for the job at the club, the terror of walking that catwalk in those high platform shoes. She remembered telling Clementine about it. Yeah, it really compared to an audition for the Sydney Royal Chamber Orchestra, but Clementine had needed distraction. So Tiffany just told her whatever crap came into her head. And afterwards, she'd felt embarrassed, as if she'd made Clementine listen to sleazy, sordid stories from her past. Number 9 was a cute, charming, narrow little 2-story sandstone house. It was jammed in between 2 other almost identical-looking terraces. Tiffany studied them and wondered whether they were heritage-listed. She imagined a demolition ball smashing through all that charmingness and a 3-level apartment block going up in its place. Wrong. Oh, so very wrong and evil, but oh, so profitable. As she rapped the lion's head door knocker, she wondered if she might hear cello music. But instead, she heard a man's voice shouting. Sam? Surely not. He was too genial. Now she could hear a woman yelling. Oh, geez, Louise. Great timing. She'd dropped by when they were in the middle of a fight. She turned indecisively back toward the street. Mission abort? Go eat Sydney's best freaking tempura. The door swung open. It was Holly. She wore a blue and white checked school uniform, long fluffy purple socks, and strands of coloured beads around her neck. "Hello?" Tiffany smiled. "Remember me?" "You're Dakota's mum," said Holly. "I'm going to invite Dakota to my birthday party. My daddy said she wouldn't want to come." I think she'd love to come, said Tiffany. Holly got a look of pure vindication on her face. She turned on her heel and ran. Dad! Tiffany! Clementine appeared in the hallway. She looked aghast. Hi. How? I didn't even hear the knock on the door. How are you? I'm fine, said Tiffany. Clementine looked thinner than when Tiffany had seen her last, and drabber, older. We're going out to dinner, said Tiffany, and I knew you lived nearby, so I thought I'd drop off some of Vid's strudel. I remember you liked it. Dakota and Vid are in the car. She took the container with the frozen strudel from her handbag and handed it over to Clementine, who took it warily, as if it were radioactive. Thank you, she said, and thank you again for the lovely doll you sent for Ruby. You're welcome, said Tiffany. We got your thank you card. I think Vid has been trying to call you? Clementine winced. I'm sorry, yes, I know. I've been meaning to give you a call. It's just that you don't really want to have any contact with us because you don't want to think about that day and because you didn't really know us that well in the first place, said Tiffany. She was sick of the bullshit. I get it. I do get it. Clementine flinched. But the thing is, Dakota blames herself for what happened to Ruby that day. She's been making herself sick with guilt over it. Clementine's mouth dropped. She looked like she might cry. Really? Seriously? I'm so sorry. I'll talk to her. I'll tell her it was nothing to do with her. Dakota needs to see Ruby, said Tiffany. She needs to see she's okay. And actually, I think Vid needs to see her too. Just for a minute. I know we don't know your family that well, but it happened at our home. And you've got to realise this affected us too, and... She stopped because Ruby had suddenly come running down the hallway carrying her whisk. When she saw the unexpected guest at the front door, she wrapped her arm around her mother's leg, put her thumb in her mouth, and considered Tiffany. Hello, Ruby? Tiffany squatted down to Ruby's height and put the back of her hand on her pink, velvety cheek. Ruby gazed back at her with big, blue, disinterested eyes. Some random grown-up who didn't appear to be carrying gifts. Tiffany smiled up at Clementine. It turned out that she'd needed to see Ruby too. She looks great, she said. Clementine pushed open the front door a little wider. Why don't you go and get Vid and Dakota, she said. Chapter 66. Another rainy morning. Another talk to a group of elderly people. Clementine's eyes felt hot and dry as she drove into the car park of the community hall where the Hills District Retirees Association held their monthly meeting. She'd been up most of the night with the word separate going round and round in her head, until finally she'd sat up, found a notepad and a pen, and wrote in it, because wasn't there some research that suggested the act of writing down your worries reduced stress? In fact, it was shocking to see it written down so boldly like that. It hadn't helped her stress levels at all. She had torn out the sheet of paper and ripped it up into tiny pieces. When Vid, Tiffany and Dakota had left last night after their unexpected visit, Clementine had felt almost cheerful. There had been a definite sense of relief. The slip-sliding feeling of release after a fearfully anticipated event had finally taken place. The idea of seeing Vid and Tiffany had been so much more traumatic than the reality. All their qualities had become exaggerated in her memories of that night, when in fact they were just ordinary, friendly people. Tiffany wasn't quite as sexy as Clementine remembered. Vid wasn't quite as charismatic. They didn't have special hypnotic sexual powers. And poor little Dakota was just a kid who had been carrying around a terrible burden of guilt that had not been hers to bear. But it was immediately clear that Sam didn't feel the same way. As soon as they'd left, he'd turned on his heel and gone straight into the kitchen to pack the dishwasher. He'd refused to talk about anything except the ongoing administration of their lives. He was taking Holly for her taekwondo class before school. She would transfer some money onto the credit card. They didn't need to worry about dinner tomorrow night because they were going to Clementine's parents' house. Then off they'd gone to their separate beds. It had occurred to her during the long night that she and Sam already were separated. People could legally separate and live under the same roof. That's exactly what they were doing. It was a relief when her alarm had gone off and she could give up trying to sleep. She'd got up and done her audition practice, and then she'd had an early morning lesson with 13-year-old Logan, who she'd been teaching for the past 2 years and who didn't want to be there but smiled so politely at her, as if he did. Logan's music teacher had told his mother that he had talent and that it would be a crime not to foster it. Logan was technically proficient, but his heart was with the electric guitar. That was his passion. As Logan had played that morning, dutifully following every one of Clementine's instructions, she'd found herself wondering if that was how she sounded to Ainsley when she practiced her audition pieces. What was that awful word she'd used? Robotic. Should she tell poor little Logan he sounded robotic? But what would be the point? She bet he didn't sound robotic on his electric guitar. Now it was only 11:30, and she felt like she'd been up for hours. Because she had, in fact, been up for hours, she reminded herself as she put up her umbrella to walk through the crowded car park. "Where's your violin, dear?" asked the head of the Hills District Retirees Association when Clementine introduced herself. "My violin?" said Clementine. "I'm actually a cellist, but, you're cello, then," said the woman, with a little roll of her eyes to indicate Clementine's unnecessary attention to petty detail. A cello was just a big violin, after all. "Where's your cello, dear?" "But I'm not playing the cello," said Clementine uneasily. "I'm a guest speaker. I'm doing a talk." She had a moment of sudden terror. She was doing a talk, wasn't she? This wasn't a gig. Of course it wasn't. She was doing a talk. "Oh, are you?" said the woman disappointedly. She studied the piece of paper in her hand. "It says here you're a cellist. We thought you'd be playing for us." She looked at Clementine expectantly, as if a solution might present itself. Clementine lifted her hands. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm doing a talk. It's called One Ordinary Day." For God's sake. She felt exhausted. Was there really any point to all this? Was she actually helping, or was she just doing it to make herself feel better, to pay her penance, her dues, to even things up on the universal scale of right and wrong? The community talks had all come about because she'd been trying to redeem herself in her mother's eyes. A few days after they'd brought Ruby home from hospital, Clementine had been having a cup of tea with her mother, and she'd said, she could still hear the reedy, self-conscious tone with which she'd spoken, that she felt she should do something to raise awareness of how easily an accident like this could happen and make sure no one else made the same mistake she had made. She felt she should tell her story. She'd meant she should write one of those touching please share Facebook posts that would go viral. She probably would never have gotten around to doing even that. But her mother had been thrilled. What a wonderful idea! Clementine could do talks to community groups, mothers' groups, associations. They were always looking for guest speakers. She could partner with a first aid course provider, like St John Ambulance, hand out leaflets at the end, maybe offering a discount on a course. Pam would set it all up. She had all the contacts. She had a wide circle of friends who belonged to caring community groups across Sydney. They were always desperate for guest speakers. She'd be like Clementine's agent. "This could save lives, Clementine," Pam had said, with that familiar evangelical look in her eyes. Oh, God, Clementine had thought. But it was too late. As her father would say, "The Pam train has left the station. Nothing can stop it now." She did feel it was the right thing to do. It's just that it was hard to fit the talks into an already crammed life, especially when she was driving all over Sydney to do them in between gigs and teaching and school pickups and audition practice. And then there was the fact that she had to relive the worst, most shameful day of her life. "This is a story that begins with a barbecue," she said today to the members of the Hills District Retirees Association who were eating lamb with gravy and roast potatoes and peas for lunch as she spoke. An ordinary neighbourhood barbecue in an ordinary backyard. "You need to make it a story," her mother had told her. "A story has power." "We can't hear you," called out someone from the back of the room. "Can you hear her? I can't hear a word she's saying." Clementine leaned in closer to the microphone. She heard someone at the table nearest the lectern say, "I thought we had a violinist coming today." Beads of sweat ran all the way down her back. She kept talking. She told her story as cutlery scraped against plates. She gave them facts and figures. A child can be submerged in 10 seconds, lose consciousness in 2 minutes, and sustain permanent brain damage in 4 to 6 minutes. 9 out of 10 children who have died in the water were being watched by adults. A child can drown in as little as 5 centimetres of water. She talked about the importance of first aid training and how 30,000 Australians died of cardiac arrest every year because there was no one around with the basic CPR knowledge to save their lives. She talked about the wonderful work that CareFlight did and how they were always grateful for donations. When she'd finished, the president of the association gave her a box of chocolates and asked her fellow members to join her in a round of applause for their very interesting guest speaker today. Very informative, and thank goodness her daughter was all recovered and maybe next time Clementine could come and play her cello for them. Afterwards, as she was heading for the door, her dress damp against her back, a man approached her, wiping his mouth with his napkin. She steeled herself. Sometimes people couldn't resist coming up afterwards to tell her off, to inform her that she should never have taken her eyes off her toddler. But as soon as she saw the man's face, she knew he wasn't one of those. He was the other sort. He had the relaxed authority of someone who had once been the boss, but the bruised eyes of someone who had suffered a devastating loss. It was a look around the eyes, like fruit that has gone soft and is close to rotting. He had a story he needed to share. It was her job to listen. This was her real penance. He would probably cry. The women didn't cry. Elderly women were as tough as nails. But it seemed that men got softer as they aged. Their emotions caught them off guard, as if some protective barrier had been worn away by time. She braced herself. "My grandson would have been 32 this weekend," he said. "Ah," said Clementine. She waited for the story. There was always a chain of events that had to be explained. If this hadn't happened, if this had happened. In this case, it had all started with a broken phone. His daughter's downstairs phone was broken, so she ran upstairs to answer it. And at that moment, the next-door neighbour knocked on the front door and got talking to his son-in-law, and in the meantime, the little fella got outside. He dragged a chair over to the pool gate. There was a tennis ball floating in the pool. He was trying to get to the ball. He liked playing cricket. Was pretty good at it too. He was a little pocket rocket. Couldn't sit still. You wouldn't have thought he'd be big enough to drag that chair, but he did it. Determined. "I'm so sorry," said Clementine. "Well, I just wanted to tell you that you are doing a good thing," said the man. He hadn't cried, thank God. "Raising awareness. It's a good thing. Makes people think twice. Families don't get over it when something like this happens. My daughter's marriage broke up. My wife was never the same again. She was the one on the phone, you see. Never forgave herself for ringing at that time. Not her fault, of course, or the neighbour's fault. Just bad luck. Bad timing. But there you go. Accidents happen. Anyhow, you did a good job today, pet. Spoke very well." "Thank you," said Clementine. "You sure you don't want to stay and join us for dessert? They do a very tasty pavlova here." "That's nice of you," said Clementine, "but I have to go." "No worries. Off you go. I'm sure you're busy," said the man. He patted her on the arm. She headed toward the door, released. "Tom," he said suddenly. She turned back, steeled herself. Here it came. His eyes filled with tears, overflowed. The little fella's name. In case you wondered. His name was Tom. All the way home she cried. For the little fella, for the grandmother who'd made the phone call, for the grandfather who'd shared his story, and for the parents, because their marriage hadn't survived, and because it seemed like Clementine's marriage wasn't going to survive either. Chapter 67. It was early Thursday evening when Tiffany walked into the living area and saw Dakota sitting cross-legged on the window seat. She was reading a book in a little circle of lamplight, the blue, fluffy blanket over her legs, while raindrops slid down the window behind her. Barney was curled up in her lap. Dakota was absent-mindedly caressing one of his ears as she read. Tiffany caught herself just in time from exclaiming, "You're reading," and said instead, "You're there." Dakota looked up from her book quizzically. "I didn't know where you were," said Tiffany. "I'm here," said Dakota. Her eyes returned to her book. "Yes, you are." Tiffany backed away. "Yes, you are definitely here. There." She found Vid sitting at the kitchen table with his laptop, watching a masterclass on making the perfect tempura batter. He was officially obsessed after last night's dinner, which had sent him into rhapsodies. "She's reading again," whispered Tiffany, pointing over her shoulder. Vid gave a cursory thumbs up and kept looking at the screen. "You fry by sound, not by sight," he said. Interesting, eh? I have to listen. He put his hand to his ear to demonstrate. Tiffany sat down next to him and watched the chef demonstrate how to gently stretch a shrimp. It was good we went last night, she said. Vid shrugged. They were strange. They didn't say anything. Silent. That's because you didn't give them a chance to speak, said Tiffany. When Vid got nervous, he talked. Last night, he hadn't appeared to draw breath for the entire 10-minute duration of their strange little visit. It was only the 3 children who had behaved normally. Holly and Ruby had been thrilled to see Dakota and had dragged her off to see bedrooms and toys and everything else in their house. "This is our fridge," Holly had said. "This is our television. That's my mum's cello. Don't touch it. You're not allowed to touch it under any circumstance." In the meantime, the 4 grown-ups had stood in a strange, awkward foursome in the living room. Sam avoided all eye contact with Tiffany as if it were illegal to look at her. Everything about him seemed clenched. "They never even offered us a drink," said Vid. He couldn't get over that. He'd be offering drinks during an earthquake. "Yeah, well," said Tiffany, "they didn't want us there." "Humph," said Vid. "The little girl looks good. Very healthy. Rosy cheeks. We should have all been happy, celebrating." "I think they blame themselves," said Tiffany. "But she's fine. She's perfect. She's beautiful," said Vid robustly. "Thanks to Erika and Oliver. All good. No need for the glam faces. Shh, now. I'm trying to concentrate on my tempura. You're the one talking." Tiffany flicked his neck with her fingertip as she stood up. He slapped her bum in return. She went to the sink to get herself a glass of water and stood watching Dakota read. She felt immensely pleased with herself, like she'd pulled off a difficult deal. Visiting Clementine and Sam had been exactly the right thing to do. Socially awkward, but absolutely the right thing for her family. Last night, while they'd been standing in the hallway about to leave, and Vid was talking on and on about spotted gum floorboards, Clementine had pulled Dakota aside, taken her hand, and placed it between her own in an almost ceremonial way, and said, "Your mum told me you felt bad about what happened to Ruby at your place. Dakota, I forbid you to feel bad for another minute, for another second, okay? It was my responsibility." Tiffany had expected Dakota to say nothing, to just nod dumbly. But to her surprise, Dakota had spoken up, clearly, although her eyes had stayed fixed on her trapped hand. "I should have told you I was going inside to read my book." "But see, I knew you'd gone inside," said Clementine. "I knew the moment you went inside, because your mum told me. So that had nothing to do with anything. You weren't their babysitter. When you're older, you probably will do babysitting and you'll be very responsible. You'll be wonderful, in fact, I know it. But my girls were not your responsibility that afternoon. So you must promise me you won't worry about this anymore, because—" Clementine's voice had momentarily wavered. "Because I just can't bear it. If you feel bad about that day too, I honestly cannot bear it." Tiffany saw Dakota stiffen, repelled by the level of raw, grown-up emotion in Clementine's voice. Clementine released her hand, and in that instant you could almost see Dakota make a decision to accept absolution and be a kid again. and now she was back reading. Dakota had told Tiffany that she'd given up reading as a punishment to herself because that was her most favourite thing in the world. "Were you going to give up reading forever?" Tiffany had asked her, and Dakota had shrugged. She had also admitted that she had destroyed her copy of The Hunger Games because that was the book she'd been reading when Ruby nearly drowned. Tiffany had considered telling her that she really shouldn't destroy her possessions. Books cost money, money didn't grow on trees, etc. But instead she said, "I'll buy you another copy." And at first, Dakota said quietly, "Oh, that's okay." But when Tiffany pushed, she said, "Thanks, Mum. That would be great, because it was actually an awesome book." Now Tiffany watched her turn the page, deep in her own world. To never once say a word about how she was really feeling for all those weeks, while her secret guilt festered. Jesus, she'd have to watch that kid like a hawk. She was like Tiffany's sister Louise, who ran much too deep, as their mother said, while Tiffany presumably ran much too shallow. The doorbell rang. "I'll get it," said Tiffany unnecessarily, as it was clear neither Vid nor Dakota was moving. She felt a sense of déjà vu. Dakota lying on the window seat, the doorbell ringing, the morning of the barbecue. "Hi there. The man on the doorstep stopped. His gaze travelled a straight line down Tiffany's body. She wore yoga pants and an old t-shirt, but the man was looking at her like she was wearing her schoolgirl outfit from her dancing days. Tiffany jutted one hip and waited it out. Enjoyed it, to be frank. She was in a good mood. His eyes returned to her face. "That'll be $10, buddy." "Hello," said the man, clearing his throat. He was in his late 20s, very fair, and he was blushing. It was adorable. "Okay, you can have it for free." "Hi," said Tiffany huskily, making eye contact just to see if she could make him blush more, which, yes, it seemed she could. The poor man was crimson now. "I'm Steve." He held out his hand. "Steve Lunt." He was a little posh, one of those carefully enunciated voices you felt compelled to imitate. My great-uncle, Harry Lunt, lived next door." "Oh, right." Tiffany straightened as she shook his hand. "Shit. Hello, I'm Tiffany. We're very sorry about your uncle." "Well, thank you, but I actually only met him once, as a child," said Steve. "And to be honest, he scared the life out of me." "I didn't know he had family," said Tiffany. "We're all in Adelaide," said Steve. His colour had returned to normal now. "And, as I'm sure you're aware, Harry wasn't exactly sociable." "Well," said Tiffany, "we were Harry's only relatives, and my mother did her best, but it was really just the odd Christmas card and phone call. Poor Mum would sit there while he bellowed abuse at her. We, all the neighbours, we felt terrible that it took so many weeks before we realised..." Tiffany stopped. "I understand you found his body," said Steve. "Must have been upsetting." "Yes," said Tiffany, "it was." She remembered throwing up into the sandstone pot. What had happened to that pot? Would this poor man be responsible for it? "I feel bad that we didn't keep more of an eye on him." I doubt he would have welcomed anyone keeping an eye on him, said Steve. If it makes you feel better, he apparently told my mother you were nice. He said we were nice? Tiffany was astounded. Steve smiled. I think the exact words he actually used were nice enough. Anyhow, I just wanted to let you know that we'll be doing a bit of work on the place before we put it on the market. Hopefully there won't be too much noise or disruption. Thanks, said Tiffany. She did a rough calculation on the value of Harry's place. Maybe she should make an offer. I'm sure it'll be fine. We're early risers. Right. Well, good to meet you. Better get back to it. Tiffany closed the door and thought of Harry's vulnerable bent back as he'd shuffled across the lawn to his own place. She remembered the fury in his eyes when he'd shouted at her, "Are you stupid?" It was interesting that fury and fear could look so much the same. Chapter 68. So it looks like Mum is not going to cancel, said Erica. She'd been waiting all day for a phone call from her mother saying that she had a headache, or she didn't feel up to it, or it was too rainy, or, outrageously, that she was catching up on a bit of housework, so she wouldn't be able to join them at Clementine's parents' house for dinner after all. But the phone call hadn't come. In a minute, they'd be picking Sylvia up and discovering what personality she'd selected for the evening. Sylvia often went for a dreamy, bohemian persona when she was seeing Clementine's parents, as if she were an artist of some sort, and they were the stuffy suburban couple who had stepped in to help take care of her daughter when she was distracted doing her art. Another popular option was jaded alcoholic sex kitten, channeling Elizabeth Taylor, except Sylvia didn't drink. She'd just hold her glass of water with careless elegance, as if it were a martini, and speak in a low, husky voice. Whichever personality she chose, the point was to make it clear that she was somehow special and different, and there was therefore no need to feel guilty or especially grateful for how much time Erica had spent at Clementine's home as a child. "Oh well," said Oliver. He was in a great mood. Clementine had filled in all the interim paperwork, she'd been for a blood test, and she'd made an appointment to see the counsellor at the IVF clinic. Things were progressing. Each time Clementine passed him something across the table tonight, he'd probably be checking out her bone structure and imagining his super-efficient sperm, tests indicated perfect motility, zipping about the petri dish with her eggs. Clementine's parents can handle her. Erica's phone beeped just as Oliver turned into her mother's street, and her heart lifted. 11th hour reprieve, she crowed. But it was her mother saying to let her know when they were close so that she could be waiting out front. Erica texted back, "On approach right now." Her mother texted back, "Great!" Exclamation mark, kiss, kiss. Good God, double exclamation marks and kisses? What could that mean? "Looks like the neighbours have got their for sale sign up already," said Oliver as he parked the car. "Wow," he said. "She's outdone herself." "Told you so," said Erica. Erica's mother's front yard looked as it had on her previous visit. Maybe worse. She couldn't remember. "I think we need to call in the professionals," said Oliver, his eyes on the yard. "Take her out somewhere, do it while she's gone." "She won't fall for that again," said Erica. She'd taken her mother away for the weekend once and sent in cleaners, returning her mother to an unrecognisable, beautiful home. When they'd got back, her mother had slapped Erica across the face and refused to speak to her for 6 months because of her betrayal. Erica had known she was betraying her. She'd felt like Judas that whole weekend. "We'll work it out. Here she comes. Gosh, she looks great." Oliver jumped out of the car in the rain to open the back door for Sylvia, who carried a large white wooden-handled umbrella and wore a beautiful tailored cream suit, like something Jane Fonda would wear to accept a Lifetime Achievement Award. Her hair was bouncy and shiny. She must have been to the hairdresser. And as she got in the car, all Erica could smell was perfume. Nothing damp or mouldy or rotting. It was a trick. The ultimate trick. Tonight they weren't going to pretend that there was a reason why Clementine's parents had virtually adopted Erica. Tonight they were going to pretend it had never happened at all. And of course they would all go along with it and let her get away with it. They'd all behave as if Sylvia lived in a home that matched that beautiful brand new outfit. "Hello, darling," said her mother in a breathless, feminine, I'm a lovely mother voice. "You look nice," said Erica. "Do I?" "Thank you," said her mother. "I called Pam earlier to ask if I could bring anything, and she absolutely insisted I come empty-handed. She said something very mysterious about how the evening was in honour of you and Oliver, although she knows you both don't like to talk about it, but obviously she was forever in your debt." I thought, goodness, is dear old Pam finally losing her marbles? Oliver cleared his throat and shot Erica a rueful half-smile. Naturally, Erica hadn't said a word to her mother about what had happened at the barbecue. You would think it was a straightforward story, but who knew how she'd react? "We were at a barbecue with the next-door neighbours and Ruby fell into a fountain," said Erica. "Oliver and I sort of rescued her. We had to give her CPR. She was fine." There was silence from the back seat. "Ruby is the littler one, right?" said Erica's mother in her regular voice. "How old is she? 2? "Yes," said Erica. "What happened? Nobody saw her fall in? Where was her mother? What was Clementine doing?" "Nobody saw her fall in," said Erica. "It was just one of those unfortunate things." "So, she wasn't breathing when you pulled her out?" "No," said Erica. She watched Oliver's hands tighten on the steering wheel. "The two of you worked together?" "Oliver did compressions, I did the rescue breaths." "How long before she responded?" "It felt like a lifetime," said Erica. "I bet it did," said Sylvia quietly. "I bet it did." Then she leaned forward and patted their shoulders. "Well done," she said. "I'm very proud of you two. Very proud." Neither Erica nor Oliver said anything, but Erica could feel their mutual happiness filling the car. They both responded like thirsty plants to water when it came to parental approval. "So, little Miss Perfect Clementine isn't so perfect after all," crowed Sylvia as she leaned back in her seat. There was a triumphant, bitchy edge to her voice. "Ha! What did Pam have to say about that? My daughter saved her grandchild's life." Erica sighed, and Oliver's shoulders slumped. Of course she would ruin the moment. Of course she would. "Pam is very grateful," she said flatly. "Well, that certainly evens up the score then, doesn't it? For all that family supposedly did for you." "They didn't supposedly do anything, Mum," said Erica. "Their home was a haven for me." "A haven," snorted Sylvia. Yes, that's right, a haven, with running water and electricity and actual food in the refrigerator. Oh, and no rats. That was nice. The lack of rats. Let it go, said Oliver quietly. Well, all I'm saying, my darling child, is that we don't have to feel quite so grateful to them now, do we? Quite so subservient, like they're our feudal overlords. You saved that child's life. Yes, well, and now Clementine is going to donate her eggs to help us have a baby, so we're going to be back to feeling grateful to them, said Erica. It was a mistake. As soon as she said it, she knew it was a mistake. There was a beat. Erica looked at Oliver. He shook his head as he resignedly flicked on the indicator to turn right. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Sylvia leaned forward as far as her seatbelt would let her. Damn it, Erica, sighed Oliver. We've been going through IVF for the last 2 years, said Erica. And my eggs are rotten. Because of you, she thought. Because I grew up in filth, surrounded by rot and decay and mould. So germs and spores and all manner of malignancy found its way into my body. She hadn't been at all surprised when she couldn't get pregnant. Of course her eggs had gone off. No surprises there. They're not rotten, said Oliver in a pained way. Don't say that. You never told me you were going through IVF, said Sylvia. Did you just forget to mention it? I'm a nurse. I could have given you support. Advice. Yeah, right, said Erica. What do you mean, yeah, right? We never told anyone, said Oliver. We just kept it to ourselves. We're strange people, said Erica. We know it. You always said you never wanted children, said Sylvia. I changed my mind, said Erica. You'd think she'd signed a contract the way people kept reminding her of this. So Clementine offered to donate her eggs, said Sylvia. We asked her, said Erica. We asked her before what happened with Ruby. But you can bet your bottom dollar that's why she's doing it, said Sylvia. Look, none of this is definite yet, said Oliver. We're right at the early stages. Clementine still has to have tests, see a counsellor. It's a horrible idea, said Erica's mother. An absolutely horrible idea. Surely there are other options. Sylvia, began Oliver. My grandchild won't really be mine, said Sylvia. Narcissist. That's how Erica's psychologist described her. Classic narcissist. My grandchild will be Pam's grandchild, continued Sylvia. It's not enough that she has to take my daughter. Oh, no, now she can lord it over me with this. We're just so happy to help out, Sylvia. So condescending and smug. It's a horrible idea. Don't do it. It'll be a disaster. This isn't about you, Sylvia, said Oliver. Erica could hear a pulse of anger in his voice. It made her nervous. He rarely got angry, and he always spoke with such scrupulous politeness to his mother-in-law. Why in the world did you ask her? Said Sylvia. Find an anonymous donor. I don't want my grandchild to have Pam's DNA. She's got those big elephantine ears. Erica, what if your child inherits Pam's ears? For heaven's sake, Mum, said Erica. I read somewhere there's a gene associated with compulsive hoarding. I think I'd prefer my child to have big ears than become a hoarder. Please don't use that word. I abhor that word. It's so accurate, murmured Erica. There was silence for a few seconds, but Sylvia rallied fast. What will you say when Clementine comes to visit? She said. Oh, look, darling, here comes your real mother. Off you go and play the cello together. Sylvia, please, said Oliver. It's unnatural, that's what it is. Science has gone too far. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. They pulled into Clementine's parents' street. It used to take Erica only 10 minutes to walk here as a child, to leave all the dirt and the shame behind. Erica looked out the window as they pulled up in front of the neat Californian bungalow with its olive green front door. Just seeing that olive green front door used to make her heart beat slow. Oliver turned off the windscreen wipers, twisted the key in the ignition, undid his seatbelt, and turned to look at his mother-in-law. Could we please not talk about this over dinner? He said. Could I ask you that, Sylvia? Of course I won't. Sylvia lowered her voice. Take a look at Pam's ears, though. That's all I'm saying. She caressed one earlobe. I myself have such dainty ears. Chapter 69. Ding, ding, ding. Pam tapped her spoon on the side of her water glass and got to her feet. Could I have your attention, please? Clementine should have known. There was going to be a speech. Of course there was. Her mother had been delivering speeches all her life. Every birthday, every holiday, every minor academic, sporting or musical achievement merited a speech. Oh, goodness, are you going to sing for us, Pam? Said Sylvia, turning in her chair to regard Pam. She winked at Clementine. Clementine shook her head at her. She knew that Sylvia had been a terrible mother to Erica, that she had said and done unforgivable things over the years, and that was all in addition to the hoarding problem. But Clementine had always felt traitorously affectionate toward her. She enjoyed Sylvia's subversiveness, her outlandish comments, her meandering stories, and snarky, sly little digs. In contrast, her own mother always seemed so staid and earnest, like a well-meaning minister's wife. Clementine especially enjoyed seeing Sylvia's outfits. She could just as easily look like a bohemian intellectual as a Russian princess or a homeless person. Sadly, she'd chosen homeless person for Erica's wedding in order to make some long-forgotten, convoluted, pointless point. Tonight, Sylvia looked like a lady who lunched. You would think she was going home tonight to a glossy McMansion with a banker husband. I hope you'll allow me the indulgence of saying a few words, said Pam. There are two people here tonight who can only be described as... She paused and took a deep, shaky breath. Quiet heroes. Hear, hear, said Clementine's dad, too loudly. He'd been drinking more than usual. Erica's mother made him nervous. Once, she'd sat next to him at a school concert, and while discussing local politics, she had apparently put her hand very close to his you-know-what. This was how Pam described it, causing Clementine's dad to make the most peculiar sound, like a yelp. Yes, that's what they are. Quiet, unassuming, unsung heroes, but heroes nonetheless, continued Pam. Gaw. Sylvia put her head to one side in an oh shucks way, as if Pam were referring to her. Erica rotated one shoulder, as if she had a stiff neck. Oliver adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. The two of them looked profoundly uncomfortable. Why did you invite Erica's mother? Clementine had asked Pam earlier that night. Well, I thought it would be nice for Erica, Pam said defensively. We haven't seen Sylvia for a long time, and her hoarding has gotten very bad again lately, so I thought it might be helpful. But Erica hates her mother, said Clementine. She doesn't hate her, Pam had said, but she'd looked upset. Oh, gosh, I probably shouldn't have invited her. You're right. Erica would have enjoyed the night more without her. You try to do the right thing, don't you? And it just doesn't always work out that way. Now she looked brightly around the room. They don't want accolades. They don't want medals. They probably don't even want this speech. She gave a merry laugh. I want a medal, said Holly. Shh, Holly, said Sam, on Holly's other side. He had barely touched the food on his plate. Yet some things simply cannot go unsaid, said Pam. But I do want a medal, demanded Holly. There is no medal, hissed Clementine. Well, why did Grandma say there was? She didn't, said Sam. Erica's mother giggled deliciously. The debt of gratitude we owe Erica and Oliver is of such magnitude, said Pam, that I cannot even begin to... Could I trouble you to pass the water, Martin? Said Sylvia in a loud whisper to Clementine's father. Pam stopped and watched her husband half stand and awkwardly place the jug of water next to Sylvia while avoiding any eye contact whatsoever. Sorry, Pam, said Sylvia. Carry on. Lovely earrings, by the way. Pam put her hand confusedly to one ear. She wore the plain gold studs she always wore. Thank you, Sylvia. Where was I? The debt of gratitude, said Sylvia helpfully as she poured herself a glass of water. Oliver tipped back his head and studied the ceiling as if for inspiration or salvation. Yes, the debt of gratitude, said Pam. Ruby, who had been sitting on a cushion on the chair next to Clementine, suddenly put down her spoon with a purposeful air and slid onto the floor. Where are you going? Whispered Clementine. Ruby put her hand to the side of her mouth. Going to sit on Grandpa's lap. I wanted to sit on Grandpa's lap, huffed Holly. I was actually just about to go and sit on Grandpa's lap. There is a quote, said Pam. There always was. She swept her hands wide, palms facing the ceiling. She liked to deliver her quotes with this particular statesman-like gesture. Friends are the family we chose for ourselves. Indeed, said Sylvia. So true. I'm not quite sure who said it, admitted Pam. She liked to attribute her quotes. I meant to check. Don't worry, Pam, we can always look it up later, said Clementine's dad. Oliver could check right now, offered Sylvia. Oliver, where's your phone? He's so quick. Tippity-tippity-tap, and he has the answer. Mum, said Erica. What? Said Sylvia. Friends are the family we chose for ourselves, repeated Pam, and I'm just so glad that Clementine and Erica chose to be friends. She glanced at Clementine and then hurriedly looked away. Erica, Oliver, your amazing actions that day saved our darling Ruby's life. We can obviously never truly repay you. The debt of gratitude I think we already covered the debt of gratitude, said Sylvia, didn't we? Anyway, from what I hear, the debt is set to be cleared. Sylvia, said Oliver. Sylvia gave Clementine a roguish look. She leaned close and whispered so that Oliver and Erica couldn't hear. You and Oliver, eh? Clementine frowned. She didn't get it. Making a baby together, clarified Sylvia. Her eyes sparkled maliciously. Clementine saw that Erica's jaw was set in the manner of someone enduring a painful but necessary medical procedure. Erica and Oliver, we love you. We thank you. We salute you. Pam lifted her glass. To Erica and Oliver. There was a scramble as everyone found wine or water glasses and raised them too. Cheers! Cried Holly. She tried to clink her lemonade glass against Clementine's wine glass. Cheers, Mummy! Yes, cheers. Be careful, Holly, said Clementine. She could see that Holly was on the cusp of crazy. These days you could never tell what she was going to do next, and right now she was drunk on too much lemonade. Cheers, Daddy, said Holly. Sam didn't register her. He still had his wine glass lifted, but his eyes were on Ruby sitting on Martin's lap, whispering something to Whisk. I said, cheers, Daddy, said Holly angrily, and she got up on her knees on her chair and slammed her water glass so hard against her father's wine glass that it shattered in his hand. Jesus! Sam leapt back from his seat as if he'd been shot. He turned on Holly and yelled, That was naughty! You are a very naughty, very bad girl! Holly cowered. Sorry, Daddy. It was an accident. It was a stupid accident, he roared. Okay, that's enough, said Clementine. Oh, dearie me, said Pam. Sam stood. There was blood on his hand. For a moment, the only sound was the perpetual patter of rain. Do you want me to take a look at that cut? Offered Sylvia. No, said Sam rudely. He sucked the side of his hand. He breathed heavily. I need to get some air. He left the room. That was all Sam did these days. Leave the room. Well, there's a little drama to spice things up, said Sylvia. Oliver stood and began collecting the pieces of glass in the palm of his hand. Come sit here with me, Holly, said Erica, pushing back her chair and patting her legs. And to Clementine's surprise, Holly slid off her chair and ran to her. I had told you to be careful, Holly, said Clementine, and she knew her sharp rebuke was only because she'd been expecting the comfort of Holly's body against hers. She wanted Holly to sit on her lap, not Erica's, and that was childish. All her emotions had become tiny and twisted. She really should cancel her audition. She was too emotionally stunted to ever be a good musician. She imagined her bow screeching and scraping across the strings as if she'd suddenly become a beginner. Squeaky, unpleasant notes to match her squeaky, unpleasant emotions. Right. Well, cups of tea, coffee, said Pam. Erica brought along some very nice chocolate nuts that will go very nicely with a cup of tea. Just the ticket. Isn't she clever? Said Sylvia. I'm quite remarkable, said Erica. As Pam began the complicated process of confirming everyone's tea and coffee orders, Clementine collected plates and took them into the kitchen. Her father followed her, carrying Ruby, who had that comfy, superior look children always got in the arms of a tall man, like a fat-cheeked little sultan. You okay? Said her father. Fine, said Clementine. Sorry about Sam. He's just stressed about work, I think. Yes, he does seem stressed about the new job, said Martin. He put Ruby down as she began to wriggle. But I think it's more than that. Well, it's been hard for him ever since the accident, said Clementine. She wasn't sure if she was allowed to call it an accident, if that implied she didn't consider herself responsible. Sam blames himself for not watching Ruby, and I know, he also blames me, said Clementine. It was somehow easier to just boldly admit it to her dad, who would just take what she said at face value, rather than her mother, who would listen too intently and empathetically and filter everything through her own emotions. And I guess I blame him, said Clementine. And at the same time, we're both pretending we don't blame each other at all. Right, said her father. Well, that's called being married. You're always blaming each other for something. He opened a kitchen cupboard and began taking out mugs. What's the bet I'm getting the wrong ones out? He turned to look at Clementine, holding 2 mugs by the handles on his fingertips. But I reckon there's something more going on. He's not right. He isn't quite right in the head. Not those ones, Martin. Pam bustled into the kitchen. We want the nice ones. She took the mugs off him and swiftly put them away. Who isn't right in the head? Sam, said Clementine. I've been saying that for weeks, said Pam. Chapter 70. Hello again. Tiffany lifted her umbrella to see who had spoken. She was walking through the quadrangle toward the St. Anastasia's shop to buy Dakota's uniform for next year. It was Andrew's wife again. Of course it was. Murphy's Law would ensure that Tiffany ran into this woman and or her husband every time she entered the school, and at every school event until Dakota finished high school. It wasn't going to be at all uncomfortable. No, it was going to be freaking great. Kara and Dakota would become best friends. They'd invite them over for a barbecue. Where did you guys meet? The nice wife would innocently ask, and her husband would clutch his chest and drop dead of a heart attack. Handy. Except then Oliver would rush over from next door and revive him. Tiffany, right? I'm Lisa, said Andrew's wife. She tilted back her own battered umbrella to reveal her face. There were soft pink pouches under her eyes. One of the metal spokes of her umbrella had broken free of the fabric and was directed at her face like a weapon. You probably don't remember me. I sat next to you at the information morning. I remember. How are you? Said Tiffany. Not great. This constant rain is doing my head in, said Lisa. She surveyed Tiffany. You look well. Do you take some sort of secret supplement? Caffeine? Said Tiffany. Seriously, it's a pleasure to look at you. Tiffany laughed uneasily. Was she about to say, I understand my husband used to pay good money just to look at you? Are you buying Kara's school uniform too? Said Tiffany. She knew that the uniform shop, run by our lovely volunteers, opened for just 45 minutes at this time, and strictly no longer, and it was first in, best dressed. Literally. Would it seem odd that she remembered Lisa's daughter's name? Suspicious? We're moving to Dubai for the next 5 years. Oh, again. We're moving to Dubai for the next 5 years. So Kara won't be attending St. Anastasia's after all. Oh, well, that's... Tiffany tried to think of a more appropriate way to end the sentence rather than, wonderful news, although paradoxically, irrationally, she found herself feeling almost disappointed. She liked Lisa. It's a pleasure to look at you. Who actually said that? It was nice. How do you feel about that? She said. I'm trying to feel okay about it, said Lisa. "We did the expat thing when the kids were little, and it was all fine. But I just don't think I have the energy to do it again. We're very settled in Sydney, and this just came out of the blue. It happened on Wednesday, the same day as the information morning, actually. My husband hears about some marvellous, incredible opportunity that he can't pass up or some bullshit." She put her hand to her mouth. "Probably shouldn't swear on Catholic school grounds." She looked up. "God won't like it." "Don't you have a say in the matter?" said Tiffany. Lisa raised a hand in defeat. "Some battles can't be won, and this is one of them. I don't think it rains much in Dubai, so that's something." She suddenly thrust out the bag she held in her hand. "Here, take it. Got the lot there. Our kids looked about the same size. I can't be bothered going through the rigmarole of getting my money back. Roxanne Silverman runs the uniform shop. She always asks me if I've lost weight, which is her passive-aggressive way of saying I need to lose weight." Tiffany took the bag unwillingly. "I'll pay you." "Nope," said Lisa. "Take it. I insist. Apparently we can afford to lose all those non-refundable deposits on school fees." "Please," said Tiffany, "please, let me give you—" She put the bag at her feet and began trying to get her wallet out of her handbag while still holding her umbrella. "I'm off. You take care," said Lisa. She turned on her heel and walked away, her umbrella blowing sideways. "Well, thank you," called out Tiffany. Lisa raised her umbrella in acknowledgement and kept walking. Tiffany watched her go. A bell rang, and a babble of girlish voices rose from the nearest building like a flock of seagulls. Seagulls with nice private schoolgirl accents. She thought about Lisa's husband. Lisa's husband was a polite, softly spoken man. He'd been interested in Tiffany's degree. He'd liked her schoolgirl outfit best, a green and white checked uniform not dissimilar to the one still in its cellophane wrapper in the bag she now held, the one his daughter would have worn if she'd attended this school. Lisa's husband drank Baileys and milk. A girly drink, she used to tease him about it. Lisa's husband used to slip a huge wadge of tipping dollars into her garter in one go, instead of making her work for them, or worse, teasing her, as if the tipping dollars were dog biscuits. Fuck that. Lisa's husband had taken her out a few times after work. Once he'd come to see her perform in the day, and after she finished work they couldn't find anywhere open for lunch, so he'd booked a hotel room just so they could order room service. It had been a revelation to Tiffany, how you could use money to manipulate your world. When things went wrong, you just waved your credit card like a magic wand. After lunch, he'd gone back to work and she'd had a free hotel in the city for the night. She'd invited some of her uni friends over to stay. None of them believed she hadn't slept with him, but she hadn't. They'd just eaten club sandwiches and watched a movie. He had been a friend. She'd been like his hairdresser, except she hadn't cut his hair. She'd danced for him. Their relationship had felt wholesome. It was maybe a whole year after that, after she'd given him a private show, that Lisa's husband had asked Tiffany, in his polite, reticent way, if she'd ever seen that movie, Indecent Proposal? The one with Robert Redford and Demi Moore? The one where Robert Redford paid some obscene amount to sleep with Demi Moore? Tiffany had seen the movie. She understood the question. $100,000, she'd told him, before he'd even asked. She had pitched it low enough to be a possibility, but high enough so it was still a joke, a dare, a fantasy. and it didn't make her a hooker. He hadn't hesitated. He'd said, "Will you take a cheque?" It was a company cheque from something or other holdings, and it was enough for the deposit on the apartment she'd bought at the auction where she'd met Vid. It had laid the foundation of her financial fortress. She'd always told Vid that she'd never slept with any of her clients. She was a dancer, not a hooker. And it still felt true. What happened with Andrew was a one-off with a wealthy older friend. A joke, a dare, a fun idea. She might have done it for the cost of 2 drinks if she'd met him in a bar and he'd made her laugh. Even after she had slept with him, she'd still felt like their relationship had a kind of wholesomeness to it. They had straightforward, missionary position sex with a condom. She had a dirtier relationship with Vid. She remembered that afterwards, while they were in bed together, Andrew had begun to talk about a 1-bedroom apartment he owned in the city. Something about a trust. Something about tax advantages. It took her a while to catch on that he was offering her an opportunity, a mutually beneficial long-term arrangement. She had politely declined. He'd said to let him know if she ever wanted to reconsider. About 6 months later, he came into the club and booked her for a private show. He told her that he was moving the family overseas for a year. It wasn't long after that, Tiffany finished her degree, stopped dancing, and got her first full-time job. In all her dealings with Andrew, she'd never thought of his wife. "What about the wives?" Clementine had said in the car that night. "The wives stuck at home with the kids." Tiffany had answered with a shrug. The faceless, middle-aged wives had never been her responsibility. She wished them no ill. She owed them no duty of care. They probably didn't have great bodies, but they had great credit cards. Her deal with Andrew was the only secret she'd ever kept from Vid. She wasn't ashamed, and in all honesty, she wasn't even sure it was necessary. But every time over the years when she'd gone to open her mouth and share her story, her instincts had screamed, "Shut the hell up." Even her free-spirited Vid had his boundaries, and she didn't want to find out what they were by crossing them. So, no, she'd never felt shame about what had happened with Andrew, except for right now. As she stood in the rain, holding an environmentally friendly bag, heavy with free, expensive school uniforms, watching his tired, disappointed, chunky-around-the-middle wife head back through the rain to her black 4-wheel-drive Porsche. Because maybe the timing of this unexpected move to Dubai was a wonderful coincidence. But then again, maybe it wasn't. Chapter 71. It was because of the rain. If only the rain had stopped, then Erica wouldn't be standing here right now on a Saturday morning in her living room with the sound of her heart thumping in her ears, feeling like she'd been arrested, except the policeman was her own husband. Oliver didn't really look like a policeman. He looked sad and confused. She wondered if that was the same expression he'd got on his face as a child when he found the bottles of vodka and gin his parents had hidden around the house, before he stopped believing their excited promises about giving up. They still made extravagant promises. "We're doing dry July. We're doing sober November." It had happened when she was out renewing her license. She'd been in a good mood when she came home. She liked starting her weekend by ticking off those kinds of day-to-day administrative tasks that her mother had so often left undone. Bills left unpaid, disconnection notices ignored, unsigned permission slips immediately lost in the maelstrom. But then Oliver met her at the door. "We've got a leak," he said. "A roof leak. In the storeroom." They had a small storeroom where they kept their suitcases and camping gear and skis. "Well, that's not the end of the world, is it?" she asked, but her heart started to beat double time. She had an inkling. Oliver, being Oliver, he'd got right onto it and had begun moving things into the hallway, and he'd come upon this old locked suitcase under a blanket. The suitcase was full, and he couldn't think what would be in there. It took him only a second to find the only unmarked key in the drawer where they kept the keys. See, if she really was her mother's daughter, he would never have found the key. "So I opened it," he said. And then he took her gently by the hand and led her into the dining room, where he'd laid out the entire contents of the suitcase in orderly rows, as if he were an investigator laying out evidence from a crime scene. Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2. "It's just a silly habit," she said defensively. And to her horror, she felt an expression like her mother's creep across her face. A furtive, sneaky look. "It's not hoarding, if that's what you're thinking." "At first, it just seemed like random stuff," said Oliver. "But then I recognized Ruby's sneaker." He lifted up the runner and banged it against the palm of his hand so that the coloured lights flashed. And I remembered how Clementine and Sam said that they'd lost one of her flashing shoes. "It's Ruby's shoe, isn't it?" Erica nodded, unable to speak. "And this bracelet?" He held up the chain. "It's Clementine's, right? It's the one you bought for her in Greece." "Yes," said Erica. She felt a hot, itchy flush creep up her neck as if she were having an allergic reaction. She didn't like it. I could tell she didn't like it. "Everything here belongs to Clementine, doesn't it?" He picked up a pair of scissors. They were Clementine's grandmother's pearl-handled scissors. Erica couldn't even remember the day she'd taken them. She pressed her finger to Holly's long-sleeved T-shirt with the strawberry on the front. Next to it was a tote bag with a picture of a treble clef. Clementine's first boyfriend, the French horn player, had given it to her for her 20th birthday. "Why?" said Oliver. "Can you tell me why?" "It's just a habit," said Erica. She had no words to explain why. A sort of, compulsion. There's nothing of actual value there." Compulsion. One of those solid, respectable, psychological-sounding words to nicely wrap the truth. She was as mad as a hatter, as crazy as a bedbug. Oh, she'd slept with enough crazy bedbugs in her time. She scratched the side of her neck. "Don't make me throw it away," she said suddenly. "Throw it away?" said Oliver. "Are you kidding? You have to give it all back. You have to tell her that you've been, what, pilfering her stuff? Is that what it is? Are you a kleptomaniac? Do you... Dear God, Erica, do you shoplift?" "Of course I don't shoplift. She would never do anything illegal." Clementine must think she's going mad. "Well, she really needs to be tidier, more organised," began Erica. But for some reason, that really tipped Oliver over a precipice she hadn't realised he was balancing upon. "What in God's name are you talking about? She needs a friend who doesn't steal her stuff," shouted Oliver. He actually shouted, He'd never shouted at her before. He'd always been on her side. She understood, of course, that what she did wasn't, perhaps, ordinary. It was a strange, unsavoury habit, like gnawing her cuticles or picking her nose, and she knew she needed to keep it at a manageable level. But part of her had always assumed that Oliver would somehow understand, or at least accept it, the way he'd accepted everything else about her. He'd seen her mother's house, and he still loved her. He never criticised her the way she knew some husbands criticised tiny things about their wives. "The woman is incapable of closing a cupboard door," Sam would say about Clementine. Oliver was too loyal to ever say anything like that about Erica in public, but right now he didn't just look mildly aggravated. He looked truly appalled. The room went blurry as Erica's eyes filled with tears. He was going to leave her. She'd tried to keep her craziness confined to just one small suitcase, but deep down she'd always suspected that his leaving one day was a foregone conclusion, and now the sight of those items laid out in all their useless, shabby glory confirmed it. She was her mother. She felt a burst of fury, and for some reason it was directed at Clementine. "Yeah, well, she's not that great. Clementine isn't that great," she said, shakily, idiotically, childishly, but she couldn't seem to quell the flood of words. "You should have heard the things I heard her say to Sam at the barbecue when I went upstairs. She was talking about how she felt repulsed at the idea of donating her eggs to us. That's the word she used. Repulsed." Oliver didn't look at her. He picked up an ice cream scoop from the table and fiddled with the mechanism. It had a picture of a polar bear on the handle. Erica had put it in her handbag one hot day last summer, after they'd had ice creams in the backyard at Clementine's house, after she'd performed at Symphony Under the Stars. Erica had just gotten the call about another unsuccessful IVF round, but it was nothing to do with the IVF. She'd taken the first item for her collection, a shell necklace Clementine had brought back from a holiday to Fiji, when she was only 13 years old. Where was it? There it was. Erica had to pull back her own right arm because she so badly wanted to reach over and feel its chunky, rough-edged texture in the palm of her hand. "Why didn't you tell me?" he said. "About this? Because I know it's weird and wrong and—" "No. Why didn't you tell me about what you overheard Clementine say?" "I don't know." She paused. "I guess I felt embarrassed. I didn't want you to know that my best friend feels that way about me." Oliver put down the ice cream scoop. There was an infinitesimal softening around his mouth, but it was enough to make Erica's legs go weak and wobbly with relief. She pulled out a chair and sat down and looked up at him, studying the faint stubble along his jawline. She remembered when they'd first sat down together to do the draw for the squash comp all those years ago. He was the clean-shaven nerd with the glasses and the pinstriped shirt, frowning over the spreadsheet, taking it far too seriously, just like her, wanting it done right and done fairly. She'd looked at the stubble along his jawline, and the thought had crossed her mind, he looks like Clark Kent, but maybe he's really Superman. Oliver sat down at the table in front of her, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. "I'm your best friend, Erica," he said sadly. "Don't you know that?" Chapter 72. "I'm sorry about dinner at Mum and Dad's the other night," said Clementine as she handed Erica her cup of coffee. They were in Clementine's living room with its original, but non-working fireplace, stained glass porthole windows, and wide floorboards. When she and Sam had first seen this room, they'd exchanged glinting looks of satisfaction behind the real estate agent's back. This room had character, and it was just so them. In other words, the opposite of the modern, sterile, and soulless sort of place that Erica and Oliver went for. Clementine was beginning to wonder if her entire personality was a fabrication, nothing more than a response to Erica's personality. You are like this, so therefore I am like that. Right now, the living room seemed dowdy and dark and very damp. She sniffed. "Can you smell the damp? We've got mold popping up everywhere. Revolting. If it doesn't stop raining soon, I don't know what we'll do." Erica took the cup of coffee and held it in both hands, as though to warm herself. "Are you cold?" Clementine half rose. "I'm fine," said Erica shortly. Clementine sank back in her seat. "Remember when we bought this place and the building report said there was a problem with rising damp and you said we should really think twice about it and I was all, who cares about rising damp? Well, you were right. It's really bad. We've got to get it fixed. I got a quote from..." She stopped. She was boring herself so much, she couldn't even be bothered to finish the sentence. Anyway, it was all a transparent attempt at exoneration. "You saved my child's life, while all I've ever done is complain about you. You are all that is good, I am all that is bad. But surely I get extra credit points for all this self-flagellation. A reduced sentence for pleading guilty?" "The dinner at your parents' was nice," said Erica. "I enjoyed it." "Oh, good," said Clementine. Now she felt bad. She didn't want Erica to think she meant she didn't deserve her hero's dinner. "I just meant with the broken glass and Sam storming off and..." She drifted again and drank her coffee and waited for Erica to get to the point of why she was here. She'd called earlier and asked if she could come around. It was bad timing. Sam had taken the girls to a movie so Clementine could practice. The audition was only 10 days away now. It was the final countdown. But, of course, Clementine had said yes. She presumed it was something to do with the next step in the egg donation process. Erica nodded at Clementine's cello in the corner. "Is your cello affected by all the rainy weather?" She had that faintly defensive look she always got when she looked at Clementine's cello, as if it were a glamorous friend who made her feel inferior. "I've been having a lot more trouble than usual with my wolf," said Clementine. "Your wolf?" said Erica distractedly. Clementine was surprised. She was sure that she would have talked about her cello's wolf tone with Erica before, and Erica tended to retain that sort of stuff, especially because it was something negative. She loved bad news. "A lot of cellos have it. It's like a problem note, I guess, is the simplest way to put it. It makes a horrible kind of sound, like a pneumatic drill or a toy gun," said Clementine. "I tried a wolf tone eliminator for a while, but then I felt like I lost resonance and tone, so I took it off. I can deal with it. I just have to gently squeeze the cello with my knees. And sometimes I can rearrange the bowing to meet the wolf on the down bow, so..." "Oh, right, yes, I remember. I think you might have mentioned it before," said Erica. She changed the subject abruptly. "By the way, while I think of it, I found one of Ruby's shoes at my place the other day." Erica pulled out Ruby's missing, flashing-soled sneaker from her handbag and placed it on the coffee table, making the lights flash. They seemed especially lurid in the dark room. "I can't believe it." Clementine snatched up the shoe and examined it. We looked everywhere for that damn shoe. It was at your place. I can't even remember her wearing it to. Good. So, anyway, what I wanted to discuss today, said Erica, the egg donation. Right, said Clementine dutifully. She put the shoe back in her lap. Well, as you know, I've got the appointment with... We've changed our mind, said Erica. Oh! Clementine's mind whirled. It was the last thing she'd expected. How come? Because I'm really happy to... Personal reasons, said Erica. Personal reasons? It was the sort of phrase that you used with an employer. Yes. So I'm sorry we took up your time doing the blood tests and all that, said Erica, especially when you've got your audition coming up. Erica, said Clementine, what's going on? Erica's face was impenetrable. Nothing, she said. We just don't want to go ahead. Is it because... Clementine felt sick. That day at the barbecue, I was talking to Sam, and at first I wasn't sure how I felt about your request, and I'm just a bit worried that you might have overheard and you might have misinterpreted. I didn't hear a thing, said Erica. You did, said Clementine. Okay, I did. But it doesn't matter, it's not about that. She looked at Clementine, and her eyes seemed somehow naked and raw within her folded-up face. But Clementine was at a loss to interpret what she was feeling. I'm sorry, said Clementine. I'm really sorry. Erica lifted one shoulder, the tiniest possible shrug. I want to do it now, said Clementine, not just because of Ruby. I'd got my head around it. I feel good about it. Was it a lie? She wondered. Maybe it was true. She was exhilarated by the possibility that deep down she was her mother's daughter, a kind, generous person after all. I really want to do it, said Clementine. It wasn't my decision, said Erica. Oliver is the one who wants to look at other options now. Oh, said Clementine. Why? Personal reasons, said Erica again. Had Erica told Oliver what she'd overheard Clementine say? The thought of kind, honourable Oliver, who had always been so unfailingly polite to Clementine, whose face lit up when he saw her children, hearing Clementine's remarks, made her want to cry. She thought of the sound Oliver had made when he revived Ruby, that animal-like whimper of relief. She put down her cup on the coffee table and slid off the couch, falling to her knees in front of Erica. The sneaker fell onto the floor. Erica, please, let me do it. Please. Stop that, said Erica. She looked appalled. Get up. You're reminding me of my mother. That's exactly the sort of thing she does. That sneaker is under the couch now, by the way. You'll lose it again. She sounded crotchety, but somehow revived. The colour was back in her cheeks. Clementine found the sneaker and sat back up. She picked up her coffee, sipped it, and met Erica's eyes over the rim. Idiot, said Erica. Dummkopf, muttered Clementine into her mug. Arschlich, spat out Erica. No, that's not it. Arschloch. Good one, said Clementine. You big Vollidiot. Erica smiled. I forgot that one, she said. And verpiss dich, by the way. Piss off yourself, said Clementine. I thought it meant fuck off, said Erica. You'd know better than me, said Clementine. You're the one who got the higher mark. Too right I did, agreed Erica. Clementine blinked back tears of laughter or grief. She wasn't sure which. It was strange because she always felt that she hid herself from Erica, that she was more herself with her true friends, where the friendship flowed in an ordinary, uncomplicated, grown-up fashion. Emails, phone calls, drinks, dinners, banter, and jokes that everyone got. But right now, it felt like none of those friends knew her, the raw, ugly, childish, basic way that Erica did. Anyway, the truth is I'm ambivalent, said Erica. She tipped back her head and drank her coffee in virtually one gulp. It was one of her quirks. She drank coffee like she was doing a shot. What do you mean? I never especially wanted to have children, as you know, as people keep reminding me. That's why Oliver is the one driving this. I feel ambivalent. It was like she'd only recently settled on the word ambivalent and wanted to use it as much as possible. She was staying on message like a politician. She pointed a warning finger at Clementine. My ambivalence, by the way, is confidential. Yes, of course, but if you don't really want a baby, you should tell him. You shouldn't have a child just for him. It's your choice. Yes, and I choose my marriage, said Erica. That's my choice. My marriage. She stood up. Oliver's dream is to have a baby, and I'm not going to make him give that up. She picked up her bag. Oh, by the way. Her tone changed and became brittle. I was going through an old box of memorabilia the other day, and I found this necklace. I think it was yours. She pulled out an extremely ugly shell necklace and held it up. It's not mine, said Clementine. I always hated those necklaces. I'm pretty sure... Well, maybe I'm wrong. Erica went to put the necklace back in the bag. But maybe the girls would like it. She was giving Clementine a strange, piercing look, as if this really mattered. She was the oddest woman. Sure, thanks. Clementine took the necklace. She wouldn't let the girls play with it. It didn't look that clean, and it would be like wearing barbed wire around your neck. Erica looked relieved, as if she'd wiped her hands of something. I hope your practice goes well. Only 10 days until the audition, right? Right, said Clementine. How's it going? Not that great. I found it hard to focus. Everything that happened. Sam and I... just... well, you know. Time to knuckle down then, said Erica briskly. This is your dream, Dummkopf. And then she was gone, out into the rain in her sensible shoes. No kissing or hugging goodbye because they didn't do that. The German insults had been their version of a hug. You're off the hook, thought Clementine as she cleared the coffee mugs away. No daily injections. She thought of the So You're Thinking of Becoming an Egg Donor video she'd watched yesterday and how her own stomach had clenched in horror as she'd watched the nice, generous woman briskly inject her stomach with the drug that would cause her body to produce multiple eggs. She sat down with her cello, picked up her bow, and focused on working her way through her chromatic scales. Over the last few days, she'd been allowing an image to form in her head. An image of a little boy with Ruby's almond-shaped eyes and Oliver's jet black hair. The image trembled like a reflection on water and then vanished. For heaven's sake, Clementine, how dare you? Her hand tightened on her bow. The image didn't even make sense because Ruby's eyes came from Sam's side of the family. There it was again, her friendly wolf tone. It was a truly ghastly sound. She could feel it in her teeth. Sam always said she was overly sensitive to sounds because she was a musician, but she didn't think that was true. He was just astonishingly insensitive to them. There were only a few sounds she could feel in her teeth. Her wolf tone, a certain high-pitched shriek of Holly's when Ruby had wronged her, the wailing shark alarm at McMaster's Beach. She was suddenly transported to the last time she'd heard that shark alarm, during that holiday when she was 13. Clementine and Erica had been in the surf together when the alarm went off. Erica was a strong swimmer, better than her. The alarm had made Clementine panicky. That sound! And she'd slipped as she waded toward the shore, and Erica had grabbed her arm. "I'm fine," Clementine had snapped, shrugging her off, full of that hideous rage she'd carried throughout that entire 2 weeks. But then, just a second later, she'd thought she felt something slippery and strange slide across one leg, and she instinctively reached out for Erica. "You're okay," said Erica, calmly, kindly, soothingly, steadying her. Clementine could still see Erica's wet, white arm on hers, the salt water clinging like diamonds to her white skin. 3 angry red bite marks circling her thin, bony wrist like a bracelet. The fleas had come and gone in Erica's house like seasons. Clementine dropped her bow and tried to imagine her life without Erica in it, without the aggravation, followed always by the guilt. A melody with only 2 notes: aggravation, guilt, aggravation, guilt. She picked up her bow and deliberately played the wolf note over and over, letting the sound aggravate her and worm its way down her ear canal, vibrating against her eardrum, creeping into her brain, throbbing at the centre of her forehead. She stopped. "You shouldn't put up with a wolf tone," Ainsley had told her. "Get it looked at." When she'd tried the wolf tone eliminator, it was initially a relief. It had taken her a little while to realise that something else was gone along with her wolf. Her sound wasn't as rich. The notes surrounding the wolf tone were somehow dampened, less focused. She wondered if it was similar to how people felt when they first took antidepressants and they lost their pain, but everything else felt muted too, flatter, duller. In the end, she decided that her wolf tone was the price she had to pay for the sound of all those centuries of time held within the red gold curves of her cello. Maybe Erica was her wolf tone. Maybe Clementine's life would have lacked something subtle but essential without her in it. A certain richness, a certain depth. Or maybe not. Maybe her life would have been great without Erica in it. Clementine realised she was hungry. She set aside her cello, and on the way to the kitchen, she picked up the horrible knobbly shell necklace and chucked it straight in the bin. She went to the fridge, got herself a tub of yogurt, went to the drawer for a spoon, and the first thing she saw was the polar bear ice cream scoop that Sam had been looking for the other night. Men. It had probably been right there in front of him the whole time. She opened the yogurt, had a mouthful. It was really very good. Creamy, as they said in the ad. She was susceptible to advertising, but really, this was very good yogurt. It reminded her of her first taste of food after fasting. She hadn't been fasting. There was a feeling growing within her, a twitchy feeling. She was jabbing the spoon into the yogurt and eating it too fast. She thought of the opening melody of Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, the high-pitched bassoon, the strange jerky moments building to an ecstatic unfurling. She wanted to hear that piece. She wanted to play that piece because that was exactly how she felt right now. There was an upward spiraling feeling in her chest. Was the yogurt drugged? Was it simply exquisite relief because she demonstrated her absolute willingness to donate her eggs, but she didn't actually have to do it? Altruism without action. It didn't get better than that. Was it just that she'd had enough of feeling bad over what happened? She could never forget that afternoon, but she could forgive herself. She could forgive Sam. If he wanted to end their marriage over this, then she would grieve him as if he'd died. But God damn it, she'd get over it. She'd live. She'd always suspected this about herself, that right at the centre of her soul was a small, unbreakable stone, a cold, hard instinct for self-preservation. She'd die for her children, but no one else. She wouldn't allow one mistake, one slip of judgment to define her life. Not when Ruby was fine. Not when life was there for the taking. She thought of Erica saying, "This is your dream, Dummkopf." That job was hers. That job belonged to her. She threw down the empty yogurt container, licked her fingers, and headed back to her cello. Not to work on her technique this time, but to play music. Somewhere along the way, she'd forgotten it was about the music. The pure, uncomplicated bliss of the music. Chapter 73. "He's going to steal it," announced Holly, loud and clear. "Shh," said Sam. They could never get Holly to shut up during movies. "But he is, look!" "You're right, but..." Sam put a finger to his lips. Although, who the hell cared? The movie theatre was packed with wriggly, chatty, rain-crazed kids and their frazzled parents. Holly shoveled a handful of popcorn into her mouth and sat back, her eyes on the flickering colours of the Pixar movie. Ruby was on Sam's other side, sucking her thumb, caressing Whisk's spokes. Her eyelids drooped. She would fall asleep soon and wake up 5 minutes before the movie ended, demanding it be restarted. Sam normally loved a good animation, but he had no idea what this one was about. He was thinking about his job and how much longer he could get away with coasting. He was still the new guy, still learning the ropes, but he should have had those ropes learned by now. People must be starting to notice. The head of his division had said, "Might be time to invest in an umbrella," with a quizzical look at Sam's drenched clothes yesterday. It was all going to come crashing down. Someone would say, "The weird new guy isn't doing anything." It's past crunch time, Sam. You need to get over it, to get on with it. Leave a goddamned umbrella at the front door. Why did tiny things like that seem so impossible these days? Ruby's head tipped gently against his arm. He pulled up the armrest and she snuggled up to him. Clementine was getting on with it. He'd seen something change in her after the visit from Vid and Tiffany and Dakota. "I feel better after seeing them," she'd said. "Don't you?" He'd wanted to shout, "No! I feel worse. I feel much worse." Did he actually shout that at her? He couldn't remember. He was becoming a shouter, like his own father used to be, before age softened him. He shifted about in his seat. "You're wriggling!" Whisper shouted Holly. "Sorry," said Sam. The popcorn tasted like salt and butter flavoured cardboard, but he couldn't stop eating it. Yes, something was definitely changing in Clementine. There was a new impatience about her, a brittleness. Except brittleness implied fragility, and she didn't seem fragile. She seemed fed up. She wanted to move on from Ruby's accident, and she was right. There was no point dwelling on it. There was no point replaying it over and over. Sam had always considered himself the more emotionally resilient one in their relationship. Clementine was the one who made too big a deal of things, who got dramatic, sometimes to the point of hysteria over tiny things, like her auditions, for example. Although, of course, auditions weren't tiny, they were a big deal and nerve-wracking. He got that, but she used to let them consume her. Once Sam had heard Holly telling Ruby, "Mummy is sick with an audition." And he'd laughed, because it was exactly like that. An audition hit her like a virus. But that didn't seem to be the case with this latest audition, even though it was one of the most important of her career. She wasn't saying a word about it. She was just getting on with her practice. Sam wasn't even exactly sure of the audition date, even though he knew it had to be coming up soon. Once, he would have been able to say exactly how many days it was until an audition, because that was how many days it would be until he'd be getting sex again. But that was a long time ago, when sex was still a natural, normal part of the equation, before it got complicated. It was strange how sex had got so complicated, because for many years he would have said it was the least complicated aspect of their relationship. He would have put money on it staying that way. Right from the beginning, their very first time, it had felt so natural. Their bodies and libidos had been in perfect sync. He'd been in enough relationships to know that sex often started out awkward before it got good. But with Clementine, it was straight away good. There were other red flags about their relationship. He wasn't musical. She'd never even been on a date with a non-musician before. He wanted a big family. She could have been satisfied with an only child. But there was never a red flag over sex. He actually remembered thinking, in his youthful, innocent, idiotic way, that their amazing sexual compatibility was proof that they were meant to be together, because that's when they were their honest, true, raw selves. The rest was nothing but details. Sam and Clementine had never needed to talk about sex, and that was such a relief after Daniela, his previous girlfriend, who he had very nearly married and who had liked to discuss and dissect their sex life, and to follow each encounter with an immediate debrief. How can we work together to achieve better outcomes next time? She was a business consultant. She didn't use those words, but he could feel their intention. Daniela had no qualms about beginning a conversation over the breakfast table with a comment like, "When I was blowing you last night," which would make him choke on his cereal and blush like an altar boy. "So cute," Daniela would crow. He loved the fact that he and Clementine kept an element of mystery about their sex life. They treated it with a shy kind of reverence. Sex was like a beautiful secret between them. But maybe Daniela had had the right idea all along. Maybe all that bloody reverence had been their downfall, because when their sex life slowly changed and began to seem perfunctory and rushed, they didn't have the words to talk about it. He couldn't work out if Clementine even liked sex anymore, and he didn't want to hear the answer if it was no. The idea of performance had begun to announce itself in his head. Everything still operated as it should, but for the first time ever, he'd begun to wonder how he compared to those ex-boyfriends. if their musical ability had somehow translated into sexual ability. He had known it was probably nothing. All parents of young kids went through this. It was so common, it was a cliché. There would be a renaissance, he had told himself, when both girls started sleeping reliably through the night, when they weren't so tired and stressed. He'd been looking forward to the renaissance. And then that night of the barbecue, it had seemed like Tiffany was offering them the key to the door they'd accidentally closed on themselves. She was the gorgeous ringmaster crying, "Right this way for amazing sex again, folks." It had suddenly seemed so easy again. He'd seen it on Clementine's face, she'd seen it on his. And then the universe had seen fit to punish them for their selfishness in the cruelest way imaginable. He saw it again, Oliver and Erica lifting up his baby girl. He saw it a dozen times a day, 100 times. He would never, could never get over it. He couldn't see a way out of this. There was no solution here. He had to change something, fix something, break something. He remembered how Clementine had flinched when he talked about separating. For a moment, she'd looked like a frightened child. He felt bad, or he was aware that he should have felt bad, but really he felt numb and strangely detached, as if it was somebody else who was saying these cruel things to his wife. "Daddy," said Holly, "you've eaten it all." Sam looked at the empty bucket of popcorn. "Sorry," he whispered. He couldn't even remember eating it. "That's not fair!" Holly's enraged face was illuminated by the light from the screen. "Shh," he said helplessly. His throat felt scratchy. There were tiny flakes of corn kernels stuck between his teeth. "But I hardly got any!" Her voice rose to an unacceptable level. Someone muttered disapprovingly in the row behind. "If you can't be quiet, we're going," said Sam in a low, shaky voice. "Greedy Daddy!" she shouted, and she snatched the container and threw it on the aisle floor next to her. It was calculated, willful naughtiness. It couldn't be ignored. Bloody hell. He picked up the soggy umbrella at his feet, lifted the dead weight of Ruby over one shoulder, stood and grabbed Holly by the wrist. Something twinged painfully in his lower back. Holly screamed blue murder as he dragged her out of her seat and into the aisle. Consequences. He and Clementine made fun of that sort of parenting jargon, but Holly and Ruby had to learn what it had taken Sam all these years to discover. Life was all about consequences. Chapter 74. Oliver decided to go for a run in the rain. He risked injury on the slippery footpaths and also a relapse of his chest cold, but right now he really needed to clear his head, because his wife was a common thief, and as a result, he would never be a father. He was incorrectly assigning causality, but he was very upset, angry, shocked. He double-knotted his shoelaces, stood up, did a few stretches, opened the front door and nearly closed it again because it was raining so hard, but he couldn't bear to roam around his house while his thoughts scuttled like trapped mice. Running would give him clarity. His nervous system would release a protein that stimulated regions of his brain related to decision-making. He took a deep breath and headed out. Vid and Tiffany were obviously entertaining. There were cars lined up in their driveway and around the cul-de-sac. They were extremely sociable people. As Oliver ran out of the cul-de-sac, he considered his own, significantly smaller social circle. It might be helpful if he could talk this through with someone, but there was no one. He did not have the sort of friend he could call up for a quiet beer. He was not the sort of person who said quiet beer. He didn't actually drink beer. He had the sort of friends who drank protein shakes at the local health food cafe after a 30k morning bike ride while they discussed training schedules for the upcoming half marathon. He liked his friends, but he had no interest in hearing their personal problems, and he therefore couldn't share his own. He couldn't lean over his protein shake and say, "My wife has been stealing memorabilia from her best friend since she was a kid. What do you reckon? Should I be worried?" He would never betray Erica to another man like that anyway. A confidential discussion with a woman might be better. Maybe if he had a sister or a mother. Technically, he did have a mother, just not the right sort of mother. She would find Erica's stealing screamingly funny or tragically sad, depending on where the pendulum of her mood currently sat. A car drove by and tooted at him in either a supportive or derisive way. Hard to interpret. If Erica had started hoarding, he could have handled that. He'd even mentally prepared himself for that remote possibility, in spite of her constant, obsessive decluttering. He'd prepared himself for depression, common while undergoing IVF, for breast cancer, for a brain tumour, for accidental death, and even an office romance. He trusted her, but her managing partner was apparently a ladies' man. But never for this. Never for petty thievery. They were straight-down-the-line people. Their financial affairs were in scrupulous order. He and Erica would welcome a tax audit. "Bring it on," they'd say to the tax office. "Bring it on." His glasses needed windscreen wipers. He kept running while he took them and tried to dry them with the edge of his t-shirt. Useless. She had taken Clementine's stuff, like a Dickensian pickpocket. It was unfathomable. She said she was going to stop and that she would give back what she could over a period of time, but in Oliver's world, people never stopped. His parents had said they'd stop drinking. Erica's mother had said she'd stop hoarding. They truly believed it at the time. He got that. But they couldn't stop. It was like asking them to hold their breath. They could do it for only so long before they had to gasp for air. Another car swept by, and a teenage boy stretched almost half his body out the window in order to yell, "Loser!" Really dangerous activity there, sport. You could get sideswiped by another car. Also, bad-mannered. He took the corner at Livingston. Twinge in that left knee again. Right now, Erica was over at Clementine's telling her that they wouldn't need her as an egg donor after all. They had discussed it and agreed it would be polite to tell her in person. She'd invested her time doing blood tests and filling in paperwork. They didn't like to waste someone's time. It was Oliver's decision. There were Clementine's unkind comments that Erica had overheard. Repulsed by the idea. Bitch, he thought, as his foot hit a puddle and water sprayed. Clementine wasn't a bitch. He was fond of Clementine, but the things she'd said had been so unkind and unnecessary. He thought of Erica's little face. She had a small, darling face. And how she must have looked when she'd stood in the hallway overhearing those awful words. His fists clenched. He felt a sudden urge to hit Sam, because he obviously couldn't hit Clementine. The moment passed, as primal urges did. He'd never hit anyone in his life. Anyway, even if Clementine hadn't said what she'd said, obviously Erica's relationship with her was too strange, complex, dysfunctional for this to go ahead. Absolutely not, he'd said to Erica. She can't be our donor. It's not happening. It's over. It's finished. He couldn't tell if she was relieved or shattered. He'd been so adamant, but now, as he ran, his clothes getting wetter and heavier, you would think there'd be a point of total saturation at which they couldn't get any wetter, but apparently not. He was regretting his decision. Maybe he'd been too hasty. It felt like another loss. Each time he thought he was doing well, avoiding the hope. Each time he told himself, I have no expectations, but with each new failure it hurt so much he understood the hope had been there after all, flitting seductively around his subconscious. It didn't get easier either. It got worse. A cumulative effect. Loss upon loss. Like the ligament strain in that left knee. So, what now? Anonymous donor? They were so difficult to find unless they went overseas. People were doing that. They could do that. He could do it. He could do whatever it took to have his own biological child. He just wasn't sure if Erica could. He had a terrible suspicion that if he said, let's forget about the baby, the first expression he'd see on her face would be relief. His heart rate was up very high. He could hear himself puffing. He couldn't normally hear himself puffing. That chest cold had affected his fitness. He concentrated on breathing in rhythm with his footfalls. He saw a blue car coming his way from the opposite end of the street and realised it was Erica, on her way home from seeing Clementine. He stopped, hands on his hips, catching his breath and watching her approach. He couldn't see her face yet, but he knew exactly how she'd be driving, hunched over the wheel like a little old lady, 2 deep lines between her eyebrows. She didn't like driving in the rain. Her frown was the first thing he'd noticed about her when they worked together, long before they did the squash competition draw together. He didn't know why he found it so appealing. Maybe because it indicated that she took life seriously, like him, that she cared and she concentrated. She didn't just float along the surface, having a great time. He'd never told her that. Women wanted to be noticed for their eyes, not their frowns. She must not have lingered at Clementine's after she'd delivered her news. The car pulled up on the other side of the road. She wound down the window and bent over the passenger seat to look up at him anxiously. "You shouldn't run in this weather," she shouted. "You could slip. You haven't even finished your antibiotics." He headed over to the car, opened the door, and got in next to her. The car was warm. She had the heater cranked up. Water slid off him, pooling all around him on the leather seat. He could feel it squelching. He was reminded of the night they pulled Ruby from the fountain, how they'd worked together, how they hadn't needed to talk, they'd just acted. They were a good team. Erica sat, still hunched over the steering wheel, studying him silently, frowning ferociously. He put his hand to the side of her face. "Sorry," he said, going to draw it away. "I'm all wet." But she grabbed it back and tilted her warm face into the palm of his cold hand. Chapter 75. Vid's house was full of people and music and the smell of good food, which was what he liked, what he loved. What was the point in having a big house like this unless you filled it with people? The occasion was no occasion. What did you need an occasion for? You didn't. It was spur of the moment. He'd made some phone calls, and now the house was full. It was still raining, of course, but that did not mean all the fun had to stop. They were warm and dry in here. The rain would not stop them from living their lives. They should do this more often. They should do it every weekend. All 4 of his daughters were here tonight, and at this point they were all talking to him. A rare and wonderful event. Of course, his older girls all wanted something from him. But so be it. That was parenting. Adriana wanted him to agree to do a choreographed father and daughter dance at her wedding. It would be filmed, and then she'd post it on YouTube. It was her dream to go viral. He would do this, of course, although he was pretending he hated the idea. He already had a few moves in mind. Eva and Elena wanted money, he assumed, and of course they would get it. He'd transfer it into their accounts tonight, after they left. All that was in question was how much. He would see how their negotiating skills were developing. Eva would get hysterical within seconds. He'd been trying to explain to her that hysteria was not an effective negotiating tactic ever since she was 2 years old. His baby, Dakota, didn't want anything. She was happy again, although he hadn't realized just how sad the poor little angel had gotten. Tiffany's idea of turning up at the cellist's house had been excellent, even though they had never even offered them a drink. It had been wonderful to see little Ruby so happy and healthy after the terribleness of that night. It had been a giant weight off his back. He had walked out of that tiny cramped house feeling straighter and lighter. Also thirsty. Clementine and Sam had been silent and strange, but they had invited Dakota to Holly's birthday party. Hopefully, they'd remember to feed their guests. He'd take some food along, just in case. He was hopeful they might all still be friends. Tiffany was not as hopeful as him. She said only Dakota was invited to the birthday party, not them. She said it was probably a drop-off party. He didn't know what she was talking about. He would take meatballs, maybe. A case of champagne. "You having fun?" said Tiffany, meeting him in the kitchen as they both collected more plates of food to pass around. "No! Why do we do this? I just wanted a quiet night at home. And look! The house is filled with all these people wanting to be fed. How did this happen?" "I have no idea. It's a mystery." Tiffany closed the fridge door with her hip and smiled up at him, both her hands filled with trays. "Apparently, the sun is coming out tomorrow. We should invite everyone to stay the night and have a barbecue lunch tomorrow. Continue the party all weekend." "Excellent idea," said Vid. He knew she was joking, but he was wondering if this was a possibility. He kissed her and stuck in his tongue just to make her say "Vid," except she gave back as good as she got. She liked to surprise him. "Jesus, get a room," said his cousin, walking into the kitchen and straight out again. Tiffany raised an eyebrow and sashayed off with an exaggerated swing of the hips, just for him. There was something else making Vid happy, to do with Tiffany. What was it? Was his mind losing its edge? No, his mind was a steel trap. Of course, that little matter of the dickhead. It was all under control. Yesterday, she'd come home from Dakota's new school and said that she'd run into the wife of that old client of hers and they weren't coming to St. Anastasia's after all. This was good, because he knew she'd slept with that dickhead. He knew it because of her left nostril. Vid played poker once a month with a group of friends. His friend Raymond had told him years ago how poker players tried to work out each other's tells, the little giveaways that showed when they were bluffing. Raymond said, "You, my friend, have about a dozen tells. You blink, you wink, you twitch, you virtually have a seizure. You're the worst bluffer in the world." Vid did okay at poker, though, because he might have been the worst bluffer in the world, but he had the best luck. He drew great hands. He'd always been lucky. He had great luck in business, he had many, many good friends, he'd married 2 gorgeous women, even if the first one had turned out to be a crazy-in-the-head bitch who tried to turn his daughters against him. But that was okay, because he'd got even luckier with his second wife, walking Viagra, and he loved her like crazy. Tiffany was a great poker player, not as lucky as him, but she could do a beautiful poker face. It worked on him for years, but then one day he broke her code. Tiffany had a show, her left nostril. Whenever she lied or bluffed, her left nostril quivered, just once, a teeny-tiny movement, like a butterfly wing. Vid had confirmed it by studying his wife on those occasions when he knew for a fact she wasn't telling the truth. For example, when she answered Dakota's questions about Santa Claus, or when she told her sisters that she was flying economy when really she'd booked business class tickets. Her sisters had some strange problem with flying business class, as if it was somehow sinful. It was conclusive. The nostril never lied. He never told Tiffany, of course, because it was very handy. His secret superpower to see straight through her poker face. Sadly, she did not at all like the red lingerie he'd bought her for Christmas. So, when he asked his wife, "Did you sleep with him?" all he had to do was watch her nostril. And there was the answer. She said no, but the answer was yes. Yes, she'd slept with him. It was fine. It was no problem. It was maybe a slight problem. Say Vid had been at a school concert, and he'd seen this dickhead looking at his wife in a disrespectful way, he might have been tempted to hit him. Assault and battery, that would be. Or, say, he and this dickhead had ended up cooking at a sausage sizzle together. There were always sausage sizzles, even when you paid $1 million in school fees. And the dickhead made some remark about Tiffany. It might even be an innocent remark, but say Vid took it the wrong way because of what he knew, and say he went home and the thought got trapped in Vid's head, like thoughts sometimes did, and say in a moment of madness, he got on the phone to his friend Ivan and arranged to have the dickhead's knees broken. Ivan was always going on about how if Vid ever needed someone's knees broken, then Ivan was his man. Tiffany said Ivan was joking. Ivan was not joking. But all was good because the dickhead was safely on his way to Dubai with his knees intact. Vid would therefore not end up in jail. He'd never knowingly broken the law, but he could. The potential was there, maybe not to kill, but certainly to maim, and he did not want to go to jail. The food, the clothes. Vid shuddered at the thought. And for now, Vid was not in danger of breaking the law. It was lucky. He was so lucky. That's why he felt happy. And Dakota's reputation at the school was safe. She could be school captain if she wanted. He was sure those people would love Dubai. Interesting place. He'd read an article just the other day about the Dubai Food Festival. They had something called the Big Grill. It sounded amazing. "Why do you look so happy?" said Dakota. "And goofy." Vid regarded his daughter, who was now in the kitchen returning an empty tray. She dimpled up at him, and she looked at that moment extremely pretty. Hail Mary, Mother of God, please don't let her grow up as sexy as her mother. "Because I'm happy, you know," said Vid. He lifted Dakota up under her armpits and spun her around. He couldn't spin his older daughters anymore. Eva looked like she weighed as much as a small truck. "Are you happy?" "Pretty much," said Dakota. She put her mouth to his ear. "How many more minutes before I can go read my book in my room for just a little while?" 30, said Vid. 10, said Dakota. 20, said Vid. Final offer. Deal. Dakota held out her hand. They shook on it. He put her back on the floor. The volume of the music at the front of the house shot up to nightclub level. Someone called out, "Whoa!" in a scandalized tone that could only mean that Tiffany was dancing, while someone else shouted, "Where's Vid?" "Here I come," bellowed Vid. It was lucky that Harry from next door was resting in peace. Chapter 76. Clementine woke to a glorious absence of sound. All she could hear was silence, and then the familiar bubbling melody of a kookaburra's laugh. It pierced her heart, as if she'd been away from Australia for a long time and was finally home. She opened her eyes, and the light felt clean and bright and imbued with significance. "It's stopped," she said out loud to Sam. "It's finally stopped." She hadn't let herself believe the weather forecaster's promise of sunshine by Sunday. She went to wake Sam to shake his arm, but then she saw his empty side of the bed and remembered that he wasn't there. He was asleep, as usual these days, in the study, and she felt humiliated that she'd spoken out loud. His absence, this hopeful, happy morning, felt freshly painful, as if it were new. She sighed and turned over on her stomach, lifting the corner of the curtain to look at the newly minted blue sky. They would take the kids out in the sun. But wait, no, they couldn't, because today she and Sam were booked in to do a first aid course at the local high school. They'd rescheduled it a few times already, and she was determined they'd do it today. She couldn't keep on traipsing across Sydney doing those talks, solemnly telling people about the importance of first aid training, like she was some sort of school prefect for the world, handing out her little leaflets, when she'd never done one herself. Sam's parents were going to look after the girls for the day. It might actually be quite fun and stimulating to learn something new together, Sam's mother had said hopefully. There was a suspicious Pam-like flavour to Joy's tone. The mothers were circling. Clementine suspected her mother had been on the phone to Sam's mother, worrying over the state of their marriage. It was interesting how a marriage instantly became public property as soon as it looked shaky. She looked at the clock and saw that she'd slept later than normal. It was past 6, but that was fine. She could fit in a solid 2 hours of practice before the girls woke. The audition was only a week away now. This was the home stretch. You had to time it right, like an athlete, so that you peaked on audition day. She put on her old shapeless blue cardigan over her pyjamas. For some reason, the cardigan had become her practice cardigan, and went quietly downstairs. The absence of the sound of rain opened up a soaring sense of space around her, as if she'd gone from a tiny warm-up room into a concert hall. She hadn't realised how oppressive that background noise had been. As she rosined up her bow, and the dust-flecked early morning sun created tiny glints of jewel-like light around the room, on the glass of their grandfather clock, on a picture frame, a vase, she felt a deep sense of peace about her progress. The strange thought occurred to her that she wasn't resisting this audition, as she had so often in the past. She wasn't wasting precious energy bemoaning the injustice of the system, the oversupply of qualified musicians on the audition circuit, the fact that auditioning was a skill entirely separate from someone's playing ability. Ruby's accident had somehow stripped her clean of what now seemed like a sort of petulant pride, of fear masquerading as outrage. "Good morning." Sam stood at the doorway. "Good morning." She lowered her bow. "You're up early?" "The rain has stopped," he said glumly. He yawned hugely. He looked so pale and haggard in the sunlight. She wanted to hug him, and at the same time she kind of wanted to slap him. "I might take the girls to the park, so you can practice." "We're doing that first aid course today," said Clementine. "Remember?" "I might give that a miss," he said. Each word was a sigh, as if it were an effort just to speak. "I'll stay home, with the girls. I'll do it another time. I'm not feeling great." "You're fine. You're doing it," said Clementine, as if you were one of the children. "The girls are excited about spending the day with your parents. They have plans." He made a sound, an exhausted exhalation, like an elderly person seeing yet another flight of stairs to climb. "Fine. Whatever." He turned around and slouched off. It was like being married to an octogenarian who spoke like a teenager. "It starts at 10, she called out after him briskly. She felt so brisk today. She was the very essence of brisk, and if he didn't pull himself together soon, she was going to briskly tell him that he wasn't the only one capable of throwing around dramatic, hurtful words like separate. Chapter 77. "Doesn't that look pretty?" said Oliver. "What?" said Erica. They were standing in her mother's disgusting, squelchy front yard. It seemed unlikely that there would be anything pretty to look at. She followed his gaze to her mother's liquid amber, where tiny, glistening raindrops quivered on each leaf in the sunlight. "Look at them sparkle, like tiny diamonds," said Oliver. "You're in a poetic mood," said Erica. It must be because they'd had sex last night for the first time in a week. Her eyes returned back to her mother's stuff. Now that the sun was out, everything looked even more depressing than it had the day she'd been here in the rain. She kicked at an unopened, soft, sagging cardboard box with an Amazon label, and the puddle of dirty water on top sloshed onto her foot. A leaf clung to her shoe, and she tried to kick it off. "What are you doing, darling? Line dancing?" Erica's mother appeared in the front yard wearing a red and white polka dot scarf tied over her head and blue denim overalls, like a 1950s housewife ready to start spring cleaning. She stuck her thumbs into the pockets of her brand new-looking overalls and kicked one leg behind the other, and then out to the side, while humming some twangy song. "You're quite good at that, Sylvia," said Oliver. "Thank you," said Sylvia. "I have a line dancing DVD somewhere if you'd like to borrow it." "I'm sure you could put your hands on it quite easily," said Erica. Sylvia gave a pretty little shrug. "It's no trouble." She looked around the front yard and sighed. "Oh, goodness, what a mess. That rain was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? We've got quite a task ahead of us." Today's choice of delusion was that Sylvia's front yard looked like this because of the rain. "Well, we're not alone," said Sylvia with a brave tilt of her chin. "People across the state are out there today, mucking in, cleaning up." "Mum," said Erica, "those people had their houses flooded. This isn't because of a flood of rain. It's a flood of crap." "I was watching TV this morning," continued Sylvia obliviously, "and it was so inspiring. Neighbours helping neighbours. I had tears in my eyes." "Oh, for God's sake," said Erica. Oliver put his hand on Erica's shoulder. "The things we cannot change," he murmured. He was quoting the Serenity Prayer to her. Oliver went to Al-Anon meetings for families of alcoholics. Erica didn't want to learn serenity. "What's that, Oliver?" said Sylvia. "How are your lovely parents, by the way? Were they affected by the rain?" She was as sharp as a tack, that woman. "I haven't seen them in a while. We must all get together and have a drink." "Mum," said Erica. "We should," said Oliver, "although, as you know very well, with my parents it's more likely to be 10 or 20 drinks." "Ah, they're good fun," said Sylvia fondly. "Yep," said Oliver, "they are that. Oh, look, here comes our skip bin." "Great, what can I do?" said Sylvia as the truck pulled into the driveway and slowly lowered the massive bin. "Stay out of our way," said Erica. "Yes, although you'll need me to make sure you don't accidentally throw out anything important," said Sylvia. "Do you know what I found the other day caught up in a box of old papers? The funniest little photo of you, me, and Clementine." "That seems unlikely," said Erica. "What do you mean it seems unlikely? Wait till you see it. I guarantee you will laugh. Now, just imagine if we'd thrown away that precious memory. You and Clementine must have been about 12, I think. Clementine looked so young and pretty in it. She seemed kind of worn out the other night, to be frank, not aging well. You should take a look at it, Oliver. See what your future daughter might look like." Oliver's face closed down. "That's not happening now." "What? Did she pull out on you after you saved her child's life?" "We pulled out," said Erica. "Not her. Us. We changed our mind." "Oh," said Sylvia, "but why? That's terrible news. I'm crushed." Erica watched in amazement as her mother conveniently forgot everything she'd said on Thursday night and made herself the victim. "You let me get my hopes up. I thought I was going to be a grandma. I was looking at those pretty little girls at Pam's place and thinking how nice it would be to have a grandchild of my own. I was thinking I could teach her how to sew, like my grandmother taught me." "Teach her how to sew?" spluttered Erica. "You never taught me how to sew." "You probably never asked," said Sylvia. "I've never seen you with a needle and thread in my life." "I'll just go pay the driver for the skip," said Oliver. "I'll go inside and see if I can find that funny little photo," said Sylvia quickly, just in case, God forbid, anyone would expect her to pay for anything. Erica took the opportunity to snap on some plastic gloves, bend at the knees, and pick up a broken laundry basket filled with miscellaneous junk: a headless doll, a sodden beach towel, a pizza box. She carried it to the skip bin and chucked it in, hard, like a grenade. It landed with a bang against the metal. Throwing stuff out always gave her a wild, terrified feeling, as if she were running into battle, screaming a war cry. "Geez, you've got a job ahead of you," said the skip bin guy as he folded up the yellow form Oliver had handed him and stuffed it in his back pocket. He crossed his arms across his barreled chest and studied the front yard with an expression of pure disgust. "Want to lend a hand?" said Oliver. "Nah, you're on your own there, mate. Better you than me." He kept standing there, shaking his head, as if he were there to supervise. "Well, on your bike, then," said Erica irritably, and she heard Oliver stifle a laugh as she turned away to pick up the old Christmas tree. A Christmas tree, of all things. She couldn't remember ever having a Christmas tree growing up, and yet here was an old mangled one with a single sad strand of gold tinsel. The driver roared off in his truck, and Erica threw the Christmas tree in the bin, while Oliver picked up a broken pedestal fan in one hand and a bag of rubbish in the other. Her mother came out the front door, triumphantly holding a tiny photo between her thumb and finger. A miracle that she'd found something. "Look at this photo," she said to Erica. "I guarantee it will make you laugh." "I guarantee it won't," said Erica sourly. Her mother leaned over and removed a tiny piece of gold tinsel from Erica's shirt. "Yes, it will. Look." Erica took the picture. She burst out laughing. Her mother danced around, hugging herself with delight. "I told you, I told you." It was a grainy black and white picture of herself, her mother, and Clementine, sitting together on a roller coaster. It had been taken by one of those automatic cameras timed to capture passengers' reactions at the most terrifying moment of the roller coaster ride. All three of them had oval-shaped mouths, frozen forever mid-scream. Erica was leaning forward, both hands clutching the safety bar, as if she were pushing it to go faster even as she threw her head back. Clementine had her eyes squeezed shut, and her ponytail flew in a vertical line above her head like the Pope's hat. Sylvia had her eyes wide open and both arms flung up in the air like a drunk girl dancing. Terrified, hilarious joy. That's what you saw in that photo. It didn't matter if it was accurate. You couldn't look at it without laughing. She and Clementine were wearing their checked school uniforms. "See? Aren't you glad I kept it?" said Sylvia. "Show it to Clementine. See if she remembers that day. I must admit I don't actually remember that day specifically, but you can see how happy we were." Don't you pretend you had a terrible childhood. You had a wonderful childhood. All those roller coasters, remember? My goodness, I loved roller coasters. You did too. Her eye was caught by something. Oliver, what have you got there? Let me just check that. Oliver, who had both arms wrapped around a disintegrating cardboard box, hurried off to the skip bin, with Sylvia running behind him, calling out, Oliver! Oh, Oliver! This was life with Sylvia. Absurd, grotesque, infuriating, and sometimes, every now and then, wonderful. They were meant to be at school that day. It was late November, summer in the air. It was Erica's 12th birthday. No, it was a week after Erica's 12th birthday. Her mother had forgotten the actual birthday. Sylvia had difficulties with dates, but this time she'd decided to redeem herself with a spontaneous, crazy gesture. She'd turned up at school and taken both girls out of class for a trip to Luna Park, without, by the way, Clementine's parents' permission or knowledge. It would never happen today, and Erica was horrified now on the school's behalf. The legal ramifications were mind-boggling. Clementine wasn't allowed to go on a roller coaster because her mother had a phobia about them. She had been deeply affected by the story of a fairground ride accident in which 8 people had died at a country fair, years before Clementine and Erica were born. They don't maintain those machines, Pam always said. They are death traps. They are accidents waiting to happen. But Erica and Sylvia loved roller coasters. The scarier, the better. No decisions, no control, no discussion. Just the rush of air into your lungs and the piercing sound of your own screams before they're snatched away by the wind. It was one of the very few strange, random things they had in common, an enjoyment of scary roller coaster rides. Not that they went on them all that often. Erica could remember only a handful of occasions, and this was one of them. Erica knew Clementine had loved that day too. She had been in one of her hectically happy moods. It was a day where Erica didn't second-guess herself or their friendship. There had been days like those, days where her mother was her mother and her friend was her friend. She slid the photo into the back pocket of her jeans and watched as Sylvia leaned so far into the skip bin to rescue something that she nearly toppled in. She got herself back upright, adjusted her polka-dot headscarf, and faced Oliver, hands on her hips. Oliver, there's nothing wrong with that fan, she cried. You retrieve that for me, please. No can do, Sylvia, said Oliver. Erica turned away to hide her smile. She studied the sunlight shining on the rain-speckled tree. It actually did look pretty, like a Christmas tree. She tipped her head back, enjoying the sun on her face, and saw the lady who lived across the road, the one who loved Jesus but sure didn't love Sylvia. She was standing at her upstairs window, one hand on the glass, as if she were cleaning it. The lady seemed to be looking straight back at Erica. And just like that, it happened. Erica remembered everything. Chapter 78. The Day of the Barbecue. Erica stood at the entrance to the backyard, clutching the stack of blue china plates Vid had handed her in the kitchen. They were beautiful solid plates with intricate patterned designs. Willow pattern, thought Erica. She remembered that her grandmother had once had plates exactly like these. Her grandmother used to have a lot of beautiful things, and Erica had no idea what had happened to any of them. They were probably lost somewhere, or broken, buried beneath the sedimentary layers of crap in her mother's house. That was the irony. Her mother loved things so much that she had nothing. Erica gripped the plates tighter, filled with an overwhelming desire to keep them. She imagined hugging the plates to her chest and running next door to hide them away in her own kitchen cupboard. She would not do this. Of course, she would not do it. For a moment, she was terrified she would do it. She stood without moving for a moment. When she was little, she used to like going into her backyard and turning round and round in circles until the world spun. That's exactly how she felt now. Why had she deliberately done that? It wasn't a nice feeling. She must be drunk. Why would Oliver's parents choose this feeling, plan for it, long for it? It was awful. She focused on the little girls. Ruby toddled out of the gazebo, holding whisk in one hand, and Holly's little blue sequined bag in the other. Holly wouldn't like that. No one was allowed to touch her rock collection. Where was Holly? Sure enough, Holly suddenly appeared behind Ruby, shouting something Erica couldn't hear over the sound of classical music pouring again from Vid's sound system. Ruby looked over her shoulder and quickened her pace, her wings bobbing behind her. It was so cute. She looked determined to escape with her contraband. Careful, thought Erica. Are your parents even watching you? She looked over at the adults. Oliver was nowhere to be seen. Clementine was talking to Vid. Tiffany was talking to Sam. The four of them were just totally thrilled by each other. She and Oliver might as well not be there. They were spoiling the fun. Neither Sam nor Clementine was watching the girls right now. It was neglectful, negligent. She watched Vid pick up a knife and pretend to conduct along to the music. She saw Clementine laugh merrily. What had she said exactly earlier, upstairs? What was that word she'd used? Repulsive. The idea of donating her eggs to Erica was repulsive. All that time she and Oliver had spent discussing it. She thought of Oliver telling their IVF doctor, "We're going to approach Erica's best friend. They're like sisters." Like sisters. What a joke! What a lie! Erica watched Clementine pull her hair over her shoulder as Vid fed her a spoonful of something, and she leaned forward to take it. Clementine was like that princess in the fairy tale who received all those gifts from her fairy godmothers at her christening. You shall have parents who adore you. Ding! You shall have musical talent. Ding! You shall live in cleanliness and comfort. Ding! You shall fall pregnant naturally as soon as you feel like it and go on to give birth to 2 beautiful daughters. Ding, ding! One old fairy got left off the invitation list. The uninvited crone. Erica hadn't been invited to a lot of parties when she was a kid. What did the uninvited fairy do? She laid a curse of some sort. You shall prick your finger on a spinning wheel and die, so watch out for needles. But then a nice fairy stepped in and modified it. You'll just fall asleep for 100 years. That's not too bad. Wait. It was Sleeping Beauty. The fairy tale was Sleeping Beauty. She was really very drunk. She should move from this spot. But she didn't move. Sleeping Beauty. Clementine did like her sleep. Sleeping bloody beauty. That's exactly right. You're asleep right now. You're not even bothering to watch your children. There was a sound from somewhere. A sound trying to slide beneath the classical music pouring and tumbling from Vid's sound system. Is Clementine performing? Of course she's not performing, Erica. You're in the neighbour's backyard. You're drunk. This is drunkenness. Your brain has turned to water and your thoughts are slipping and sloshing all over the place. She heard it again. It was knocking. That was the sound. A rapid knock, knock, knocking. She saw her mother's face. Finger to her lips. Don't answer the door. Yes, Mum. I know what I need to do. Not make a sound. We never ever answer the door. We don't want people to see our filthy secret. It's none of their business. How dare they knock on our door uninvited? No courtesy. They have no right to make us feel like this. We stay very quiet and very still until they go away. Some people knock in a loud, angry, accusing way, as if they know they are being tricked and they're angry about it. But eventually they give up and go away. Sure enough, the knocking got louder and angrier. Her mother's eyes burned with hatred. They have no right. No right. Erica shook herself. There was no one knocking on her front door. She was at a barbecue. Where were the little girls? She saw a flash of blue in the corner of the yard. Holly sat cross-legged on the grass with her bag, carefully taking out her rocks and laying them down in a row, one by one. She liked to catalogue her collection at intervals. There was a burst of laughter from the table. Still that knocking sound. Where was it coming from? Erica looked at the ridiculous fountain. She could see rubbish floating in the fountain. Someone's old coat spinning in a slow circle. Her mother had piles and piles of coats, big winter coats, as if they lived in Siberia, not Sydney. Well, she wasn't going to pull that coat out of the fountain. It was not her responsibility. She'd had enough of cleaning up. Knock, knock, knock. How dare you knock on our door in that entitled way? It was coming from somewhere above her. She looked up, and there was Harry, grumpy old Harry, standing at his upstairs window as though he were pressed against it, not knocking, but banging on the glass, like he was trying to escape. He saw her looking. He pointed. He jabbed his finger violently in the direction of the fountain. His mouth gaped in a silent shout. She could tell from the stance of his body and his gestures that he was angry with her. He was yelling something at her. He wanted her to clean up that rubbish. The neighbours were always angry. They always wanted her to clean up the rubbish. She wouldn't. It was not her responsibility. She stared at the fountain, at the old pink coat turning in slow circles. She saw Whisk lying on the side of the fountain. That wasn't an old coat. That wasn't rubbish. The adrenaline was like a shot to her heart. All the things she'd stolen from Clementine, but she'd never meant to do this. Her fault. Her fault. Her fault. The plates fell from her hands. She screamed Clementine's name. Chapter 79. The first aid course was held at the local high school, which their girls would presumably one day attend, although the thought of a time when they were old enough to go to high school felt like science fiction. Their teacher was a large, cheerful, mildly condescending woman called Jan, who reminded Clementine of an insufferable flautist she used to see each year at music camp. Jan began the day by going around the room and asking everyone to say their name and reason for being there, and, as a fun little icebreaker exercise, to answer the question, if you were a vegetable, what vegetable would you be? They started with a muscly young personal trainer called Dale, who was there because he needed first aid training for his PT licence, and who would be a baby kale if given the choice, because it was a powerhouse vegetable. At this point, he flexed an impressive biceps, and he had a baby face. "Excellent answer," said Jan, looking momentarily overcome by Dale's biceps, which made Clementine feel fondly toward her. Next was a squat, middle-aged woman who was there because there had been a fatal accident at the office where she worked. A tradesman got electrocuted, and the woman had never felt so useless or helpless in her life, and she didn't want to ever feel that way again, even though she didn't believe it would have made a difference to the poor tradesman. "If I was a vegetable, I'd be a potato," said the woman. "Obviously." And she indicated her body, and everyone laughed loudly and then stopped abruptly, in case they weren't meant to laugh. Sam was next, and he spoke up confidently and clearly, sitting casually back in his chair, his legs stretched out in front of him. He said that he and his wife, he indicated Clementine, were doing the course because they had small children. Clementine looked at him. She would have told the truth. She would have said that their daughter had nearly drowned. She was always ready to share the story, but even when they were with Ruby at the hospital, Sam had avoided telling people why they were there, as if it was a deeply shameful secret. "I'd be an onion," said Sam, "because I'm very complex. I have layers." That got a good laugh too, and Clementine realised that Sam did this sort of thing all the time. Training workshops, team-building days. This was his jokey, blokey, corporate persona. He probably always chose the onion. When it was her turn, she didn't bother saying why she was there, as Sam had covered it. She said that she'd be a tomato, because it went so well with onion. And Sam smiled, but warily, as if she were a stranger trying to come on to him. And she was reminded of the humiliation of waking up that morning and talking to him when he wasn't there. "Aw," said everyone, except for the person behind Clementine, who said, "A tomato is a fruit." "It's a vegetable today," said Jan crisply, and Clementine decided she was nothing like the flautist. Once they'd gone around the class, Jan said that if she were a vegetable, she'd be an avocado, because she took a while to soften up. "An avocado is a fruit," sighed the fruit expert behind Clementine, and she was there today because first aid was her passion, which made Clementine feel teary. How wonderful it was that there were people in the world like Jan with a passion for helping strangers. Then they got down to business, and Clementine and Sam both diligently took notes as Jan took them through the basic life support procedure, interspersed with stories from Jan's own first aid experience, like the time she'd run a course and found herself in the middle of a real-life scenario when one of the participants collapsed in class. "Did you use it as a demonstration?" asked someone. "No, I had to clear the room," said Jan. "People started dropping like flies. Down they went like dominoes. Bang, bang, bang." She said this with relish, to indicate the weakness of the general population. "That's why you've got to give everyone a job. Go call the ambulance, get me some ice, or send them away, because otherwise people go into shock. It's a traumatic event. You can suffer from post-traumatic stress. We'll talk about that later." Clementine glanced over at Sam to see if he was remembering their own traumatic event, but his face was impassive. He wrote something down in his notepad. Jan got Dale, the muscly personal trainer, to lie on the floor and then picked two attractive young girls, Carrot and Cauliflower, to have a go at putting Dale into the recovery position, which they did. And because they were three attractive young people, it was kind of enjoyable to watch. And when they rolled Dale over, you could see his underwear riding up under his shorts, and Jan said, "Nice to see you wearing Calvin Klein today." It was all good fun. It was interesting and informative, and Sam asked intelligent questions and made the occasional well-timed joke. That's why it was so unexpected when it happened. Clementine had to breathe hard when Jan demonstrated CPR on a bright blue plastic dummy of a head and torso. The rocking motion of Jan's hands, pushing so forcefully and rapidly, brought it all back. The hard pavers beneath her knees, Ruby's waxen cheeks and blue lips, the fairy lights winking in her peripheral vision. But she breathed through it, and when she looked at Sam, he seemed fine. Then Jan asked everyone to get into pairs, and she gave each pair one blue dummy and 2 disposable resuscitation face shields. Jan always had a spare disposable face shield on her keyring. That's how prepared she was to offer her services. They had to find a free spot on the floor where they could lay the dummy out flat. Jan wandered around the room checking on everyone's progress. "Do you want to go first?" said Clementine to Sam. They were both on their knees, on either side of the dummy. "Sure," said Sam. And he seemed fine as he methodically worked his way through the acronym Jan had just taught them. DRS ABCD, standing for danger, response, send for help, airway, breathing, CPR, and defibrillator. He cleared the airway. He looked, listened, and felt for breathing. He commenced CPR, his locked hands pressing rhythmically on the dummy's chest. And as he did, his eyes met Clementine's, and she saw a bead of sweat roll down the side of his face. "Sam? Are you all right?" said Clementine. He shook his head, a tiny no, but he didn't stop doing CPR compressions. His face was dead white. His eyes were bloodshot. She didn't know what to do. "Are you having chest pains?" At least they were in the right place. Jan seemed just as competent as any doctor or paramedic, and certainly more passionate. He shook his head again. He bent his head, pinched the dummy's nostrils, and gave it 2 breaths. The dummy's chest rose to show that he'd done it correctly. He lifted his head and recommenced compressions, and Clementine saw, with a kick in the stomach sense of shock, that tears were sliding down his face and dripping onto the dummy. She'd never seen her husband cry. Properly cry. Not on their wedding day, not when the children were born, not when Ruby was not breathing, not when she woke up the next day. And she'd never questioned it because she'd never seen her father cry either, and her older brothers weren't criers. They were door slammers and wall hitters during their angry young man years. Her mother got teary at times, but Clementine was the family's only true crier. She was always in floods of tears over something. Maybe all those staunch, stoic men around her had resulted in her internalizing that ancient cliché, boys don't cry, because it was absolutely astonishing to Clementine that Sam could cry like that his body was even capable of doing that, of producing that many tears. As she watched his tears drip onto the dummy, she felt something break inside her, and a great welling of sympathy rise within her chest, and the terrible thought occurred to her that perhaps she'd always unconsciously believed that because Sam didn't cry, he therefore didn't feel, or he felt less, not as profoundly and deeply as she did. Her focus had always been on how his actions affected her feelings, as if his role was to do things for her, to her, and all that mattered was her emotional response to him, as if a man were a product or a service, and she'd finally chosen the right brand to get the right response. Was it possible she'd never seen or truly loved him the way he deserved to be seen and loved? As a person. An ordinary, flawed, feeling person. Oh, Sam! He stood up so fast from his kneeling position that he nearly toppled backwards. He averted his face, rubbing his cheek hard with the heel of one hand as if something had stung him. He turned and left the room. Chapter 80. "Sorry," said Clementine to the teacher. "I'll just go and check on my husband. I think he's not feeling well." "Of course," said Jan. She added hopefully, "Let me know if you need me." Clementine left the classroom and looked to the left. He was already nearly at the far end of the corridor. "Sam!" she called, half running past classrooms filled with adults bettering themselves. He seemed to pick up his pace. "Sam!" she called again. "Wait!" She followed him to a quiet, deserted passageway with a glass ceiling that connected two buildings. The walls were jammed with grey lockers. Sam suddenly stopped. He found a narrow column of space in between two blocks of lockers, the sort of hidey-hole the girls would gravitate toward, and he sat down, his back against the wall. He rested his forehead on his knees. His shoulders heaved silently. There was a round patch of sweat on his shirt. She went to touch his shoulder, but her hand hovered uncertainly for a few seconds before she changed her mind. Instead, she sat down opposite him, on the other side of the passageway, her back against the cool metal of a locker. There were squares of sunlight all the way along the corridor, like a train of sunshine. She felt strangely peaceful as she waited for Sam to stop crying, breathing in the nostalgic fragrance of high school. At last Sam looked up, his face wet and puffy. "Sorry," he said. "Well, that was dignified." "Are you all right?" she said. "It was the compressions," said Sam. He ran the back of his hand across his nose and sniffed. "I know," said Clementine. "It felt like I was there." He used his palms to rub his cheekbones in a circular motion. "I know," she said again. He looked up at the ceiling and did something with his tongue, as if he were trying to get food out of his teeth. The sunlight shone on the wall behind him and made his eyes look very blue in the shadowiness of his face. He looked simultaneously very young and very old, as if all the past and future versions of himself were overlaid on his face. "I always had this idea in my head that I was good in a crisis," said Sam. "You are good in a crisis. I thought if I was ever tested, if there was a fire or a gunman or a zombie apocalypse, I'd take care of my family. I'd be the man." He made his voice deep and contemptuous on the word man. "Sam, it wasn't just that I took my eyes off Ruby. It wasn't just that I was trying to open a jar of nuts to impress a bloody stripper, of all things, while my little girl drowned right next to me." He took a deep, shaky breath. "But I didn't move. I watched another man drag my little girl from that god-awful fountain, and I just stood there, like a stunned mullet." "You did move," said Clementine. "It's just that they got there first, and they knew what they were doing. It was only a split second. It just feels like longer. And then you did move. I promise you, you did." Sam lifted his shoulders. An expression of complete self-loathing crossed his face. Anyway, I can't change what I did or didn't do. I've just got to stop thinking about it. I've got to get it out of my head. I keep replaying it over and over and over. It's stupid. Pointless. I can't work, and I can't sleep, and I'm taking it out on you, and I just need to pull myself together. Maybe, said Clementine tentatively, you could, or we could, talk to someone, like a professional sort of person. Like a shrink, said Sam with a strained smile, because I'm losing my mind. Like a shrink, said Clementine, because it sounds like you are losing your mind. Just a little bit. I was thinking when the teacher mentioned post-traumatic stress earlier. Sam looked appalled. Post-traumatic stress, he said, like a war veteran. Except I didn't come back from Iraq or Afghanistan where I saw people get blown up. No, I've just come back from a backyard barbecue. Where you saw your daughter nearly drown, said Clementine. Sam closed his eyes. Your daughter nearly drowned, said Clementine again, and you feel responsible. Sam raised his eyes to the ceiling and exhaled. I don't have post-traumatic stress syndrome, Clementine. Jesus, that's humiliating. That's pathetic. Clementine took her phone out of her jacket pocket. Don't Google, pleaded Sam. Trust me, you're always telling me to stop Googling. It never tells you anything good. I am so Googling, said Clementine, and she felt her breath quicken, because she was suddenly seeing all his behaviour ever since the barbecue from a different angle, through a new lens, and she thought of her father saying the other night, he isn't quite right in the head, and how she hadn't listened, not really, not the way you'd listen if somebody had said, your husband is sick. Symptoms of post-traumatic stress syndrome, Clementine read out loud. Replaying of the event over and over. You just said you do that. I'm glad you're so happy about it, said Sam with a ghost of a smile. Sam, you're like a textbook case. Insomnia, yes. Irritability, yes. Solution? Seek treatment. She was speaking facetiously, ironically, kind of idiotically, as if all this were a great joke, as if none of it really mattered, as if her stomach wasn't twisting, as if she didn't feel that this was her only shot, because lately his mood could change in an instant, and in another hour he might refuse to talk about this at all, and he'd be gone again. Look, I don't need to seek treatment, began Sam. Yes, you do, said Clementine, her eyes on the phone. Long-term effects, divorce, substance abuse. Are you abusing substances? I'm not abusing substances, said Sam. Stop reading that stuff. Put your phone away. Let's go back to class. I really think you need to talk to someone. To a professional someone, said Clementine. She turned into her mother. Next thing she'd be suggesting a lovely psychologist. Will you please talk to someone? Sam tipped his head back and studied the ceiling again. Finally, he looked back at her. I might, he said. Good, said Clementine. She rested her head against the locker and closed her eyes. She felt a sense of inevitability, as if her marriage were a giant ship, and it was too late to change its course now. It was either going to hit the iceberg or not, and nothing she said or did right now would make any difference. If her mother had been observing this interaction, she'd tell Clementine she was wrong, that she needed to keep talking, to say everything that was on her mind, to communicate, to leave no possibility for misinterpretation. If her father were here, he'd put his finger to his lips and say, "Shh." Clementine settled for 2 words. "I'm sorry," she said. She meant, "I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry I didn't see you were going through this. I'm sorry I maybe haven't loved you the way you deserve to be loved. I'm sorry that when we faced our first crisis, it showed up everything that was wrong in our marriage instead of everything that was right. I'm sorry we turned on each other instead of to each other." "Yeah, I'm sorry too," said Sam. Chapter 81. So, in effect, Harry saved Ruby's life, said Oliver. Erica and Oliver were walking around the block near her mother's house. The moment she remembered what had happened, she'd wanted to share it with Oliver, and she certainly didn't want Sylvia to overhear, so she'd insisted Oliver go for a walk with her. "Yes," said Erica, "and no one ever thanked him. I don't think I even looked up again at his window." They walked by a young husband and wife pushing a baby in a stroller, and Erica shot them a dismissive flick of a smile to let them know there was really no need to comment upon the weather and how great it was that the rain had finally stopped. "He would have seen that we got her out," said Oliver. "I hope so," said Erica, "but no one ever told him that Ruby was okay. No one ever went over and said, 'Thank you.' He must have thought that was pretty rude. He always thought everyone had such bad manners, and he would have died thinking that was pretty much conclusive." "I guess he could have come over and asked us," said Oliver, "if he was worried." They both jumped over a glistening brown puddle that took up most of the footpath. "It took me a while to work out that it was Ruby," said Erica. Her mouth felt momentarily full of marbles. "I thought it was an old coat floating in the fountain, and I was just staring at it. I had this illogical, weird idea that Harry wanted me to clean up the fountain. Ruby was drowning while I stared right at her." Oliver said nothing for a moment before he spoke. "I always felt bad that when it happened I was hiding out in the bathroom, just looking at myself in the mirror," he said. "I think we've all got something to feel bad about that afternoon." "Except for Harry," said Erica. "Except for Harry," agreed Oliver. A middle-aged woman in unflattering active wear came bouncing past. "Isn't it lovely to see the sun again?" she said rapturously, and she slowed down as if she wanted to discuss the sun further. "It's fantastic," agreed Oliver. He and Erica both upping their pace by unspoken agreement. "Have a nice day." "Do you think I should tell someone?" said Erica, "about what I remembered?" Now that she had the facts straight in her head, she felt an overwhelming desire to set the record straight, to submit an amended report to the authorities. "Well, I don't see who you would tell," said Oliver, "or how it would help." "I could tell Clementine," said Erica, although she had absolutely no intention of doing that. "No," said Oliver, "you can't tell Clementine. You know you can't." They had completed the block now and were nearing her mother's house. "Oh, for goodness sake," sighed Erica. "What?" said Oliver. She's actually in the skip bin now. Chapter 82. It had stopped raining. Finally. At last. Dakota could hardly believe it. Everything about her whole life and the whole world felt entirely different. "This is going to be so much fun," said Dakota's mum as they opened the front door and stepped outside onto the front veranda. "I don't see why we can't drive there," said Dakota's dad for about the millionth time. "Why do we have to walk through the streets to get there, like homeless people?" "Because we're so lucky to have a beautiful walk less than 10 minutes away from our front door," said her mum. She was holding Barney's leash while Barney jumped about, snapping at the air, trying to catch an invisible fly. Her mum was practicing gratitude lately. Her dad said she would get over it soon, hopefully. She had a special jar called a happiness jar. You were meant to write down your happy memories on pieces of paper and then put them in the jar, and then on New Year's Eve you went through the jar and realised all your blessings, or something. It was October, so they had to get their skates on and collect a lot of happy family memories. "But we are also lucky to have a Lexus," pointed out her dad. "We shouldn't take our Lexus for granted." Her mum had discovered that there was a beautiful bushwalk through a national park in their very own neighbourhood, only a short walk away. This was a very big deal, for some reason. It was like having a window seat. Apparently, Erica and Oliver from next door did this walk all the time, and they were amazed that Dakota's mum didn't even know that it existed, and her mum had felt embarrassed by this, or so she said, although she probably hadn't, because Erica and Oliver were nice, geeky people and nobody felt embarrassed in front of nice, geeky people. That's why they were relaxing to be around. "Maybe I'll meet you girls there," said her father. "I have some errands to run after. Important errands, you know." "No way," said her mother. Move it, move it. Jeez Louise." Her mum was putting her dad on a health kick. He had a giant, fat, hairy belly, but he could make his belly as hard as a rock if he wanted, and then he'd invite Dakota to punch him. "Harder!" he would roar like some sort of maniac. "Are you a man or a mouse? What do you think, Dakota? Wouldn't you prefer to drive, huh? Much better, much more comfortable," said her dad. "We can stop and have ice cream after." "I don't mind," said Dakota, "as long as we're back by 3:00. She was going to a Hunger Games party this afternoon, so none of this seemed that relevant. It was her friend Ashling's party, and Ashling's mother got really serious about themes. Presumably no one would actually die. She wouldn't go that far, but there would probably be some really cool archery or something. As they walked down their driveway toward the street, they heard someone call out from Harry's old house. "Hey there!" "Barney," said Dakota's mum, as the dog nearly yanked her arm off, straining at the leash, jumping about excitedly and barking. If Dakota could translate dog language, she reckoned he would be saying, "Another human being. How great is this?" Her dad stopped in his tracks. "Hello!" he shouted, like literally shouted, like he was calling across a mountain range, not a front yard. "How are you? Cracker of a day, isn't it?" Her dad was as excited as Barney to see another human. Seriously. A man wearing a pale pink buttoned-up polo shirt, and very bright white shorts came over towards them, carrying something in his arms. There was a big clean-up going on at Harry's house today. It had been strange to see pieces of furniture carried out. An old couch, a tiny television, an old, yellowing, stained mattress. Dakota had looked away. It was like seeing Harry's underwear. "Hello," said the man, sounding breathless, as if he'd run over. He spoke to Dakota's mum. "We met the other day. Steve Lunt." "Vid, pleased to meet you," said her dad. "We're off for a walk, you know? We're just walking straight out our front door." He made a karate chop motion with his hand. "That's how we roll. We are outdoorsy people." Dakota squirmed. "Hi, Steve," said her mum. "How's the clean-up going? This is our daughter, Dakota, by the way, and our crazy dog, Barney." Dakota lifted her hand in the tiniest possible movement to make up for her dad's bigness and loudness. She tried not to make eye contact, so he didn't feel obliged to get all chatty and fake interested. "What grade are you in at school?" "Hi, Dakota," said Steve. "Actually, it's you I wanted to see. I wondered if you would like to have this old globe. Might look nice in your room." He held up an old-fashioned world globe on a wooden stand. It was a golden biscuity colour, and it had curly writing, like something from an old pirate treasure map. Dakota was surprised to find that she actually wanted it very badly. She could already see it sitting on her desk, glowing gold and mysterious. "Well, that's really beautiful," said her mother, "but it looks like an antique. It might be worth something. You might want to get it valued." No. I want you to have it. I want it to have a good home," said Steve. He smiled at Dakota with nice white teeth and handed the globe to her. "Thank you," she said. It was heavier than she'd expected. "Just don't rely on it to do your geography homework," he said. He touched it with his fingertip so that it spun gently. "It shows Persia and Constantinople instead of Iran and Istanbul." "It is very old indeed, then," said Vid. "It's a very precious thing for you to give Dakota. Thank you." Persia. Constantinople. Dakota hugged the globe to her. "I think it belonged to Harry's son," said Steve. He lowered his voice and turned his face slightly toward Dakota's mother, as if to avoid Dakota's hearing, although that just made Dakota listen more carefully. It looked like his son's bedroom hadn't been touched since the day he died. My mother thinks it was at least 50 years ago. It was the eeriest thing I've ever experienced, like going back in time. There was a book. His voice got all wonky with emotion. "Biggles Learns to Fly." Face down on the bed. All his clothes still in the wardrobe. Dakota's mother put her hand over her mouth. "Oh, God, that poor man." Great. Now her mother would feel even guiltier about horrible old spitty Harry. "We took photos," said Steve solemnly. Dakota thought that was kind of inappropriate. Was he going to put the photos of the dead boy's room on Instagram now? Dakota's dad was getting restless. He rattled his house keys in his pocket. Let's put that beautiful globe safely inside, eh, Dakota? Thank you, said Dakota to Steve again. Thank you very, very much for this. You're very, very welcome, said Steve. I'm sure Harry would have been happy for you to have it. Old Harry was very fond of Dakota, said her dad. This was such a big, fat, total lie. Dakota could hardly believe it. He just maybe didn't always show it, you know? He looked at Steve. Mate, do you need a break? Do you want to come in for a coffee? Something to eat. We're going for a walk, Vid, interrupted her mother. Oh, yes, said her dad gloomily. I forgot for a moment. Chapter 83. The Day of the Barbecue. Harry climbed the stairs, hand over hand on the railing, like he was climbing up a rope. It was unacceptable that a man couldn't even climb his own stairs without his legs aching like they did. He'd once been as strong as an ox, and he'd always taken care of his health. He was interested in health. He kept himself up to date with things. As soon as the Surgeon General released the report about lung cancer and cigarettes, Harry gave up smoking. That same day. He knew about that food pyramid. He followed it as best he could. He did regular exercise. He took a multivitamin, as recommended by his GP, who looked like he was still in high school, and maybe he was still in high school, because the multivitamin was a waste of money. It had no effect whatsoever. Every day, he felt a bit worse. The manufacturers of that vitamin were laughing all the way to the bank. Harry was considering writing a letter of complaint. He averaged 2 to 3 letters of complaint a week. You had to keep corporate Australia accountable. When he was in the corporate world, there were standards. People cared about quality. The shoddy workmanship these days was a disgrace. He stopped halfway for a rest. This was why old codgers had to move out of their homes into those god-awful retirement places, because they couldn't make it up their own bloody stairs. What a joke. He wasn't moving anywhere. They could carry him out in a box. He could still hear the music from next door. Very selfish, bad-mannered people. He would call the police if necessary. He used to call the police all the time, when the son had those parties, while the parents went off on their bloody river cruises in the south of bloody France. The son with the long greasy hair like a monkey. Disgusting creature. But those people weren't there anymore, were they? He knew that. Of course he knew that. They moved out about 10 years ago. He knew that perfectly well. He did a Sudoku puzzle every day. His mind was fine. It was just that he sometimes got fuzzy about time. It was the big Arab guy, or whatever nationality he was, probably a terrorist. You couldn't tell these days. Harry had his mobile number. He had all his details carefully recorded, just in case he ever needed to pass them over to the police. He kept an eye on him. The wife had said they would turn down the music, but Harry strongly suspected they'd turned it up. What could you expect from a man who wore a bloody bracelet? The wife wasn't bad to look at, but she had no class. She dressed like a whore. That girl could have learned a thing or two about class, about elegance, from Harry's wife. Elizabeth would have set her straight. Their kid reminded Harry of Jamie. Something about the shape of her head. And something else. A kind of stillness, like a bird watcher, as if she were studying the world, carefully working it out. Jamie had been a thinker. It made Harry furious to look at that child. How dare she look like Jamie? How dare she be here when he wasn't? It enraged him. Sometimes when he looked at her, he literally saw red, like a fire glow. He kept climbing the stairs, one hand after the other on the railing. Harry used to run. He was a runner before running became trendy. This body used to run. He didn't recognise his own withered old legs anymore. Looked like they belonged to someone else. Why had no one invented a drug to stop this happening? It couldn't be that hard. It was because the researchers were all young and they didn't know what lay ahead. They were oblivious. They thought their bodies were theirs forever. And then by the time they found out, it was too late. They were retired and their minds were all fuzzy. Although Harry's mind wasn't fuzzy, he did Sudoku. "Don't run! Don't run!" Elizabeth used to shout at Jamie when he ran along the bush tracks. She was worried he'd slip. But he never slipped. He was nimble. They used to walk out the back door with a packed picnic lunch and be at the waterfall within the hour. Now Harry was marooned in this house, like he was marooned in this body. He didn't even know if that walking track was still there, the track where Jamie used to run. He could find out, but if it was under a shopping centre, he'd be angry, and if it was still there, if other kids were running along it while their mothers shouted, "Don't run, don't run," he'd be angrier still. He was at the top. What a palaver to climb a flight of stairs. Now, why was he up here? What did he need? His mind wasn't going. Sometimes he couldn't find the right word for a thing, but he remembered that sometimes Elizabeth couldn't find a word. "Where's the thingamajig?" she'd say. And she'd been so young, so beautifully, gorgeously young. She had no idea how young she was. And he had no idea why he'd come upstairs. He could still hear the music from next door, even louder now. Who did they think they were, pretending to be artsy-fartsy types? Elizabeth used to love classical music. She played the violin at school. She had more class in her little finger than that little two-bit whore had in her whole body. She'd have shown her a thing or two. How dare they play it so loud? Inconsiderate! He imagined calling the police and telling them the neighbours were deafening him with bloody Mozart. Wasn't Mozart the deaf one? No wonder he wrote such crappy songs. Elizabeth used to laugh at his grumpiness. Elizabeth had a good sense of humour. So did Jamie. They both used to laugh at him. Once they were gone, nobody laughed at him ever again. All his funniness flew away with them. It was the neighbour's fault he couldn't remember why he was up here. He'd got distracted. He went into Jamie's room to calm himself and turned on the light. He looked out Jamie's window. The neighbours had all their outdoor lighting going. It was like bloody Disneyland down there. There were two little girls running about. One of them had wings on her back, like a tiny fairy. The other one was wearing an old-fashioned-looking little pink coat. Elizabeth would have liked that pink coat. He could see the bloody dog zipping back and forth, yip-yap-yapping. It had been digging up Harry's garden today, as happy as you please. Harry had given it a kick up the backside to show it what's what. It wasn't a hard kick, but it was true that both Elizabeth and Jamie wouldn't have laughed at that. They would have stopped speaking to him, probably. He and Elizabeth had been going to give Jamie a dog for his 9th birthday. They should have done it for his 8th. He looked out the window. The electricity bill for all those tiny lights must be exorbitant. He could see the people from 2 doors down. Oliver. Namby-pamby name, but he was a nice enough bloke. You could have a sensible conversation with him. Although he rode a bike and wore those shiny, tight black shorts. Looked like a bloody galah when he did that. He couldn't remember his wife's name, one of those worried, skinny women. No kids. Maybe they didn't want them. Maybe they couldn't have them. The wife didn't have good childbearing hips, that's for sure. Although now they could mix them up in test tubes. Elizabeth would have liked a little sister for Jamie. She always looked at little girls. She liked their dresses. "Look at that little girl's pretty dress," she'd say to him, as if Harry ever gave 2 hoots about a little girl's pretty dress. She was looking at a little girl that day. A little girl clutching a stick with a giant ball of fluffy pink fairy floss. Elizabeth said, "Look at that. It's nearly as big as her." But Harry had just grunted in response because he was in a bad mood. He wanted to leave. It was a Sunday afternoon and they had a long drive back, and he was thinking about work and the week ahead. The union was giving them grief. Harry didn't like Sunday nights to feel rushed. He liked to feel sorted for the week. He hadn't wanted to drive all the way out to bumfuck nowhere to come to this crummy little country fair. He shouldn't have said bumfuck nowhere to Elizabeth because she hated that. It really offended her. He was just thinking about the union rep, a tough bugger that one, and the battle ahead. The union rep came to the funeral. He hugged Harry, and Harry didn't want to be hugged, but he didn't want to be at his wife's funeral either. He should have been nicer to Elizabeth and Jamie that day. He would have been nicer if he'd known it was the last day they'd ever have together. He wouldn't have said bumfuck nowhere. He wouldn't have told Jamie that the games were all rigged and he was never going to win. He wouldn't have grunted when Elizabeth pointed out the little girl with the fairy floss. But then again, he should have been grumpier. He should have been firmer. He should have said no when they wanted to go on that ride for the 3rd time. He did say no, but Elizabeth didn't take any notice. She grabbed Jamie's hand and said, "Just one more turn." And off they ran. If he saw them again, he would shout at them. He would shout, "I said no. I was the man of the house." Then he would hold them both in his arms and never, ever let them go. If he saw them again. Elizabeth believed in the hereafter, and Harry hoped she was right. She was right about most things. Except that day, she hadn't been right. It was called the Spider. It had 8 long legs with a car at the end of each leg for up to 8 people. The legs went up and down, and then the whole thing spun around in a circle. Each time they'd flown by, he'd seen a brief glimpse of their pink, laughing faces, their heads flung back against the seats. It had made him feel sick. The Spider had been built 10 years earlier by an Australian manufacturer with a German name, Flugzeug Amusement Rides. Flugzeug Amusement Rides had provided only rudimentary maintenance and inspection procedures for the Spider. The company that ran the fun fair was called Sullivan & Sons. Sullivan & Sons was in deep financial shit. They made staff cuts. A dedicated maintenance manager called Primo Paspaz was let go. Primo had set out his own maintenance schedule for all the rides in a red notebook. The red notebook disappeared when he lost his job. Primo thumped his fist against his knee when he testified in court. He had bright tears in his eyes. One of the mechanical bearings malfunctioned on the Spider, and a car spun free. All 8 laughing, screaming passengers died. 5 adults and 3 children. The court cases dragged on for years. It consumed Harry. He still had the files, big foolscap binders filled with a story of negligence and incompetence and idiocy. Nobody ever stood up and took responsibility. Only Primo Paspaz said, "I'm sorry," to Harry. He said it would never have happened on my watch. People needed to take responsibility. Harry turned away from the window and spun Jamie's globe so that all the places Jamie never got to see sped by his finger. He looked back out the window at the neighbours. It occurred to him that if Elizabeth had lived, he would have been down there at that barbecue, because Elizabeth was so sociable and the Arab was always inviting Harry over, as if he really wanted him to come. It was peculiar. For a moment, Harry could see it so clearly, the way this night was meant to be. Elizabeth sitting at the table enjoying the music. Harry pretending to be grumpy about it, and everyone laughing because Elizabeth made his grumpiness funny. Harry watched the 2 little girls run about the yard. It seemed to be a game of chasing. The littler one got herself up onto the side of the fountain. She was carrying a little blue handbag. She ran around the edge. The fountain was the size of a swimming pool. "Careful there, little girl," said Harry out loud to her. "You could fall in." Was anyone even watching her? He scanned the backyard. The other adults were all gathered around the table, not even looking at the kids. They were laughing their heads off. He couldn't hear their laughter over the music. He couldn't see Oliver, but he could see his wife, Erica, that was her name, standing on the pathway that led from the back door. She'd be able to see the little girl. He looked back at the fountain, and his heart dropped. The little girl was gone. Had she climbed down off the wall? Then he saw it. The pink coat. Christ almighty, she was face down. She'd fallen in. It was like he'd made it happen by predicting it. He looked for an adult. Where was that Erica? She must have seen it. She was standing right there with a direct line of vision. But she was just standing there. What was the stupid woman doing? "She's fallen in." He banged his hands on the glass. Oliver's wife didn't move. She just stood there, like a statue. Her face turned away as if she didn't want to see, as if she was deliberately looking the other way. For God's sake, what was wrong with her? What was wrong with all these stupid people? My God, my God, my God! Harry's face was hot with rage. The little girl was drowning right there in front of those idiotic, irresponsible people. Shooting was too good for them. He tried to pull up the window so he could yell out, but it was jammed closed. It hadn't been opened in years. He banged so hard with both fists on the glass, it hurt. He yelled, louder than he'd yelled in years. "She's drowning!" Finally, the woman looked up at him. Oliver's wife. Their eyes met. Thank God, thank God. "She's drowning!" screamed Harry. He jabbed his finger at the fountain. "The little girl is drowning!" He watched her turn her head toward the fountain, slowly, as if there were no great hurry. And still she didn't move. The stupid, idiotic woman didn't move. She just stood there, looking at the fountain. It was like something from a nightmare. Harry heard himself sob with frustration. Time was running out. He turned from the window and ran from the room. It was the only way. He had to be fast. He had to be nimble. He had to run next door and pull the little girl out himself. The little girl in the pink coat was drowning. Elizabeth would have loved that little girl. He could hear Elizabeth crying out, "Run, Harry, run!" He ran from Jamie's room onto the landing. It was like he had his old body back. There was no pain. He felt exhilarated by the urgency of his mission. He was running gracefully, fluidly, like a 20-year-old with perfect limber knees. He could do this. He was fast. He was nimble. He'd save her. On the second step, he fell. He grabbed for the banister to save himself, but it was too late. He was flying, like his wife and son. Chapter 84. It was early evening at the end of another beautiful day, and Sam was walking home from the ferry beneath an indigo sky. There had been almost a whole week of clear weather now. Everything had dried out and dried off, and people had stopped discussing how nice it was to see the sun. The big wet was drifting away from everyone's memories on a gentle spring breeze. Sam had just had another fairly productive day at work, so that was something. It was a little embarrassing just how much nerdy satisfaction he had achieved today from successfully completing his proposed strategic plan for preventing the further loss of market share in the now crowded, sugar-free, berry-flavoured, caffeinated energy drink segment. He hadn't exactly composed a symphony, but it was a well-thought-out strategy that would make the company money, which would make up for the last few weeks when he'd sat at his desk being paid for doing nothing. He'd used his brain. He'd ticked off a task. It felt good. Maybe it was all due to the amazing magical effects of his first counselling session. After the humiliating incident at the first aid course on Sunday, Clementine had arranged an appointment with a counsellor after hours on Monday. Sam didn't ask her how she managed to get an appointment so quickly. She'd probably got her mother on the case. Pam was a big fan of counselling. She probably had one on speed dial. Sam cringed at the thought of his mother-in-law's softly sympathetic face as Clementine told her about his tears, his so-called post-traumatic stress, for Christ's sake. The counsellor was a cheery, chatty little fellow, like a jockey, and he had plenty of opinions, which surprised Sam. Weren't they meant to say enigmatic things like, "What do you think?" He said Sam probably did have a mild case of PTSD. He said it in the same nonchalant tone as if he'd said, "You've probably got a mild sinus infection." He reckoned Sam would need only 3 or 4 sessions, max, to knock this on the head. Sam had left his office, almost laughing. Did this guy get his qualifications online? But as he'd stood in the lift going back to the lobby, he'd been surprised to find he was experiencing just a mild sense of relief. Like standing in the baggage claim area after a long flight and feeling your ears pop when you weren't fully aware they'd been blocked. It wasn't like he felt great, just marginally better. Maybe it was the placebo effect, or maybe it was going to happen eventually anyway, or maybe his little counsellor had special powers. Now he stopped at a pedestrian crossing and watched a woman with a baby in a stroller and a preschool-aged kid. The baby was about 1. He was sitting up, fat legs straight out in front of him, a large green leaf clutched in his chubby hand, like a flag. Was it a floating leaf that had attracted Ruby's attention that day? He imagined it, as he'd done so many times before, as maybe he was going to do for the rest of his life. He saw her climbing up onto the edge of the fountain, proud of herself, walking around the perimeter, maybe even running. Did she slip? Or did she see something she wanted? A floating leaf or an interesting-looking stick? Something that sparkled. He imagined her on her knees on the side of the fountain, in her little pink coat, her hand outstretched, and then suddenly, silently toppling in. Head first, panicking, flailing, her lungs filling with water as she tried to scream, "Daddy!" The heavy coat dragging her down, and then the stillness, her hair floating around her head. For a moment, Sam's world tipped, and his breath caught. He concentrated on the "Don't Walk" light in red, waiting for it to change to walk. The car zoomed by. The mother waiting next to him was talking on her mobile phone. "My shoe is falling off," whined the preschooler. "No, it's not," said the mother distractedly as she continued to speak into the phone. "I know, that's the thing. I mean, it would be fine if she'd just been upfront about it from the beginning, but Lachlan, no, don't take off your shoe here." The little boy had suddenly plonked himself down on the footpath and was in the process of removing his shoe. "He's taking off his damn shoe in the middle of the street. Lachlan, stop that. I said stop that." The woman bent down to drag the preschooler back to his feet. Her hand left the stroller handle. It was on a slope that led straight out onto the street. The stroller began to roll. Whoops! Sam reached out one hand and caught hold of the handle. The woman looked up. "Jesus Christ!" The phone slid from beneath her head and shoulder and crashed onto the ground as she stood up fast and grabbed the stroller handle, her hand overlapping Sam's. She looked at the traffic roaring by and then back down at the stroller. She said, "It could have... He could have..." "I know," said Sam. "But it's all good. It didn't." He removed his hand from under hers. She had the handle in a death grip now. "Mummy, the phone is all cracked." The preschooler held up the phone he'd rescued from the ground with an expression of pure horror on his face. Sam could hear a tinny voice calling out from the phone, "Hello? Hello?" The lights changed to walk. The woman didn't move. She was still processing it, still seeing what could have been. "Have a good night," said Sam, and he crossed the road to go home, the sky huge and hopeful before him. Chapter 85. "You don't have to rush back to the office, do you?" said Oliver as he tucked his ears into his swimming cap, snap, snap, and pulled his goggles down over his eyes so he looked to Erica like a goofy alien. They had met for their lunch break at North Sydney Pool, which was within walking distance of both their offices, for their first swim after their brief winter hiatus, as Oliver liked to call it. During the winter months, they swapped their swim for a 30-minute high-intensity cardio class at the gym. As long as I'm back by 1:30. Erica pulled down her own goggles so that the world turned turquoise. Good, said Oliver. He seemed serious. As Erica swam her first lap, she wondered what was on his mind. Ever since his discovery of her habit, she felt like she'd been demoted to junior partner in their marriage. He'd made her promise to talk about her kleptomania with her psychologist. It's not kleptomania, Erica cried. It's just stealing your friend's stuff, finished Oliver brightly. There was something different about Oliver lately. A kind of recklessness. Except not really, because Oliver would never be reckless. Almost aggressiveness, but not quite. Feistiness. It was not unattractive, to be honest. They were having a lot of angry sex. It was great. She hadn't yet discussed her kleptomania with her psychologist because she hadn't seen her. Not Pat had cancelled a few sessions recently at the last minute. She probably had her own personal problems. Erica secretly hoped she might be forced to take a sabbatical. As she turned her head for every second breath, she looked up and saw the grey, arched pylons of the harbour bridge soaring into the bright blue sky above them. It was an amazing place to swim. Wasn't this enough for a life? Good work, good exercise, good sex. She tumble-turned and looked for Oliver. He was way ahead of her, powering through the water. Lucky it wasn't too busy, because he was swimming too fast, even for the fast lane. It would be the baby. That's what he would want to talk about. The baby was his project, and his project management skills were excellent. Now that Clementine was no longer part of the picture, he would want to explore other options, other avenues. He would want to talk through the pros and the cons. Erica's whole body slowed in the water at the thought. Her legs felt like limp weights she was dragging along behind her. The thought occurred to her, I'm done. I'm done with the baby project. But of course, she couldn't be done. Not until Oliver was done. This was simply the wall. Every time you ran a marathon, you hit a wall. The wall was both a physical and a mental barrier, but it could be overcome. Carb loading, hydration, focus on your technique. She swam on. It didn't feel like she could get past this, but that was the nature of the wall. After their swim, they sat in the sun outside a cafe, looking straight out onto the harbour, eating tuna and kale salads for their lunch. Back in their suits, sunglasses on, hair just slightly damp at the ends. I'm going to send you a link to an article, said Oliver. I read it yesterday and I've been thinking about it. Thinking about it a lot. Okay, said Erica. Some new reproductive technology. Great. It's just the wall, she told herself. Breathe. It's about fostering, said Oliver. Fostering older children. Fostering? Erica's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. It's about how hard it is, said Oliver. It's about how people get this really romantic idea about fostering, and it's not like that at all. It's about how most foster carers have no idea what they're getting themselves into. It's a brutally honest article. Oh, said Erica. She couldn't see his eyes because of his sunglasses. She was aware of the feeling of a tiny spark of hope quelled. So the reason you're sending it to me is, I think we should do it. said Oliver. You think we should do it? Repeated Erica. I was thinking about Clementine and Sam, said Oliver, and how Ruby's accident affected them so badly. Do you want to know why it was such a big thing for those two? He didn't wait for an answer. Because nothing bad has ever happened to them before. Well, said Erica, considering, I don't know if that's entirely, but you and me, we expect the worst, said Oliver. We've got low expectations. We're tough. We can handle stuff. Can we? Said Erica. She didn't know if she should remind him that she was in therapy. Everybody wants the babies, said Oliver, ignoring her. The cute little babies. But what they really need is foster parents for the older kids. The angry ones. The broken ones. He stopped, and suddenly he seemed to lose confidence. He picked up his superfood smoothie. I thought maybe we could consider it, because maybe we'd have an understanding, or at least an inkling, of what those kids are going through. He sucked on his straw. She could see the harbour reflected in his sunglasses. Erica ate her salad and thought of Clementine's parents. She saw Pam making up the stretcher bed for her to stay the night, yet again, flicking her wrists so that the crisp, white sheets floated in the air. The beautiful, clean fragrance of bleach was still Erica's favourite smell in the world. She saw Clementine's dad, sitting in the passenger seat of his car while Erica sat in the driver's seat for the first time. He showed her how to put her hands at 2:45 on the steering wheel. Everyone else says 1:50, he says, but everyone else is wrong. She still drove with her hands at 2:45. What was that phrase people used? Pay it forward? So, let's say we do it, said Erica. We take on one of these broken kids. Oliver looked up. Let's say we do. According to this article, it's going to be terrible. That's what it says, agreed Oliver. Traumatic, stressful, awful. We might fall in love with a kid who ends up going back to a biological parent. We might have a kid with terrible behavioural issues. We might find our relationship is tested in ways we could never imagine. Erica wiped her mouth with her napkin and stretched her arms high above her head. The sun warmed the top of her scalp, giving her a sensation of molten warmth. Or it might be great, she said. Yeah, said Oliver. He smiled. I think it might be great. Chapter 86. Do you want distracting talk? Said Sam as he drove her into the city. Or calming silence? I don't know, said Clementine. I can't decide. It was a little after 10 on a Saturday morning. Her audition wasn't until 2. The 10 minutes past 10 leaving time had been calculated to take into account anything that could possibly go wrong. I can drive myself, Clementine had told Sam last night. What are you talking about? Said Sam. I always drive you to your auditions. She thought with mild surprise, so we're still us, then. Maybe they were, although they still went off each night to sleep in separate rooms. Something had changed over the last week since the first aid course. Nothing dramatic. In fact, the opposite. It was as though a feeling of utter mundanity had settled upon them, like the start of a new season, fresh and familiar all at once. All the anger and recriminations had gone, drained away. It reminded Clementine of that feeling when you were recovering from being ill, when the symptoms were gone, but you still felt lightheaded and peculiar. The girls were with Clementine's parents today, and they were both in fine form. Holly had come home from school yesterday with a merit certificate for excellent behaviour in class, which Clementine suspected was really a merit certificate for no longer behaving like a crazy person in class. "The old Holly is back," her teacher had told Clementine in the playground, and she'd done a little phew swipe of the back of her hand across her forehead, which made Clementine think that Holly's behaviour at school must have been much worse than she or Sam had been made aware. Ruby had said Whisk could stay home today and have a little rest. She appeared to be losing interest in Whisk. Clementine could already see how poor Whisk was going to slip unobtrusively from their lives, like friends sometimes did. "Okay, so there's no need to panic because we've allowed enough time for exactly this possibility," said Sam, as the traffic on the bridge came to a stop and a neon sign flashed in urgent red letters, "Incident ahead. Expect delays." Clementine breathed in deeply through her nostrils and out through her mouth. "I'm fine," she said. "I'm not thrilled, but I'm fine." Sam held out his palms, as if in meditation. "We are Zen masters." Clementine studied the crisp white curves of the Opera House's sails against the blue sky. Thankfully, the Opera House was one of the venues where she knew she'd be given her own warm-up room, and she wouldn't have to share with other cellists, or worse, talk to the chatty ones. There were plenty of dressing rooms available, some with harbour views. It would be a comfortable, pleasant process. Her audition would be in the rarefied atmosphere of the concert hall. She looked back at the road. The traffic inched forward past 2 cars with crushed bonnets. There were police and an ambulance with the back doors open, and a man in a suit sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "Erica said something the other day and it sort of stuck with me," said Clementine. She hadn't been planning to say this, but all of a sudden she was saying it, as if she'd been subconsciously planning it. "What's that?" said Sam warily. She said, "I choose my marriage." "She chooses her marriage? What does that mean?" said Sam. "That doesn't make sense. She chooses her marriage over what?" "I think it does make sense," said Clementine. "It's about making a choice to make your marriage your priority, to kind of put that at the top of the page, as your mission statement or something." "Clementine Hart, are you actually using soulless corporate jargon right now?" said Sam. "Be quiet. I just want to take this opportunity to say—" Sam snorted. "Now you sound like your mother making one of her speeches." "I want to take this opportunity to say that I choose my marriage too." Thanks?" Clementine spoke rapidly. "So if, for example, having a 3rd child is your heart's desire, then that's something we need to at least talk about. I can't just ignore it or hope you'll forget about it, which was what I was doing, to be honest. I know when I asked you a couple of weeks ago, you said you didn't want another child, but that was when you were still, or when we were both still kind of crazy," finished Sam for her. "Do you want another child?" he said. "I really don't," said Clementine. "But if you really do, then we need to talk about it." What? And then we work out whether I want a baby more than you don't want a baby? Said Sam. Exactly, said Clementine. I think that's exactly what we do. I did want a third child, said Sam. But now, well, it's just not something I'm thinking about right now. I know, said Clementine. I know, but we might, one day, not forget, of course, but we might forgive. We might forgive ourselves. Anyway, I don't know why I brought that up today. It's not like we even have sex anymore, sleep in the same bed, say, I love you anymore. I guess I just thought I should put that on the table, she said. Consider it tabled, said Sam. Great. You know what my heart's desire is right now? Said Sam. What? It's for you to get this job. Right, said Clementine. I don't want you going onto that stage thinking about babies. I want you thinking about whatever it is you need to think about. Intonation, pitch, tempo, whatever those Nancy boy ex-boyfriends of yours would have told you to think about. Well, I'll do my best, said Clementine. She said softly, You're a good man, Samuel. I know I am. Eat your banana, said Sam. No, said Clementine. You sound just like your daughter. Which one? Both of them, actually. The traffic was moving freely now. After a moment, Sam cleared his throat and said, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I choose my marriage too. Oh, yes? And what does that mean? I have no idea. I just wanted to make my position clear. Maybe it means you don't want to sleep in the study anymore, suggested Clementine, her eyes on the road ahead. Maybe it does, said Sam. Clementine studied his profile. Would you like to come back? I'd like to come back, said Sam. He looked over his shoulder to change lanes. From wherever the hell I've been. Well, said Clementine, you're very welcome to submit an application. I could audition, he said. I have some smooth moves. He paused. You could be blindfolded. We'll make it a blind audition, so there is no possibility of bias. She could feel a wild, raw sense of happiness growing within her. It was just silly, cheesy, flirty talk, but it was their silly, cheesy, flirty talk. She already knew how it would be tonight. The sweet familiarity and the sharp, clean edges because of what they'd nearly lost. She didn't know how close their marriage had got to hitting that iceberg. Close enough to feel its icy shadow. But they'd missed it. Yeah, I choose my marriage. Sam swung the car to the right. And I also temporarily choose this illegal bus lane because I am one crazy motherfucker. Clementine reached into her bag, took out her banana, and peeled it. You'll get a ticket, she said, as she took a mouthful and waited for those natural beta blockers to take effect. And it must have been a really good season for bananas, because it was the best banana she'd ever tasted. Chapter 87. At 3:30, they finally called for her. She walked down the strip of carpet with her cello and bow to the lonely chair. She blinked in the bright, hot, white light. A woman coughed behind the black screen, and it sounded a little like Ainsley. Clementine sat. She embraced her cello. She nodded at her pianist. He smiled. She'd hired her own pianist to accompany her. Grant Morton was a grandfatherly man who lived alone with an adult daughter with Down syndrome. His wife had died the day after her 50th birthday, only last year, but he still had the sweetest smile of anyone she knew, and she'd been so glad he was available because she wanted to start her audition with that sweet smile. She was conscious of her heart beating rapidly as she tuned, but it wasn't racing out of control. She breathed and put her hand to the tiny metallic stickers stuck on the collar of her shirt. "This is for good luck, for your audition," Holly had said when they were leaving today, and she'd carefully put a purple butterfly sticker on her mother's shirt, and then, with great grown-up ceremony, she had kissed Clementine on the cheek. "I want good luck too," Ruby had yelled, as if good luck was a treat being handed out by Clementine, and she'd copied everything her sister had done, except her sticker was a yellow smiley face, and her kiss was very wet and peanut buttery. Clementine could still feel its sticky imprint on her cheek. She took one deep breath and looked at the music on her stand. It was all there within her. The hours and hours of early morning practice, the listening to recordings, the dozens of tiny technical decisions she'd settled upon. She saw her little girls running about under the fairy lights, Vid throwing back his head and laughing, the chair lying on its side, Oliver's locked hands over Ruby's chest, the black shadow of the helicopter, her mother's enraged face close to hers. She saw her 16-year-old self standing up and walking off the stage. She saw a boy in a badly fitting tuxedo watch her pack away her cello and say, "I bet you wish you chose the flute." She saw the look of disbelief on Erica's face when Clementine first sat down opposite her in the playground. She remembered Mariana saying, "Don't just play for them, perform." She remembered Hugh saying, "You have to find the balance. It's like you're walking a tightrope between technique and music." She remembered Ainsley saying, "Yes, but at some point you just have to let go." She lifted her bow. She let go. Chapter 88. The Night of the Barbecue. Pam and Martin pulled up in front of Erica and Oliver's neat-looking little bungalow. "Holly might be asleep by now," said Pam to her husband. It was nearly 9 o'clock. "Might be," said Martin. "Might not be." "That must be where it happened," said Pam. She pointed at the big house next door with dislike. All those turrets and curlicues and spires. She'd always thought it was a fussy, show-offy sort of house. "Where what happened?" said Martin blankly. Sometimes she could swear he had early-onset dementia. "Where the accident happened," said Pam. "They were at the neighbour's house. They don't even know them that well, apparently." "Oh," said Martin. He looked away from the house and undid his seatbelt. "Right." They got out of the car and walked up the paved pathway with its neatly trimmed edges. "How do you feel?" she said to Martin. "What? Me? I feel fine." I'm just making sure you don't have chest pains or anything, because it's times like this that people our age unexpectedly drop dead." "I don't have chest pains," said Martin. "Do you have chest pains? You're a person of our age too." "I play tennis 3 times a week," said Pam primly. "I'm more worried about our son-in-law dropping dead of a heart attack," said Martin, shoving his hands in his pockets. He looked terrible. He was right. Sam had looked absolutely terrible at the hospital. It didn't seem possible that one event could have such a profound physical effect on a person. They'd seen Sam just yesterday, when he'd dropped by to help Martin move out their old washing machine, and he'd been in great form, chatting about Clementine's audition, some plan he had to help her get over her nerves, excited about his new job. But tonight, he'd looked like he'd been rescued from somewhere, like those people you saw on the news wrapped in silver blankets, with red-rimmed eyes and a ghost-white pallor. He was in terrible shock, of course. "You were very rough on Clementine," said Martin mildly, as Pam pressed the doorbell and they heard its distant chime. "She should have been watching Ruby," said Pam. "For Christ's sake, it could have happened to anyone," said Martin. "Not me," thought Pam. "And they both should have been watching," said Martin. "They made a mistake, and they very nearly paid a terrible price. People make mistakes." "Well, I know that." But in Pam's eyes, it was Clementine's mistake. That's why she was battling this terrible, unmotherly sense of rage towards her beloved daughter. She knew it would eventually recede. She sure hoped it would. And that she'd probably feel just awful about the way she'd spoken to her at the hospital. But for now, she still felt very, very angry. It was the mother's job to watch her child. Forget feminism, forget all that. Pam would scream about equal pay from the rooftops, but every woman knew you couldn't rely on a man to watch the children in a social situation. It was scientifically proven that they couldn't do 2 things at the same time. Clementine had always been too prepared to rely on Sam, but just because she was a musician, a creative person, an artist, didn't give her the right to relinquish her responsibilities as a mother. Her job as a mother came first. Sometimes Clementine got the identical distracted, dreamy expression on her face as Pam's dad used to get at the dinner table, while Pam was trying to tell him something, and she wouldn't even have finished the sentence before he'd wandered off. He might have been Ernest Bloody Hemingway, for all Pam cared. All that time he'd spent writing that novel no one would ever read, ignoring his children, locking himself away in his study, when he could have been living. It could have been a masterpiece, Clementine always said, as if it was a tragedy, as if that was the point, when it wasn't the point. The point was that Pam never got a father, and Pam would have quite liked a father. Just every now and then. What good did it do Ruby if her mother was the best cellist in the world? Clementine should have been watching. She should have been listening. She should have been concentrating on her child. Of course, Clementine's music had nothing to do with what happened today. She did know that. If Ruby didn't make it through the night, if she suffered some sort of long-term damage to her health, Pam didn't know what she'd do with all this anger. She'd have to find the strength to put it aside to be there for Clementine. Pam put her hand to her chest. Ruby was stable, she reminded herself. That rosy little plump-cheeked face, those wicked, slanting, cat-like eyes. "Pam?" said Martin. "What?" she snapped. He was studying her closely. "You look like you're having a heart attack." "Well, I'm not, thank you very much. I'm perfectly..." The door swung open and Oliver stood there, wearing tracksuit bottoms and a t-shirt. "Hello, Oliver." Pam hadn't seen him in casual clothes before. Normally, he wore a nice checked shirt tucked into trousers. Pam had met him on so many occasions over the years, but she'd never really got to know him that well. He was always so complimentary about Pam's signature dish, her carrot and walnut cake. He seemed to have gotten it into his head that the cake was sugar-free, which was not the case, but she didn't bother to correct him. He was so skinny, a bit of sugar wouldn't hurt him. "Holly is just through here, watching a movie," said Oliver. "She would have been very welcome to stay the night with us, of course." He said this sadly. "Oh, she would have loved that, Oliver," said Pam, "but we were all fighting over her, you see. It's a distraction from our worry over Ruby." "I understand you were the hero of the day," said Martin, and he held out his hand to Oliver. Oliver went to take Martin's hand. "I don't know about—" But to Pam's surprise, her husband changed his mind about shaking hands at the last moment and instead threw his arms around Oliver in an awkward hug, thumping him on the back, probably much too hard. Pam rubbed Oliver's arm gently to make up for Martin's thumping. "You are a hero," she said, her voice full of emotion. "You and Erica are heroes. Once Ruby is home and feeling better, we'll have you over for a special dinner, a dinner fit for heroes. I'll make that carrot cake I know you like." "Oh, delicious, wow. That's very kind of you," said Oliver, stepping back and ducking his head like he was 14. "Where is Erica?" said Pam. "She's asleep, actually," said Oliver. "She wasn't feeling quite right." "Probably the shock," said Pam. "Everyone is feeling—" "Well, look who's here. Hello, darling. Look at those fairy wings." Holly headed straight to her and buried her face in Pam's stomach. "Hello, Grandma," she said. "I am exhausted." She lifted her fingers in quotation marks. Her funny little habit. "Right," said Oliver. "I'll grab your rock collection, Holly." "No, I don't want it," said Holly, almost belligerently. "I told you I don't want it. You keep it." "Well, I'll take care of it for you," said Oliver. "If you change your mind, you can have it back." "Come to Grandpa, Holly." Martin held out his arms to Holly, and she leapt up, her legs wrapped around his waist, her head on his shoulder. No point telling Martin not to carry her after his knee operation. He needed to carry her. Holly fell asleep in the car and didn't wake when Martin carried her in, or even when Pam changed her into a spare pair of pajamas she kept in the house. Martin didn't see the need to change her, but Pam knew you were always so much comfier in pajamas. But as Pam leaned to kiss her goodnight, Holly's eyes sprang open. "Is Ruby dead?" she said. She was lying on her front, her head turned sideways on the pillow, a tangle of hair obscuring her face. "No, darling," said Pam. She lifted the hair off Holly's face and smoothed it back from her forehead. "She's at the hospital. The doctors are looking after her. She's going to be fine. You go back to sleep." Holly closed her eyes, and Pam rubbed her back. "Grandma," whispered Holly. "Yes, darling." Pam was feeling tired herself now. Holly whispered something Pam couldn't hear. "What's that?" Pam leaned forward to listen. "Are Mummy and Daddy very, very angry with me?" whispered Holly. "Of course not," said Pam. "Why would they be angry with you?" "Because I pushed her." Pam froze. "I pushed Ruby," said Holly again, louder. Pam's hand lay flat and still on Holly's back, and for a moment she didn't recognize it. It looked too old and wrinkled to belong to her. "She took my bag of rocks," said Holly. "She was standing on the side of the fountain with my bag, and she wouldn't let me have it, and it's mine. And I was trying to get it off her, and then I got it, and I pushed her because I felt really, really angry." "Oh, Holly." "I didn't mean for her to be drowned. I thought she would chase after me." "Will she go to heaven? I don't want her to go to heaven." "Did you tell anyone?" asked Pam. "Oliver," mumbled Holly into the pillow, as if she were worried that was also a transgression. "I told Oliver." "What did Oliver say?" said Pam. "He said, when I see Ruby at the hospital, I should whisper, 'Sorry,' very quietly in her ear, and that I should never, ever push her again." "Ah," said Pam. "He said it was our secret, and he would never tell anyone in the whole world, ever," said Holly. "He was a lovely man, Oliver. A good man, trying to do the right thing." But what if Holly never got that chance to whisper sorry in Ruby's ear? Ruby was stable. Ruby would not die in the night. But if she did die, Pam refused to have her beautiful, innocent granddaughter pay the price for Clementine's inattention. "You know what? I don't think she fell in when you pushed her," she said firmly. "That probably happened later, after you ran away. She probably slipped. I think she slipped. I know she slipped. She fell, darling. You did not push her. I know you didn't. You were having a little argument over the bag by the fountain, and poor Ruby fell in. It was just an accident. You go to sleep now." Holly's breathing slowed. "You just put it right out of your mind," she said. "It was an accident. A terrible accident. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't really anyone's fault." She kept rubbing Holly's back in ever-increasing circles, like the endless ripples created by a tiny pebble thrown in still water. And as she did, she talked and talked, making the memory disappear, just like the ripples. And the funny thing was that she could feel her anger toward Clementine ebbing away, as if she'd never felt it in the first place. Chapter 89. 4 months after the barbecue. Clementine walked back from the letterbox, shuffling their mail, and got to a plain white envelope addressed to her. It was Erica's handwriting. She stopped in the middle of her footpath, studying that familiar cramped scrawl. Erica wrote as if she needed to conserve space. Had she put it in the mail yesterday, just before she'd left for the airport? Erica and Oliver had flown out yesterday morning for a 6-month trip. They'd both taken leave without pay from their jobs and bought around-the-world tickets. They were flexible with their plans. Or flexible for them, as in there were some nights where they hadn't yet booked accommodation. Crazy stuff. When they got back, they were hoping to become long-term foster carers. They'd already begun the approval process when all of a sudden Erica had announced, by email, not a phone call, that they were going to travel first. According to Clementine's mother, they hadn't made any particular arrangements about Sylvia. If the neighbours called the police when the house got too bad, so be it. That's exactly what she said to me, Pam told Clementine. So be it. I nearly fell off my chair. Of course, Clementine's parents were going to keep an eye on Sylvia. She could have asked me to look in on Sylvia, Clementine had said, and her mother said after a pause, as if she were considering her words, "She knows how busy you are." Her friendship with Erica had been changing, shifting somehow. Weeks could go by without contact, and when Clementine called, Erica would inevitably take a few days to call back. It was like she was distancing herself. In fact, it was almost as though, and this seemed incredible, ironic, impossible, but it was almost as though Erica was letting Clementine down gently. She was behaving the way a kind boy behaves when he wants to let a girl know that he likes her as a friend, but nothing more. Clementine was being demoted to a lower-tier level of friendship, and she was accepting this with the strangest mix of feelings. Amusement, relief, maybe a touch of humiliation, and a definite sense of melancholy. She opened the envelope. There was a short note. "Dear Clementine, I got you a copy of this old photo Mum found. Mum says it's proof. I think she means of her great parenting. I thought it might give you a laugh. See you in 6 months. Love, Erica." What photo? She'd forgotten to include the photo. But then, as Clementine shook the envelope, a tiny square floated toward the ground, and she caught it. It was a black and white photo of herself and Erica and Sylvia on a roller coaster at Luna Park, caught at the moment they plunged over its highest precipice. Clementine remembered how staggered she'd been when Erica's mother had pulled them out of school that day. How did she do it? Some story she invented. Sylvia could get away with anything. Clementine had been drunk with happiness. It was outrageous. It was living. She remembered how Erica had been as excited as her, what fun they'd all had, until toward the end of the day, when Erica's mood inexplicably changed. On the way home, she got herself all worked up about a missing library book. "I know exactly where it is," Sylvia kept saying, and Erica said, "You do not. You do not." Clementine, in her innocence, wondered why it was such a big deal. The library book would turn up, surely. After all, Sylvia never threw anything out. "Stop spoiling it, Erica," she'd thought resentfully. Clementine could relish the anarchy of that day because she was going home to order and cleanliness, to spaghetti bolognese and school bags packed the night before. She looked closely at the photo, studying Erica's face, the pure, almost sensual abandonment with which she'd thrown back her head, laughing, screaming, her eyes closed. There was a secret wildness to Erica. It came out so rarely. She kept it under wraps. Maybe Oliver got to see it. It was like that dry, subversive sense of humour that occasionally slipped out almost by mistake. As Clementine walked back inside studying the photo, she wondered what sort of person Erica could have been, would have been, should have been, if she'd been given the privilege of an ordinary home. You could jump so much higher when you had somewhere safe to fall. "What's that? What are you looking at?" asked Holly as Clementine walked in the door. Clementine held the photo up high, away from snatching tiny fingers. "Nothing," she said. She looked again at the letter and saw that Erica had scrawled something in the bottom corner. "P.S. Just heard the news. Well done, Dummkopf. Knew you would." "Is it something precious?" Holly used her fingers to give emphasis. Precious was the word of the moment. "Yes," said Clementine. She looked at the tiny photo again. She'd have to keep it somewhere safe. It would be so easy to lose. "It's something precious."